Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Godlike Naruto is immortal. Dragon Ball Council bashing. Before I start, please support for more amazing content and do consider subscribing to my channel and share this video with your friends. This is written by Legendary-Nioh and link in the description and support writer. Let's start the video. Chapter 1 Legend Reborn. Deep within space there is a heated argument going on about a certain Saiyan. The Saiyans are a very proud race and many worship the legend of the Super Saiyan. But what they do not know is that one must be pure-hearted. Many Saiyans couldn't reach this because they don't have the drive to pass their limits and protect. Planet Vegeta is the home of a proud warrior race, the Saiyans, most of them bloodthirst fighters that worked for alien named Frieza as pirates exterminating civilizations and selling planets to the highest bidder. King Vegeta was a powerful Saiyan in his prime, but as time passed he grew arrogant in his power and prevented any others from growing powerful than the elite. He did get the stupid idea of the elites being the strongest and low class being the weakest. Many Saiyans questioned his ideas but were executed for treason. Every baby born is shocked for their power level to see their rank in the army right now. The analysts are scanning Naruto's right now but will be shocked. Pod room. Igo and his friends are checking the power levels. They checked Prince Vegeta's. It was calculated at 10,000. My word, Prince Vegeta's is 2 times higher than a regular Saiyan's. A wide-eyed Igo yelled as he was told that normally babies always were born with a power level of 2,500, but it meant that Vegeta was of royal blood. His other partner was smirking smugly, radiating arrogance. What do you expect? Only those of the royal blood can have higher power levels than those low classes, said Igo's arrogant assistant. Igo frowned at his friend. Contrary to him, he didn't believe rank defined one's power level, that only by training beyond your limita could you be stronger. Size, whatever you say, don't let that philosophy go to your head, Igo told his friend with a dark glint in his eyes. His friend shuddered and paled at that look Igo gave him. Igo moved to the last child in the pods and came upon a child who was very awake, but when the baby spotted him, it gave Igo's friend a dark look with a promise of pain and death. Igo fell to his sides laughing at his paling friend who shit and pissed his pants. Ha 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 ha, I can't believe you lost your bladder from being looked at by a snort kid. Ha ha. Igo roared with laughter at his friend who left the room fuming in embarrassment and anger, swearing payback on the gaki. Igo stopped laughing to check on the kid's power level. He saw his name was Naruto. When he activates his scouter, his breath stops in his throat just as the scouter explodes. His friend Ray came back asking what's wrong. Igo just pointed a shaky finger the monitor for the power level, and Ray's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates at Naruto's power level. 50,000. Igo and Ray yelled a power level of 50,000. Both look at the Naruto in shock. They could have sworn they saw the baby smirk at them. Igo didn't see it, but Ray did. That made a vein pop on head, eye twitching badly. The door opens just as the King of Saiyans enters. Both Ray and Igo gasp at the presence of the king, but inwardly they are sweating. King Vegeta isn't going to like it that a different child other than Vegeta has a higher power level than him, thought Igo. King Vegeta looked at his son's power level and is smirking proudly, but that smile drops as he looks at a cowering Igo and Ray hiding behind a wall. This makes him raise an eyebrow with a look, saying what is the problem? All they do is point at the name below Vegeta's. He looks at Naruto's name and narrows his eyes venomously at his power level. This sends him into a seething rage. Igo, Ray, how does this low class who isn't of royal blood have a higher power level than any Saiyan in my army? Tell me now. The Saiyan king yelled in rage. Vegeta's aura crushes the two. From the pressure he sees this and storms to his throne room. If he stayed longer he would have sensed a presence of another watching Naruto's pod with interest. Throne room. Many guards of the king could be seen with the royal family. Currently they are waiting for their king, but all of a sudden the doors explode. Just as King Van vanishes, Vegeta storms into the room, calming down, and sits upon his throne. His family looks at Vegeta in shock and worry. They had only seen him like this when 1. Someone committed treason, 2. Someone has angered him greatly. Vegeta opens his eyes with an angry look that makes the weaker Saiyans flinch, and the other nobles sweaty sighs and gets up with a grim look on his face. Soldiers, I have grave news. I have found out my son's power level is at 10,000, but I have found out that a baby not of the royal blood has a 3 times higher than mine, Vegeta said with an angered voice. The others around him gasped, thinking how could a mere newborn have a power level higher than their king's. Vegeta continues, this cannot be allowed. This child will be rebellious and hard to control, so I am tasking you with placing a mind control device upon young Naruto so he can't defeat me, King Vegeta said with an arrogant tone, unaware of a hidden female glaring at him. Someone looks the sudden spike of energy and yells intruder. Vegeta fires a beam of Kai at the intruder, but she fires her own beam that overcomes Vegeta's and destroys his scouter. This causes him to narrow his eyes, but before he could engage the attacker she vanishes in a burst of speed towards the pod room. Vegeta's energy spikes to very dangerous levels. Find that damn pest. I want the assassin executed immediately. He roars as the guards rush out to exterminate the assassin that dares attack their king. Pod room. Just as someone was about to place the device on Naruto, he screams as a gloved fist bursts out the front of his chest, and his eyes lose light as he slumps forward dead. The fist is pulled out slowly as Naruto gets a good look at her and is stunned by her beauty. The figure could be described as a 4-year-old, short black hair, black eyes that held the gentleness of a mother. Fasha will only be taking care of Naruto until he understands women more. She has her tail wrapped around her, wearing red bodysuit with a black-colored Saiyan armor. This person is Fasha. She was hiding in the pod room, looking for his strongest power level at first. She was thinking that it would just be another pompous, arrogant asshole who had the highest power. But is shocked when she hears the power level of the baby before her. Never in her life did a Saiyan baby have a power level of 50,000. It was utterly baffling, but then her eyes widen in shock. She knew now that this boy was a descendant of the legendary Super Saiyan. She knew all about the legend and was amazed that a single Saiyan harnessed that much power. Sighing, she looks at Naruto's curious eyes and his brick red hair that she found exotic. But then she remembers she and Naruto need to escape. She presses the green button on the pod and watches as it opens and picks up Naruto. Her eyes narrow as she senses T-guards coming to her location. She smirks as the guards bust the door down. She fires a blast of Kai and annihilates 5 groups of Saiyan guards. She nods at Naruto and runs at her top speed, leaving after images in the halls. Let's see those pompous assholes catch up to me. Now Fasha sneers inwardly. She sees an open pod and smirks. She walks up to the pod she custom made with learning mechanics for mental and physical explanation and knowledge of different fighting styles and history. She may be a Saiyan, but she doesn't fight like a damn brute. Banging could be heard on the door. She boards the pod with Naruto and pushes in the coordinates for one of the planets where they can't trace her and Naruto, the elemental nations. Good thing I studied the entire planet and placed cloaking devices at key points where no humans could find them. Fasha mused just as the pod was closing. The guards rushed in trying to stop, but C smirks as the shuttle blasts off and cloaks itself, making the soldiers swear incoherently. Fasha sighs and looks at Naruto, who could have sworn she saw a dark smirk on his face, but shrugs it off as her imagination. The destination her ship is approaching comes into view just as it enters the planet's atmosphere. She sighs in contentment, thanking whatever deity that allowed them to escape. Time skip equals. Clangs of metal could be heard throughout the battlefield as 2 figures were attacking each other in a blur of speed, suddenly separated and look toward the sky as a glint sparks in the sky. Suddenly they jump apart just as the object crashes. One looks at it with apprehension, the other looks with interest and wariness. Suddenly the pod opens to reveal a black-haired woman and baby with long brick red hair. Minato looks at the baby with hope in his eyes. Maybe I could use him to seal the Kyuubi. I only hope he isn't hated, but that woman can't know of him. She looks unconscious. The hidden figure as the moonlight shines throughout the battlefield, showing a blonde-haired man wearing the standard Jonin outfit with white hori with red flames. And the kanji for yawn on the back. This is Minato Namikaze Konoha no Kiroi, no Senku, creator of the Rasengan and Hiraishin. These 2 jutsus was what helped Konoha win the 3rd Great Shinobi War. Right now, he is fighting against a man who was able to rip the Kyuubi from his friend Kushina. Yes, Kushina and Minato aren't married in this fic, so Big Whoop wanna fight about it. He knows he can't seal it into an object or item, so he needs a newborn. But before he and the other figure could get close, the woman's eyes snap open, then narrow as her aura flares a vivid white that catches the attention of everyone in the village, including Kyuubi. Minato and the masked person are shocked at this, but suddenly do a double take at her chakra levels and are sweating bullets at her chakra levels and looks like she just tapped into it. My Kami, she has the same amount of chakra as the Hachibi, and coils look like they haven't even been developed. Both Minato and the masked one swear inwardly, but suddenly jump back as Fasha fires a beam of energy that looks more dangerous than a tailed beast bomb. They land on separate trees and watch as Fasha floats in the air and blasts toward a very dangerous forest with a tower in the center. Minato sees the figure is distracted and blasts the masked man with a Rasengan and sealing contract, stripping away his control of Kyuubi. He looks towards the beast and vanishes in a yellow flash, jetting ready to seal the beast away completely. Central, tower Asha is running at a high speed towards a tower in hopes of finding shelter, but she didn't notice residual chakra that had a dark feeling to it, swirling into Naruto's body and eyes. If she were to look closely, she would see a swirling such buzzsaw insignia, Kakashi and Shisui Manjikyu combined, but the other half flows into Fasha. As she moves, her vision seems to be slowing everything down. She blinks at this but shrugs it off. She reaches the tower and rushes inside. Once she opens one of the room doors, she walks in to see a place that looks like it was made for a mansion. It is decided to give the tower rooms a different look. Everything has the essentials her and Naruto need. She walks to a queen-sized bed and lays Naruto down to sleep and places the energy cloaking devices around the tower so she can hide her and Naruto's Kai signatures. When she wakes up, she will need to plan out a future training schedule. She suddenly remembers her ship is outside, but she presses a button on her scouter that teleports the pod to their location. Suddenly the pod materializes in front of her. For the next few minutes, Fasha gets a brilliant idea for a training area. What if she could make a room that leads to a space pocket where time flows inside but stops on the outside? That way her and Naruto could get years of training done while the time outside won't go by. This causes a satisfied grin to streak on her face. Naruto sees this and giggles cutely and falls back to sleep. Fasha turns the lights off and covers herself and Naruto as they sleep. She looks down at Naruto and sees his content smile that makes her heart to warm. Many years, Fasha has closed her heart and became cold to her own race except her friends, but despite that they always reprimanded her, just she didn't follow the king's orders like good all Saiyan soldier. This makes her laugh bitterly. HMPH fools. I only follow orders from those who aren't arrogant assholes who think rank inheritance is everything. Seems my friends were just trying to control me like Vegeta does. Fasha thought but suddenly looks through the window to see a large explosion in the sky, but gasps, but smiles coldly. HMPH burn in hell. Vegeta, I can't wait for your son to come looking for me and Naruto, but by then Prince, Vegeta will die by my hand or Naruto's. Fasha declares coldly as her eyes flash a bright red as the pupils dilate into 6 tomos surrounding a 3-sided side. Custom Manjiku picture Itachi Manjiku surrounded by 6 tomos Baddest right. What she doesn't know is that a certain Hokage will try to make their lives difficult, but she will deal with any threats that comes to her. Naruto Hokage, tower Sarutobi here is in the Kami no Shinobi, a man who mastered every non-bloodline jutsu, leader of 3 wars, is cursing said woman for ruining his chances of gaining a weapon. He remembers Minato's instructions. Sarutobi, I want you to tell the village that the Kyuubi is sealed in a boy with brick red hair but is not to be harmed, only allow him to be abused without his guardian around. That woman is dangerous and he mustn't be raised around her. She is a threat to our plans. Minato's orders rang through his head. He nods to himself, but his door opens as 3 figures walk in. That makes the Sandaime scowl under his hat. The first figure is Midokado Himura, one of the teammates of Sarutobi's team in the Second Shinobi War. He always thought that the village should be led by the council and not the Hokage, but Shadaime and Nidaime prevented them from getting any power and were almost disbanded by the Yondaime. He is in his 60s wearing a brown robe tied with a lavender sash, sandals and circular glasses on his forehead. The second figure is a woman in her 50s wearing a grey robe with a black obi sash and black sandals, with a bun-like hairstyle and squinted eyes. This is Kaharu Atane, the second advisor of the Hokage and second teammate of Tobirama's squad. Kaharu was a greedy woman who always sought control, fame and power, but gave up becoming a shinobi for being an advisor. It was her fault that Tsunade couldn't start the medic program, thinking all shinobi should just shrug their injuries off and go on. I call bullshit on that one, and always thought Jinchuriki were only tools and weapons to serve them. The third figure has bandages covering his left eye and right arm, wearing a half coat and walking with a cane, and has spiky black hair with a X-shaped scar on his chin. This is Danzo Shimura, third member of Team 7 and Sarutobi's rival, and is known as the Ami no Shinobi, and is the leader of his private Anbu division route, a program that he named to make emotionless weapons out of children. His philosophy was that shinobi need to be emotionless and deal with threats from the shadows, but the Yondaime and Sadaime ordered him to shut down route, but to this day he kept his route up in secret. Right now these 4 are about to have a discussion on what to tell the council. Sarutobi, we need to tell the council about the Jinchuriki. I would suggest making a plan to beat the Jinchuriki into submission and make him loyal only to us, only save him when the mobs are about to kill him, so he will have someone to depend on as his savior. Danzo explained in a calculating manner as he could, the gears turning in his rival's head. Sarutobi nods but tells them if they spot him training, stop him. He mustn't be stronger than any of our elite jounins. Oh, how ignorant they are. What they do not know about Naruto is his lineage and potential to become stronger than the Biju and most of all a overprotective guardian. Time skip 5 years later. A red blur could be seen running across the rooftops. Why is this figure running? Well, let's just say the Sandaime had the dumbest idea to announce to the village council that he's a Jinchuriki, but he was told by Fasha that it was a lie. The figure lands on a rooftop, ignoring the yells of demon and devil, as the civilians and drunks tried to harm him. This makes him scoff inwardly. Like these weak insects could harm me, the only thing that could harm me would be S-rank jutsu, and that's a big if since I can create a chakra shield to block the jutsu. Naruto sneers inwardly as he is getting very annoyed with the constant attacks and interruptions in his training. Naruto is now 6 years old, already a master at Taijutsu, Ninjutsu, Fuinjutsu and Jinjutsu. He just needs to practice the ancient sword style he found hidden in Mitsurugi. This style he found hidden in a hollow tree in the Shinomori and found out this style fit him perfectly. He knows he has 5 years of training left before him and Fasha to enter the ninja academy. But he still remembers what that spineless Hokage had did, but to lie and make it out, as if I was a weapon from a village I was never born in. This made Naruto boil with intense rage and hatred, making him unlock his Saiyan blood. He still remembers that year that Fasha told him about Vegeta's actions and the Sandame's plan. Flashback. Naruto could be seen doing handstand push-ups while his clones do chakra control and playing shogi 8997, 8998, 8999 and 9000. Naruto yelled as he flipped on top of a tree branch. He was just about to take a nap but feels Fasha's chakra spike dangerously. He vanishes in a burst of speed during Naruto's training. He came up with a way to get to Fasha quickly, no matter how far away she is. It called instant transmission. He appears in front of Fasha, who lashes out with a punch, but he catches and yells, "Fash-chan, calm down, tell me what's wrong." He asked concerned for his friend as she sighed and thanked Naruto and tells him what she heard from spying on the elders, but the last part makes something in Naruto snap. Sarutobi is going to try and the civilians to break your will so he can mold you into a weapon for the village. Fasha exclaimed sadly, but suddenly snaps her head up in worry for Naruto's mental state. But is shocked when she sees his black and red plasma lightning coursing all around his body. Veins bulge on his muscles and his hair flickers back and forth between brick red and gold. This makes her gasp. Could it be he is unlocking his first form? Thought a hopeful Fasha as her eyes took on a determined glint. Naruto, release all of that anger and rage, let it explode out of you. Fasha yelled as her words reach Naruto, who feels his restraints destroyed and his eyes turn a crimson red. Ay. Boom. Naruto's power explodes, creating a shockwave that shakes the entire village but causes some people to snap up and narrow their eyes in anger at the village's weapon getting stronger. It seems we will have to use more drastic measures to make him submit, thought the 4 conspirators as they were talking with the Gama Sennin on sealing Naruto's power away for the good of the village. Asha covers her eyes as her scouter automatically activates and her eyes widen to the size of dinner plates as Naruto's power level just jumped to impossible levels. Naruto's power level is 125,000 when he is using 1% of his power, but it just jumped up to 900,000. He is almost on par with Frieza, and it is not all of his power. Asha yelled in her baffled mind at the one she raised and blushed as she took in his features. She knew Naruto was only 4 years younger than her, but her Saiyan instincts were acting up, screaming at her to take him as her mate. But she shakes it off and looks at Naruto's new figure. His hair has changed to a golden blonde with red spikes on the front, with one side covering his right eye. His clothing could be described as exotic. He is wearing a black open vest with red trimmings, showing off his 8-pack abs, black pants with a red sash tied around his waist and red metal boots. Vegeta and Broly costume mix. Asha doesn't realize that she is unconsciously releasing pheromones close to Naruto. Naruto smells the pheromones and arousal in the air and sees it coming from Fasha. Fasha-chan is acting strange around me. This requires further investigation, Naruto thought as he was ignoring his instincts to find him as someone to mate with. Naruto snaps out of his thoughts when Fasha and him hear the sound of a shunshin and look to see rude Anbu being led by a Inu masked Anbu. When Naruto sees the dog mask, his eyes narrow in annoyance and anger. This is that same asshole who made that lewd comment about Fash-chan, calling her a demon whore. It seems this bitch didn't learn his lesson last time. He thinks he's Cage level HN. He is only mid-jounin at most, while I am Sannin level when using only 20% of my strength, but he doesn't know is that I have a higher IQ than the Nara clan head. Thought an annoyed Saiyan but sees Inu glaring at him behind his mask. This causes him to raise an eyebrow lazily. Inu, baka, if I were you I would restrain that weak killing intent you are shooting at me and your perverted eyes away from Fasha-chan. I don't want to destroy that eye of yours next or should turn your manhood into paste. Naruto asked in a tone that meant leave or suffer. That made the Anbu shiver, but it made dog growl at him. Shut up, you demon. If the elders didn't want you as a weapon, I would have killed you when you were an infant and had my fun with your demon whore. Fasha and Naruto will only realize feelings for each other in the time skip, so don't fret. This causes everything to go suddenly slant, but Fasha could hear Naruto chuckle quietly with his hair shadowing his eyes, but his eyes glow with a red crimson glint that made Fasha almost feel bad for this dumb Anbu. Almost. I think Naruto-kun will need to vent some anger, so I'll just watch the little show in the air. Fasha mused to herself, but a few gasps causes her to grin coldly as she turned to see Inu sweating and paling, pointing a shaking finger at Naruto's eyes. Naruto's golden eyes change into his Iron no Manjikyu, the sight of it causes a few Anbu to pass out from the look of them. Naruto couldn't blame them, he found out he had a knack for Genjutsu as well, but his Genjutsu were deadly and could cause death to his victims if he chooses to. Sha Sharingan. How the hell does the demon have it? He isn't an Uchiha, it can't be. Inu screeched like a certain banshee who sneezes from her hiding place that startles a certain duck-haired Uchiha, making him run away. The banshee curses whoever made her sneeze and starts to brood how cute she has wakened her inner emo. This makes Naruto smirk in a way that makes the air around him grow more dangerous. Well, as you must know, it's because of Madara's leftover chakra that me and Fasha absorbed without us knowing. When we read about this bloodline it intrigued us, so we decided to sneak into the Uchiha compound for the instructions on it and copied every jutsu in the vault, even the ones made by Madara himself. Spoke Naruto with a nonchalant shrug, as if speaking about the weather. This causes everyone to gape at him, but Fasha giggles in a way that makes Naruto's heart flutter, but he shakes it off. But this isn't the regular Sharingan. Me and Fasha are the second and third people to achieve the final level of the Sharingan, the Iron no Manjikyu, that increased our chakra matching that of the Gobi, but we have perfect control over our chakra, plus it also allowed us access to a very powerful Jikiken ninjutsu. Naruto said, but as they hear the word Jikiken ninjutsu they pale whiter than Orochimaru. Naruto sees this and smiles coldly. It is called Jikiken Ido. This jutsu allows our bodies to become intangible to attacks including ninjutsu, genjutsu and physical attacks, and we can stay intangible forever, and we removed its weakness. Naruto yelled with a bloodthirsty grin that made Fasha's womanhood feel wet and blush. Naruto-kun, you have no idea how you are affecting me, but I will wait. Damn it, Fasha, stop thinking perverted thoughts about him. You raised him, but I can't deny I have feelings for him. Fasha yelled at herself. Naruto crosses his arms and speaks in a bored tone. So are you guys gonna attack me, or will I have to make the first move? As he said this, night blue chakra forms a ribcage surrounding Naruto, growing into a four-armed specter that had the face of a Azaru holding a bow and great sword in two hands, while the others black flame arrows hovering in them. Wha, what the hell is that? Inu stuttered as the specter gave them a piercing gaze with its hollow eye sockets. Naruto grins cruelly. This Inubaka is a technique born from having Tsukiyomi in one eye and Amaterasu in the other. This gave birth to the ultimate defense of the all Manjikyu techniques. It is called Susanoo, God of Storms, but what you don't know is that my Susanoo has two abilities. One, its weapons can change into a chakra-absorbing shield, strong enough to absorb a Bijudama at full power. 2, it doesn't drain me of my life force or chakra like Madara's did. Asha gapes at this in shock and excitement. Naruto is definitely going to the most powerful warrior in the entire galaxy. No wonder Frieza fears us Saiyans. Fasha mused excitedly, but sees Naruto deactivate his Susanoo. Naruto sighs and looks at them. Sorry, but I do not want to waste my Susanoo on you scum, especially you Inubaka. You call me a demon when you dare to attack me as a child. Even demons have morals unlike you and those stupid elders. He yelled at them with his hair whipping wildly from his black and red aura, but Inu tries to knock Naruto out, but before he reached him Inu doubles over in pain and felt 5 of his ribs snap. He looks up and sees Naruto's fist embedded in his stomach. Naruto backhands Inu with only 0.01% of his strength, causing him to rocket back to the village, breaking through several buildings including the Hokage Tower. Hokage Tower == Sarutobi is in a meeting with the elders and Jonin and was about to discuss when to start the academy sessions next year, but ducks as an Anbu blasts through the walls and lands on the floor. Him and the other Jonin gasp at the injuries Inu sustained. He looked like he was put through the meat grinder and looked like he was hit by Tsunade from the fist imprint on his stomach. Sarutobi rushes to Kakashi and sets him down in the chair and questions Kakashi what happened to him. All he does is point toward the hole in the wall and faints. Everyone looks toward it slowly and gasps at who they see. Naruto is floating just in front of the hole with a blank look on his face, but his golden eyes were burning a hole in the elder's head, but most of it was aimed at Kakashi. So this is the name of the asshole who tried to use his Rikiri on me when I was walking home with Fasha-chan. Naruto spoke calmly, ignoring the disapproving glances from a spectacled Jounin who foolishly walked in front of him, causing Naruto to stare him down. The silent demon apologized to Kakashi. Now you obviously attacked him first. The idiot named Abisu shouted arrogantly, but the room became as quiet as night. Naruto looked toward the rest of the others with a look that said please move to the other side of the room. They paled at the dark glint shining in Naruto's eye and scrambled to the door. Even Anko was shivering in fear and whimpering. Anko stuttered out, KK Kuro-chan, do you think we should help Abisu? She managed to get out, but all she got was stares from everyone with a look that said no fucking way am I gonna get my ass kicked. Anko pouts at this, trying to lighten up the mood. Naruto smiles coldly with his eyes glowing ominously red and his eyes start to change, but Ward made everyone pale and sweat was the pupil of his eyes. Taharu screeched Sharingan. How does the demon have it? making Naruto snap his eyes toward her, making her even hide behind Sarutobi, who sweat dropped but looks back to see a blue chakra ribsage surrounding Naruto, and one of the arms punch Abisu through the wall and into the hot springs. All the men except Naruto flinch and cringe at the girly screams of pain coming from Abisu, while the females excluding Kaharu gives him a thumbs up, which he returns with a nod. Naruto asks Hiruzen when does the academy start. The old man says when the children reach age 10. Naruto nods at this and flies away back to Fasha. He has Taijutsu, Ninjutsu, Jinjutsu and Fuinjutsu covered. The only thing he hasn't started on was Kenjutsu. Naruto thinks what sword he needs, either a Daido or katana. He looks at his body and sees that his was made for extreme speed and power. Maybe I can ask for my sword to be made from chakra iron, but the only place that has it is Tetsu no Kuni. Now all I need is a Bakken to practice the katas of this fighting style I found in the forest. I need to see a swordsmith. Naruto said to himself as he walked to a store named the Iron Katana, a shinobi store where everyone can get weapons or custom-made weapons and equipment. When he walked in, some civilians tried to block his way, but he just beat them in unconsciousness. Naruto walks in and sees a burly man with black slick hair, storm gray eyes, wearing clothes fitted for a smith. The man sees him and smiles. Welcome Young-one, how may I help you? The man answered politely. Naruto nods. Yes sir, I would like have a Daido made for me from chakra iron from Iron Country. The owner looks owlish for a moment but grins excitedly. Sure kid, I will have it ready in 2 months. It will cost 500,000 yen and just call me Kasuke. Kasuke said friendly. This makes Naruto smile and gave him the money for the request, but buys a Bakken shaped as a Daido along with 2,500 pounds chakra weights as wristbands and thanked Kasuke for his help. But before he left, Kasuke yelled, Naruto, don't worry about me, I know you are not what they say you are. This causes Naruto to smile and content at finding another friend. Forest of death . Naruto arrives to the training ground and senses Fasha inside resting. He nods to himself and summons 600 clones for 3 groups. He barked out orders. Group 1, you will do the katas for the height Mitsurugi. I want it mastered before this month is over. Group 2, I want you working more on the Rasengan's elemental shaping. I want at least 3 of them done by the end of the day. Group 3, I want you guys to spar with me using my created Taijutsu style. It's a mix of the Jaiken of the Hyuga, the interceptor fist of the Uchiha. Now hop to it. Then Naruto fell into a stance with his feet spread wide and hand settled into his stance. Left arm formed as a fist lowered to his side and his right outstretched as a palm facing forward. As the clones rushed at him, the first few hundred fall prey to his palm thrusts, high-speed kicks and devastating grapples, kicks and counters. Naruto looks at the other sparring clones, making them sweat bullets. Boss is fucking scary. Were the clones' last thoughts as Naruto went into his Taijutsu training. Like a made man in his mind, he was thinking about his elemental control. His fire, wind, lightning and earth are all Kage level. He mastered all the Kaiten, Futen, Raiten and Doten Jutsu him and Fasha stole from the Uchiha vault, including the Jinjutsu mastered from the D rank to the S ranks and could do the B and up Jinjutsu with just a glance at their target, but realized they must keep their skills sharp. But as Naruto's thoughts wandered to Sasha, he has been feeling weird around her. Every time the men in the village leered at her, he shot them, killing intent glares, but she did the same when other women young and old blushed and drooled at him with a glazed look in their eyes. Both couldn't even look each other in the face without blushing. His heart beats faster every time she smiles. Now that he thinks about it, he has always been protective of her and always felt pure kindness and love from her. Right then and there Naruto has decided, unaware of a certain individual making the same promise. I shall protect Fasha-chan. I shall protect Naruto-kun. Were the passion-filled thoughts of the two Saiyans as they get back to their training with twice the amount of vigor, wanting to protect each other from threats inside and outside their village. 1 month later . Naruto could be seen jumping on the rooftops in excitement. Why, you ask? He is finally going to get his sword that he requested. He practiced every day non-stop with no sleep to perfect his Kenjutsu style beyond what a Kage could manage and sharpen his chakra shape and manipulation skills beyond what anyone could do. He was even hoped to achieve, and now he will finally become strong for his Fasha-chan, but he is having trouble confessing and can't find the right time to confess. Naruto walks into Kasuke's store in time to see a bun-haired girl with 3 other people, a boy wearing a green spandex sui with orange leg warmers and has white bandages wrapped around his forearms. The next one was a Hyuga. He is wearing dark blue shorts and blue sandals, wearing a lavender-colored shirt with bandages covering his arms and ankles. The tallest one could be a clone of the bowl-haired kid. Both had the same hairstyle and clothing, except this one had an olive green vest, indicating he is a Jounin. But Naruto pays them no mind, they are of little importance to him, plus he didn't like the stare that Hyuga was giving him. Kasuke, I'm here for my order from Iron Country on that Daido. Replied Naruto as Kasuke came out with a huge grin on his face at his new favorite customer. Naruto, welcome, here's your order. The leader of Tetsu no Kuni forged it himself. He also modified your sheath to instantly sharpen your sword when you sheathe it. He replied eagerly as he unwrapped the blade, but when the four people see it, they are stunned at its beauty and sharpness. It could be described as elegant yet deadly. The blade is pure black, 15 in long and 4 feet wide, with a manji sign for ban, also a red and black diamond colored hilt with a 4 feet long chain attached at the bottom of the hilt. Naruto hands Kasuke the money and picks the sword and immediately feels like it was made for him. He then gets an idea and grins at Kasuke. Hey Ko, stand back, I want to try out this chakra manipulation trick made from chakra combining. This causes the others to perk up and wonder. Chakra combining was a hard skill to learn, yet use when you don't have the chakra elements to combine, but wonder why a civilian would want to learn it, but are as shocked as they see the blade crackle intensely with black and red plasma lightning, then their eyes widen to the size of dinner plate when they see Naruto walk outside and swing his sword hard. Enough to send a shockwave at the training posts, carrying the lightning with it, and see the posts explode with the force of 20 explosive tags. They open their eyes and gawk at the damage done, as many other shinobi did at the damage the kid did. What happened to the posts and ground would be described as a 25 feet crater, but snap out of it as they see Naruto smirk dangerously, causing them to let out a shiver. This kid had a smirk that would scare even the Kyuubi if he wanted to. Thanks for the order, Ko. I'll be sure to come back for supplies when I become a genin. Also, I have a name for this sword. As soon as he said that, Kasuke asked him what will name it. The name causes many older shinobi to shudder at the deadly name. I will name him Tensa Zangetsu because of how the moon showers me with her ethereal light. This causes many shinobi to nod, but causes Kunoichi and civilian women to sigh and swoon at his poeticness. This makes Naruto and Kasuke quirk an eyebrow and wonder at how stupid these women can be when it's clear that he doesn't like them, but shrug it off as a normal occurrence. Good luck, Naruto. I can tell you are going to be a Kenjutsu master in a few years. Replied Kasuke, but Naruto smirks, causing shinobi to tense. That smirk made them feel weary at his next words that causes many to faint in shock. As Naruto said this, Ko, I am Aoridya Kenjutsu God. I also have experience equal to a Sannin, since me and Fasha-chan go out of the villages to hunt missing nin, destroy bandit camps, and spar against each others and use our training ground special functions to fight against different types of enemies. He proclaimed and walked off, but not before laughing out loud at the bulged eyes and paling faces of the civilians who always tried to attack him. He sees a pink-haired woman and man look red in the face, probably thinking of ways to get the Sandaime to stop me and Fasha-chan from training, thinking they can get me to a level they want me at PFFT, as if even the three Sannin can't beat me or Fasha together. Naruto mused inwardly at their futile attempts, but now goes home to get used to his sword's weight, but sees a spectacled gray-haired boy analyzing him, and a man, if he could call him by his foul chakra, looking at him with a predatory glance that made Naruto glare and snarl at him for giving him that look that reminded him of those looks the males and that Inzazaka and Uchiha brat send. Fasha and smirks as he sees him and the boy take a step back in fear. Seems Pedo team has an interest in me and Fasha-chan's bloodline. What he doesn't know is that it rejects those not born of a Saiyan body, but just he's interested doesn't mean he will be getting any of Minnie or Fasha's blood, since I don't trust the hospital doctors. Naruto sneers at the looks the Inzazaka send that say, we are you and your whore tonight, demon. This causes Naruto to raise an eyebrow, mockingly saying, please do try. I would love castrate something with Tensa assholes. This causes the Inzazaka and civilians to fume at not getting a rise out of the demon like they wanted to, but walk off assuring themselves that tonight they will show the demon and his whore their place that is underneath their feet. Time skip equals. Naruto right now is smirking darkly as he senses the chakra of a group of Inzazaka and civilians converging on his and Fasha's home, thinking they will be able to abuse him. What they do not know is that the time chamber Fasha created had different gravities constantly changing and caused his skin all over his body to become indestructible. Not even Haddock's Rikiri or Chidori could pierce him. But the question is, when will Vegeta find out about him? But is cut out of his thoughts by the sound of footsteps. Naruto have such acute senses they surpass that of the Inzazaka and can hear the slightest twitch of muscle or movement, and looks down at the entrance while floating in the air cross-legged with Tensa Zangetsu across his lap, SSJ4 Gogeta style from Dragon Ball GT, and smirks as he sees the mob searching for him while the dogs are whimpering. This makes Smirk even more dangerously unconsciously, letting out a trickle of his aura as it turns black and red. Ichigo's hollow aura cool right makes him have a more badass appearance. Everyone feels his aura, but the question is where? Up in the sky, he's there, replied the loud voice of a Inzazaka Chunin as the rest looked up and gasped at Naruto as he is hovering cross-legged with a scary aura with the moonlight shining down on him, giving him the appearance of an angel of death. Some thought he was a god of judgment from the emotionless look on his face, but gasp as his eyes form into 3 Tomoed Sharingan. Naruto lets out an amused chuckle at their looks. He is sure that many are going to tell the council or the Uchiha clan about this. But he doesn't care if they attack him, they will fall just like the rest of them. His thoughts are interrupted as he hears a whistling and slices a kunai with the application of Raten chakra to his outstretched finger and looks at the scared Chunin with a look that said. Do you really think I'm that easy idiot that made the Inzazaka try to growl at him, but it came out as a pitiful whimper, but then Naruto speaks. What exactly are civilians and Inzazaka Chunin doing on my personal training grounds and home, I might add, when me and Fasha are trying to sleep? Naruto replied in a condescending tone that said, answer carefully or get the fuck out of my sight. One civilian who Naruto sees is a female with pink hair scowling at him and screeches at him, causing him to send her an annoyed glare. We have come to rid this village of your taint demon. The Yondaime should have killed you the day you were born. Replied the bitchy banshee as Naruto looks at her with an amused look, thinking they don't know the truth about the Minato sealing the Kyuubi in the death god's stomach, along with himself. Oh well, they are idiots, so it won't matter right now. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly as he needs to focus on what to do with them and sighs tiredly. Look, I am very tired for today. I would like to sleep, but it seems you idiots thought I was weak like the Sandaime said I was. It seems you need a lesson in not messing with your betters. Replied Naruto in a cold tone that would make a certain crow-masked Anbu shiver. The civilians and Shinobi made the mistake of looking into his eyes. You never look a Sharingan master in the eyes. The Monokart death's nightmare. Naruto yelled out as his Sharingan spun madly as the people cry out in pain and horror. This was one of Naruto's personally created genjutsus from experimentation, but this one was reserved for only rapists, slave traders and above all arrogant child abusers. It could be qualified as triple S rank due to its potency, but Naruto toned its power down to a B rank, causing a mental trauma and physical pain. Naruto eyes reverse back to their gold-slitted color and flies back to his home and lays down in the bed with Fasha, but before he sleeps Fasha whispers love you Naruto-kun were her last words before dozing off. Naruto is shocked and angry, shocked at her statement and angry at himself for never noticing her feelings and vowed to tell her when they become. He also knows the instructors are gonna try to sabotage their education, but he will take care of it like he always does. Time skip 5 years later. During the 5 years Naruto and Fasha trained themselves in their Kai and Chakra abilities, constantly keep their skills from fading, and while training Fasha was able to create the Yoten and Shoten releases and I created the Enten and Shakuten releases. We then trained our chakra combinations non-stop, making several jutsus in the process. Some people called us stupid and crazy of trying to do this when we are not shinobi. I told them we already unlocked our chakra and know everything about being a shinobi. They didn't believe us, so we told them your choice then. Naruto and Fasha checked their power levels and calculated that they had a power level 20,000 in their base form. Now Fasha and Naruto didn't get arrogant at their power levels, but refined their combat experience from the simulation fights in the chamber, with many legends like Salamander Hanzo, the Senju brothers, and the Sandaime Raikage and Madara Uchiha. They could say without a doubt no one can get the drop on them outside or inside combat, both are elite Kage in skill and experience, but they didn't think so. They were beyond that of a Kage, but they didn't have any dreams of being a Kage of any village, just want to enjoy life right now. Naruto is wearing darker version of his original clothing, and Fasha could be seen wearing black jeans hugging her beautiful curves, a long-sleeved red turtleneck covered by a black Jonin-style vest and black shinobi sandals. She also had her hair grow out that reaches her back. All in all, she looks like a deadly warrior in Naruto's mind. Academy sometime later. Orochimaru no Chunin age 28 right now. He is ecstatic that he will be teaching another year, but this batch will be the clan heirs, and he also found out Fasha and Naruto will be joining. At first he hated them thinking they were nothing but demons, but as he watched them he couldn't think of anything that was demonic, but asked them about the tail. All the both of them said was it was a genetic trait of their bloodline. Iruka shakes his head and walks in the classroom, hearing loud noises already, and sighs inwardly, just great, I already got the kids who think being a shinobi is all about glory and fame. Only people who have potential are the Nara Akimichi Naruto and Fasha the Uchiha, and the others are too arrogant. Iru calculated thoughtfully but absently. His mind wanders off about the Uchiha clan massacre before Sasuke. He was an arrogant little asshole and thought he was a king of this village, but the massacre just made him even worse, even going far as to demand Naruto's weapons and hand over Fasha to revive his clan. Iruka sighs. His mother and brother would be so ashamed of him for following in his father's footsteps. That particular scene made him chuckle darkly, making a certain emo brooder shudder, but put up his arrogant face and sees Naruto and Fasha glaring at them inwardly. Sasuke is fuming. These commoners should not be allowed to have such power, it belongs to a Uchiha elite like me. Were the thoughts of a delusional Uchiha. His fangirls see this and walk over to Naruto and Fasha, thinking they did something to their Sasuke-kun, planning on putting them in their place. Oh poor stupid bitches have no idea who they are messing with. Naruto and Fasha currently are thinking about how should they confess, but Naruto blurs in front of Fasha before the fangirls could reach her, towering over them, making them feel small, but his eyes narrow at a girl with pink hair who must be the clan heir for the Haruno's HN. She's weaker than an academy student, no physical training, all she has is book smarts, whoever raised her must have been a fangirl and filled her head promises of prestige and wealth. Size, that look in her eye is that of a conniving whore. Naruto raises an eyebrow. Can I help you with something better yet? Why did I sense you direct killing intent at my Fasha-chan? Or is it to earn points with the Uchiha that tried to take something that didn't belong to him? Naruto's eyes met Sasuke's, and he felt himself sweat bullets and breathe heavily from the look in those eyes, but what made him angry is that those eyes reminded him of Itachi. The pink-haired one named Sakura replied hotly, "We just wanted you to know to not show up or Sasuke-kun, only he deserves to be at the top of the class, and keep Fasha Baka away from Sasuke-kun, we don't want her taking Sasuke-kun away from us." Fasha and Naruto looked at them like they were idiots and replied in an annoyed voice, "My Fasha-chan has no interest in a fucking emo brooder like him, who doesn't like it that me and her are stronger than him, and we aren't in a clan, and we aren't it gonna be stepping stones for his dumbest ambition, and I especially hope I don't get paired with either of you fangirls and perverted assholes, because Fasha has no interest in guys who look at women like breeding stock." Naruto growled at the leering civilians and made them pale and sweat as his hair spiked up, making him gain a menacing appearance. But just as Naruto was about to sit down, a feral-looking boy blocks his way and tries to intimidate him. "What the hell do you want?" Hinzazaka questioned Naruto as the boy named Kiba ignored his Ninkanakamaru whimpering, telling him not agitate the alpha. But Kiba replied in an arrogant voice, "Stay away from Fasha-chan, she belongs to me and I'm the alpha in this school, so watch your step around here, chump." That statement causes Mizuki and Iruka to look at Kiba like he was a dumbass. Inwardly they are laughing their asses off. This mutt is about to get his ass kicked hard. Naruto's eyes shine with deadly sadistic glint that made almost everyone shiver and rears his foot back and kicks Kiba in the chin, sending him blasting through the academy roof, landing at the Inzazaka clan compound. Naruto lowers his foot back down slowly and gives Sasuke and the others a look that said, "Fasha is mine," but a shrill voice sounded out, making Naruto clutch his ears. "Iruka-sensei, Mizuki-sensei, he attacked Kiba, punish him now," replied the howler monkey Sakura, but Naruto, Iruka and Mizuki look around in mock confusion and reply, "Did anyone hear that we don't speak howler monkey?" This causes the fangirls to fume, and the guys including Fasha laugh their asses off. Before fangirls could attack them, Iruka announced they were going outside for the Taijutsu test. When the students walked outside, Iruka, Mizuki and Naruto were bored. The matic so far showed fangirls pulling hair and scratching each other's eyes out, making Fasha grimace in disgust at their performance. These girls are a fucking disgrace to all kunoichi on this planet. When it came Fasha's turn, she asked it to be a 1-on-4 match, making Naruto grin. The girls were Ino, Sakura, Ami, and some random civvy girl who tried to gang up on her, thinking she is weaker than them, but are shocked as in 1 second the girls are launched, breaking through trees and passing out from being kicked in the stomachs. The other girls including kunoichi that were watching are shocked at her brutality and power, but made a certain Takebetsu grin at her for putting the fangirls in their place. The rest of the matches were a little better. The Akimichi won by using his superior strength against a councilman's son. The Nara walked away from a civilian girl, saying it was too troublesome to fight, making the girl screech at him. Shino knocked his opponent out with a simple chop to the neck, winning his fight flawlessly. The Hyuga heiress disabled the fangirl using her clan style, the Jaiken, and fought Fasha in the final match, but forfeited due to no being strong enough to give Fasha a good fight. Naruto vs Kiba and Sasuke. Naruto turned to Iruka and asked him could he fight Kiba and Sasuke, making Iruka think for a second, then shrug, saying okay. The two idiots smirk arrogantly, thinking that it's time to show the loser who is the alpha in this village. Naruto walks into the ring with his hands in his pocket while his brick red hair sways, giving him a regal look, making some of Sasuke's fangirls foam at the mouth over him, but Fasha shoots them a murderous glare, saying he's mine bitches, but the girls glare back, including Hinata, saying he doesn't belong to a brute like you. This made Naruto, Iruka, and Mizuki sweat drop. Those girls have no idea who they are messing with, thought the three guys. Kiba and Sasuke call out Naruto, making him turn to them with an irritated and bored look on his face. This made them pissed that he was dismissing them so easily. Naruto steps inside the ring. Iruka raises his arm up, looking at the three as they give him a nod and yells Hajime. Before they him or Sasuke moved, a certain sexist asshole said something that made everyone pale and curse the dumbest Inzazaka and Akamaru, run away yipping in fear. "Hey loser, after I wipe the floor with you I'm gonna take Fasha-chan as my bitch, it's all women are good for anyway, hahaha." Kiba and Sasuke were laughing, but the girls felt disgusted by this, but they suddenly shiver as if it was cold. They turn to see a black aura flowing off of Naruto, with his hair shadowing his eyes, but when he looks up Iruka and the others take a step back at his eyes. Even the Jonin advisors and Sandaime watching are terrified of his eyes. Equals Hokage, tower equals. Some of the Jounin stare blankly at the scene, wondering how dumb the Inzazaka could be. The clan heads glare deeply at Kiba through the crystal ball. But the Hokage and the elders are shaking so badly the desk is shaking as well in their minds. Stupid fucking Inzazaka and their damn male pride. I only pray for him and hope Naruto doesn't cripple him completely. They thought. The Ashi the Hyuga clan head says Hokage-sama, I hope Naruto-san sends the little shit to intensive care. I do not think of women like that. No matter what people think about me, Naruto-san in my eyes is a perfect example of what a gentleman should be and has my clan support. The others are shocked at the emotional facade of the Hyuga head, but suddenly Inoichi speaks up, shocking them. Naruto has my clan support as he might be able to change Ino's way, but if he can't I will break her from it personally. Inoichi replied in an ice-cold tone. It was illogical for Kiba-san to say that, but Naruto's actions has gained him the Aburam support too. Replied Shibi Aburam. Mine too, he helped Choji correct his mistakes before the academy even started. Replied Chauza Akimichi. The pup has my support as well, he could become the strongest shinobi, I can feel it, and don't worry about Kiba, after Naruto is done with him I will be giving the runt my own form of punishment. Replied a furious Tsumai Zazaka. She had hoped Kiba wouldn't inherit his father's pride and attitude, but it seems Kami has ways of being cruel. Shikaku Nara sighs and responds with a serious voice, shocking everyone. Troublesome Naruto has my clan support as well, my wife has been pestering me to adopt him to give him a home, but apparently some stupid civilian kept saying that they lost the papers. The Nara clan head replied in a mix of anger and annoyance at this. The clan heads look toward Kaharu Hamura and the Sandame. As they look away from the angered looks on their faces, they don't realize they just lost the support of the clan heads. Back to the academy. Naruto's expression could be described as icy and dangerous, but Fasha, Iruka and Mizuki could see the anger and malice behind those golden eyes, but he does something that impresses the instructors and clan heads. He slid into a mixture of the Uchiha and Hyuga Jutsu styles. This causes Sasuke to scream in outrage at how Naruto stole his clan style, making Naruto quirk an eyebrow. Uchiha, this isn't your clan style, it's something I created from the description of your clans, and the Hyuga's Jutsu style, it is called Gentle Death Fist. The name had made many older experienced ninjas shudder and pale, but the next words made them want to avoid crossing fists with the both. Also I have studied the Tenketsus until I could point them out in a millisecond and do you what my style can do to the body. Naruto grins darkly, showing his sharp teeth and shiver at the dark glint in his eyes. My style can your body to explode from the inside out, or I could destroy your entire chakra network, and I mean the entire thing, meaning you will only live for only a few days at most, but I will only use it on you if you get the idea of turning Rouge from the village. This bit of information made the clan heads shiver at how deadly and brutal Naruto's style is, and amazed at developing a personal Taijutsu style at such a young age. All they could whisper was, this kid is fucking prodigy. Kiba and Sasuke's rage and hatred overcome their fear and charge Naruto with mid-genin speeds, but Naruto met them halfway in a stance that made them pale and the Hyuga heiress gasp. Naruto's smirk turned deadly and said, you're within my range, 8 trigrams 128 palm strikes. Naruto dashes at Kiba, hitting 64 of his chakra points before ending it with a kidney punch, making him cry out in pain, and vanishes behind Sasuke, hitting his Tenketsus with fire chakra, making others gasp at his elemental skills, making the Uchiha feel as if he was being stabbed by a hot poker. Naruto then did a double axe handle on Sasuke's back, sending him to the ground, but just as he was about to walk away, Kiba just signed his death warrant. IW will not be denied, Fasha will be my bitch, she doesn't deserve a loser like ah. Kiba cried out as he was struck by fist covered in earth chakra bruising his ribs as Naruto kicked him to the ground. Naruto's eyes gained a dark glint and reared his leg back while grinning, making Fasha feel a bit hot under the collar, also blushing. But made Kiba whimper pitifully. The other guys only prayed for Kiba to live after this. You know, Kiba-chan, I will wonder how you will get it up when you're pissing blood for the next few months. Roared Naruto as he punted the mud into the Hokage's office while letting out a girlish scream. This made Fasha walk to Naruto and whisper something in his ears, making him whisper back, I would love to take you on a date, Fasha, even though you are 3 years older than me, so which place you wanna go, Ichiraku or the Akimichi restaurant? Naruto replied kindly. This made the girl swoon and Fasha giggle and bat her eyelashes at Naruto. Naruto-kun, I would like the Akimichi restaurant for our date. Replied Fasha in a giddy tone as she sways her hips, making Naruto eye her ass, but walks back to the line for further instructions. We will now be administering shuriken throwing accuracy test. When I call your name, come up and make as many hits in the center as you can. First up, Sakura Haruno. Yelled Iruka as she walked up with an arrogant smile on her face. How cute, she's awakened her inner Sasuke. She throws the shurikens, but only gets a 4 out of 10 on the shuriken test. This causes Fasha and Naruto shake their head at the stupidity of the kunoichi this year. These girls will either die or get raped on their first mission if they don't shape up, thought Naruto, and groans as it was Sasuke's turn next. He scored a 10 out of 10, smirking arrogantly as he strode up to Fasha, but I gave him a warning glare that made him back off. Naruto walked up and gathered his shuriken, but he did something that impressed the Jonin nearby. His shuriken are covered in wind chakra and throws them into the dead center, passing through it, making the target dummy fall to pieces. Iruka announces with a pride-filled voice, "Excellent job Naruto, 10 out of 10, and extra credit for mastery use of elemental chakra." Naruto smiles warmly at his brother figure. Mizuki smirks at his little brother figure. "That's right, Mizuki will not be evil in my story, so boohoo, my story don't read." In pride inwardly he is cackling in glee. A lot of the Jounins are gonna want him as an apprentice, but Hayate and Yugao are gonna go nuts to have him for a Kinjutsu spar. Naruto has experience surpassing Hashirama now, thanks to those bounty hunting missions, Mizuki mused, but heard someone screech saying Naruto cheated. Sakura, Naruto didn't cheat, he used elemental chakra, something you forgot to study up on, since you are focusing on someone who has no interest in you fangirls at all. Deadpanned Mizuki, but this made the fangirls screech in denial. Asha's voice boomed, "If you damn disgraces of a kunoichi do not shut the fuck up, I'm gonna melt you bitches to goo with my lava jutsu if you don't shut the hell up." Naruto grinned viciously as the fangirls squeak in fear and cower because of the purple aura waving around her, but start sweating when they see a grinning demon mask snarling at them. Hokage, tower . Anko's face slowly splits into a dark grin that made the males shiver in fear. "Oh Hokage-sama, this girl is definitely like me. I'm thinking of taking her and Naruto as my team." This makes them pale at Anko having a mini-her. Kurenai protests, "Anko-chan, I am taking her so she can get away from that perverted filth, ah," cried out Kurenai as she was slapped upside the head by someone. She looks at Anko, who is shaking her head pointing behind her. Kurenai gulps and looks at the blank face of Fasha with her black eyes boring into her. "What was that you were saying about my Naruto-kun?" Jounin-san, Naruto-kun is never perverted, and do you know what he said, and I quote, "It will be absolute blizzard before he acts like Iro-sen, and you know him as Jiraiya." Asha said in a sickening sweet voice. This made everyone's jaw drop and Danzo raise an eyebrow in respect for Naruto. Like him, he despises Jiraiya for his perversion. Kurenai bows her head. "I'm sorry Fasha-chan, it's just that I have many colleagues thinking women are too weak to be ninja." Kurenai said in a somber tone. This causes Fasha's eyes to soften and tell her not to listen to their petty insults about things they don't know about. Asha teleports back into class with Naruto to begin the 3 basic academy jutsu. Back at the academy . Naruto is leaning back in his seat with his arms crossed, eyes closed, waiting for his turn, but cracks an eye open when he feels someone snuggle against him and sees Fasha smiling in content, causing him to raise an eyebrow in wonder, but then smiles. Looks like she knows I have feelings for her and is waiting for me to confess. I guess I should make it earlier than I mentioned, don't worry. Fasha-chan, this date will something to remember. Naruto delcared in his mind but wakes up Fasha telling her she's up next. Asha Kurai. Fasha gets out of her seat and walks into the exam room for the test. Iruka nods. Perform the 3 academy jutsu for your grade. Asha nods and does the 3 jutsu in a span of 3 seconds, but the kawarimi makes Sakura float in the air and fall on her head, making the guys snicker. Iruka gets his laughter under control and smiled extra credit for doing all 3 with no hand seals and execution. I'm sure Naruto, and you will have a excellent date after school," said Iruka in a parental voice. Asha smiles and walks back to her seat, but punches Kiba out the window when he tries to grope her ass. "Sorry Mutt, only the one I love is allowed, and it's not that weakling Uchiha in Sasaka." Fasha smiles as Naruto comes out with a smirk, meaning he got top scores. Hokage, tower . The Sandaime is having an internal struggle about Minato's words about Naruto. His senseis never used Jinchuriki as weapons, but Minato's words disgusted him, thinking of trying to use a baby to make the leaf stronger right then, and there a fire blazed within his eyes that made the clan head smirk. Looks like the god of Shinobi is back and ready to play. Sarutobi bites his thumb drawing blood and flips through hand seals and slams his palm down. Fuchius no Jutsu. In a poof of smoke a messenger monkey appears as Hiruzen gives it a message, an apology to Fasha and Naruto. Inwardly, he is disappointed in Minato, thinking Jinchurikas are only weapons to be used. He knows Minato got that village's savior shit from Jiraiya. This made him narrow his eyes sharply at the stupidity of his student in believing prophecies. Sarutobi lit his pipe with a low-level Kaiten jutsu and smiles, sadly thinking of his stupidity of listening to a stupid wish, and looks at the academy roster and chuckles. Looks like Naruto and Fasha will be the kunoichi and rookie of the year. No way in hell is that Uchiha brat gonna get special treatment just because he is a Uchiha, and I will make it up to both of you. I wonder if Naruto and Fasha will be interested in being apprentices to Hayate and Yugao, plus I'm sure he has been teaching his girlfriend Kinjutsu. Time skip 3 years equals. 3 years have passed for the Saiyan duo. Both trained themselves in their Kai and chakra abilities and became beyond cage level during these years. Naruto and Fasha reconciled with Sarutobi and learned the old man has changed his mindset about Minato and helped him get back to his original level. Naruto training also allowed him to achieve his second stage, and Fasha achieved the first stage and increased their power levels to godly heights in their normal state. Both are at 20 million and have enough strength to kill a full-grown man with a chakra strike to the chest and have placed seals on themselves, making them completely immune to all genjutsu. Naruto experimented with combining lightning and earth chakra, achieving the explosive release, making his taijutsu style more deadly due to the tiniest touch, taking a limb off his opponent's body, and mastered his Doten Raiten and Futen elements to such a degree his control makes the Nidames look like a circus trick. Managing to mimic Shukaku's and abilities with his Doten element from the stealing the forbidden scroll of Suna. Naruto made his own spy network using his Kai clones to make them more durable and longer lasting all over the countries, keeping tabs on the nations and this new organization Akatsuki, composed of 10 S-ranked criminals. Naruto snorts at this. He has been doing SS rank bounties with Fasha, both of them won't even need to go Super Saiyan to destroy this organization, but the thing that ticks him off is the pair going after him is Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. If those dumbasses think I'm going to fall to genjutsu and chakra exhaustion, they are sadly mistaken. I have trained my mind and chakra network to be flexible and immune to foreign chakra intrusions, plus I could just reverse the genjutsu on them, and I am getting annoyed with Kurenai-sen's constant man-hating ways. If she gives me that look one more time I'm gonna show her one of my genjutsu, thought Naruto. He is walking to the academy, 3 boxes in his hand, but before he went further, he stepped to the side just as a black blur smashed into the ground and smirked, waving his finger in a scolding tone. For shame, Fasha-chan, I thought you knew me better than that, said a smirking Naruto. Fasha coughs and pouts cutely. Moo, Naruto-kun, why must you play hard to get? We have been dating for 3 years now, said Fasha with a dreaded puppy dog eyes, hoping he would change his mind. The Kunoichi are smirking, thinking this male is like all the others. When faced with the puppy dog eyes, the guys are looking at Naruto with pity, thinking another one fallen prey to the eyes, but smirk at Naruto's face. Naruto looks at Fasha's eyes with a blank look, cocking his eyebrow upward, saying, "Is that the best you got, Fasha-chan?" making the guys bow to him, chanting Naruto-sama. Naruto-sama making him blink, but then smirk to the other Kunoichi with a look saying, "Sorry girls, I am not submissive like the rest of these guys in this village," making them fume, not wanting the males to gain courage. They thought of reporting this to Narashino, but then realized this kid is immune to feminine charm and seduction and slumped defeated. "Boy, Fasha-chan, catch." Naruto threw one of the boxes at Fasha, watching her catch it. "It's breakfast for at the academy," he said, jumping towards the academy casually, and Fasha follows his lead. Fasha looks toward Naruto. "So Naruto-kun, who do you think will be on the team's Kami? I hope I do not get put on a team with Kiba the emo or those fangirls." Shuddering when Kiba was mentioned, that asshole rubbed her the wrong way. Naruto glances at her. "I asked Sandai Moji-sen about it and he said I will be an apprentice to Heiichiku and you to Anko Mitarashi." Fasha careful around her, she likes to cause trouble when it comes to couples. Naruto warned Fasha, who nodded but stopped on a large rooftop, making Fasha look at him curiously. Fasha floated down to him. "Naruto-kun, what's wrong? Is there something the matter?" she asked in concern for her boyfriend. Naruto sighed and looked at Fasha's eyes, making her gasp at the love and affection his eyes carry. "Fasha-chan, I was always wondering, why do you love a guy like me?" Naruto asked in a quiet voice, but falls over as Fasha cries into his shirt. "You baka, I love you because of your determination and your caring, loving attitude. Not once did you kill out of vengeance or hate, only to protect your precious people. That's what I will always love you for." Fasha smiled tearfully. Naruto is shocked. He lifts Fasha's chin up, staring into her teary eyes, and kissed Fasha on the lips with all the passion and emotion his body possessed, making her heart flutter and slowly close her eyes and lean into the kiss. Naruto licks her lips, asking for entrance. She complies, and his tongue engages hers in a dominance war, but she lost quickly and became a moaning, quivering mess. He pulls back him and Fasha, breathing heavily with a blush on their faces. "I love you, Naruto-kun, I will always, but if you want I will share you with another girl who loves you for you only, not power." Fasha said with conviction in her voice. Naruto grins. "Oh Fasha-chan, I didn't think you would allow it. I'm pretty sure my fangirls are gonna try and challenge you for my love, haha." He roared with laughter at the possessive nature of Fasha. Fasha huffed. "I will never lose to some fangirl. The only one who will be allowed is if she can fight me on equal ground. Now let's get to the academy, Naruto-kun," she said cheerily. Naruto snorts. No doubt the fangirls are gonna hollering about someone stealing their Naruto-kun, thought Naruto as he and Fasha dashed to the academy, but before they left they detected several chakra signatures watching them under a cloaking jutsu, but ignore them. Leaf, academy . Naruto and Fasha walked to class, hands in his pockets with Fasha's arms circled around his, with headphones in his ear listening to his iPod. What a ninja loves music, don't like it, don't read. He can still hear other things even with music in his ears. Both stop and open the door, taking no mind of the glares the fangirls and fanboys shot them, and sat down with Fasha in his lap snuggling in his chest. Iruka and Mizuki see the jealous glares and smirk. Provoke a Tauto at your own health and risk an ass kicking, thought the two instructors. Who were about to quiet them down, but look at Kiba and Sasuke stomping up to Naruto and Fasha, but step back as Naruto slowly draws Tensa's Zangetsu from his sheath, holding it in a threatening manner at their manhoods, making both squeak in terror and move back to their seats, throwing glares at Naruto. Naruto shakes his head while stroking Fasha's tail, making her moan, causing girls to glare at her harder. My moan is sexier than her, that should be me in Naruto-kun's lap, were the fangirls' thoughts, but one blonde Yamanaka had to open her big mouth. Naruto baka, quit harassing Fasha, you damn hentai, said a bitchy Yamanaka. Yamanaka, Fasha is my mate, why do you think she is in my lap, you damn gossip queen? Naruto deadpanned. Ino and the others gawked, but the fangirls whined, no fair, she already took Naruto-kun, it should be me, not Fasha baka. The fangirls whined inwardly, glaring hot kunai at a smug-looking Fasha, but Naruto and the other guys gained a giant sweat drop. Yamanaka, why exactly are you interested in me and Fasha-chan's life? I would appreciate it if you and your friends butt out of our personal lives. He replied in an ice-cold voice, betraying any emotion. They could have sworn they saw his eyes turn into the Sharingan, but passed it off as nothing, but Sasuke thought they had power that didn't belong to them. Ino and the other rabid Sasuke fangirl shivered at his voice, it was like looking into the eyes of a Biju, but more dangerous. Before things could escalate further, Iruka and Mizuki announced testing will be starting for Rookie and Kinwaichi of the year. I am just gonna skip it to the Jutsu testing, explaining the other test is a waste of my time. Sasuke-cha, come up. Iruka drawled nonchalantly, making Sasuke fume at the uninterested tone in his voice. Sasuke strodes to Iruka arrogantly, making a vein bulge in his head at the audacity of this brat. Naruto, I stand corrected, this kid is plain annoying as hell, he would stab anyone in the back for power. Iruka thought as Sasuke stood beside him. Okay Sasuke, show the class any jutsu you have in your arsenal, depending on your performance you get extra credit, depending on its rank you may start. Iruka said and walked to stand beside Fasha and the others. Sasuke smirked arrogantly and flipped through hand seals, stopping on the Tiger Seal Katen Gakakyu no Jutsu. Sasuke expelled a fireball 20 centimeters from his mouth, scorching the training dummies into charred remains. The fangirls squealed, making a vein bulge on Naruto's head, making every guy step away, slowly seeing a black and red aura manifest behind Naruto that formed a Hanyu mask resembling the Shinigami, until he turned to the fangirls and roared. Will you fucking bitches shut the fuck up with your damn squealing and screeching, it's getting on my motherfucking nerves, and if you do it one more time I will fucking drop every last one of you into a fucking snake pit in the forest of death, got that? He roared at them, making the fangirls cower in fear, but making Fasha and those who despise fangirls grin viciously. Hokage, tower . Anko and the other Jounin gaped at the threat. Naruto said they knew he hated fangirls just like them, but even they wouldn't do that to them, that's beyond sadistic and cruel. Please, if it was up to me I would have thrown them in the S-class sector of the forest. Asuma turned toward Kurenai. Kurenai, do you really want to piss Naruto off now because you think he shouldn't be this strong from his own hard work? He replied in a dry tone, but inwardly he was impressed he could do damn good work for I&T department. Kurenai huffs, I am a Jounin, he is nothing but an inexperienced genin. She arrogantly said, but stopped as the other Jounin excluding Kakashi stared at her with a look that said, are you really that stupid? She told them to explain. Sarutobi told her that Naruto and Fasha were given permission from him to take bounty and high-rank missions outside the village he assigned. Kurenai gawked at him. Sir, are you sure that was wise to send them on those dangerous missions? She said. Sarutobi gave her a blank look. Kurenai, those two took out nearly every SS rank bounty in every country and did missions even our Anbu would fail. Plus, have you seen the new additions to the bingo book? Turn to page 45 and see why, he said in a blunt tone. Everyone looked at the page he recommended and paled at the information they found, but it was Asuma that broke the silence. Kami, these kids are deadly. Naruto Kurai. Age 14. Height 5'9". Rank Academy student. Eye color amber gold. Ninjutsu beyond cage level, strength surpasses Tsunade Senju's without chakra. Ninjutsu beyond cage level, possesses Bakuten Shakuten and Enten bloodlines and can use Doten like the Kazuki uses his Setetsu. Ninjutsu beyond cage level, able to release pressure from striking his sword at a very fast speed. Ninjutsu beyond cage level, his Jinjutsus are more lethal than Madara Uchiha's and has the ability to reverse them back on their casters, avoid looking into his eyes. Fuinjutsu beyond cage level is rumored to have surpassed Uzumaki Kushina in Fuinjutsu and obtained the Hiraishin no Jutsu. If you encounter him, do not engage, flee for your fucking lives. Rank Z rank. Titles Kuroi Senku Legendary Super Saiyan and Moon Fang. Pasha Kurai. Age 14. Height 5'7". Rank Academy Student. Eye color black. Ninjutsu Beyond Cage Level possesses the same strength as Naruto Kurai. Ninjutsu Beyond Cage Level due to using 4 elements and love all Kekai Genkai. Ninjutsu NA, haven't seen her using a sword yet. Ninjutsu Beyond Cage Level, same as her husband rumored to have the Sharingan. Yu Ninjutsu Beyond Cage Level, a mistress in Jikiken Ninjutsu is capable of using it for training. Titles Black Death Moon Mistress and K's no Senku. Warning flee on sight if she's alone if with Naruto Kurai do not let them find you. Rank SSSS. Kurenai and the others are paler than Orochimaru. They could not believe these two are so deadly but are so young, but the Sandaime just grins mischievously. Also both of them are equal in experience to Salamander Hanzo, but I'm proud of them for surpassing this old man. It fills me with pride to see such young people surpassing the old, wouldn't you agree? Hey Yugao. He said cheekily as two people walk. Kakashi protests Sandaime-sama, are you serious? Naruto would find this insulting. I recommend him for Jounin rank since he has the experience. He said gaining suspicious looks from others making him sigh in sadness. He looks up at the Sandaime and replies in a quiet voice, Sandaime-sama, I do not hate him anymore. I learned the truth that he is not a Jinchuriki. I realized my mistakes and never got to know him. I'm just asking for redemption. By giving him my support my father would have done the same. Kakashi finishes in a sad tone as the Sandaime's eyes soften, but before he could say anything Naruto and Fasha appear in front of him. Naruto sighs, Kakashi, me and Fasha forgive you, we already know your mind was in shambles and waited for you to get rid of your hatred, now we can start over, how about it Nai-san? Naruto said to Kakashi, who starts to shed tears in joy. Thank you Itato, I promise I won't let my hate cloud my mind anymore. Kakashi replied happily as the atomosphere in the room lightens up. I recommend Naruto and Fasha for Jounin as well, being genin would not be fitting for them. Said the Sandaime to Naruto and Fasha, who accept 2 Kuzutmai's Jounin vests. Naruto's was black and red and Fasha's was pure white. Both of them look at Sarutobi. Thank you grandfather, I promise the both of us will wear these with pride. Replied Naruto in a voice with happiness, making his Oji-san smile at his surrogate grandson and granddaughter. Naruto gets an idea and grins a grin similar to Ankus Najai-san, why don't you and the others shunshin to the academy and see you in ninjutsu with Yuja? He said and vanishes in a flash of black and red lightning, impressing Kakashi and the Sandaime. Well, you heard him, I wanna see his ninjutsu with my own eyes. Kakashi said, shunching in a swirl of leaves to the academy with the others following. Academy present time. Naruto looks around and sees the Hokage and the others grinning just as Iruka sees them and asks what are they doing here. My grandson Naruto asked to watch him and Fasha, it seems both have elemental Kekai Genkai. Naruto will be showing the explosive release since both were secretly Jounin. I had them observe the academy, Sarutobi explained, making others gawk at Naruto while Sasuke is fuming first. This loser has power that doesn't belong to him and now he has a multiple elemental Kekai Genkai that should be mine. Thought a furious Uchiha who is glaring with jealousy. Naruto walks up to the target dummy and concentrates Raiten and Doten chakra into his finger and pokes the center Bakuten Jiraken. He said as the dummy explodes violently, causing others except experienced nin to cover their eyes and watch the dust clear and gawk at the destruction Naruto caused. Iruka picks his jaw off the ground, claps with a Jounin, well done Naruto, you get extra mark from Master Use in chakra, combining, now let's see what Fasha has to show us. Fasha nods and said, Hokage-sama, I am going to be howing something only used by the Kai part of chakra, so stand back. She said in a serious tone, making everyone back up and watch as something black looking like a spiral appear in her one hand. This is something I based off of the principles of the Rasengan and this I only 15% of its power. Black spiral wave. Roared Fasha as the ground is blasted apart by the black wave, many are amazed and terrified by its power. Like Kami, this girl made a 25 feet wide crater from just 15% of its power, that's equal to a B-rank jutsu at full power. The Jounin thought in their minds. A certain dark-haired emo sees this and gets a look of greed seen only by Naruto, making him narrow his eyes dangerously at Sasuke. I'm watching you team, lay one hand on my mate, I will turn you into a fucking corpse. Naruto said inwardly as he blasts Sasuke with Genin level killing intent, but was like Cage level, making Sasuke see visions of his death and look around frivolously for the user. Sarutobi walks up to Naruto and Fasha and produces 2 red headbands with the kanji for fire engraved on the metal. I congratulate you on gaining Rookie of the Year and Kinoichi of the Year, Naruto Kurai and Fasha Kurai, my new elite Jounin, but you will be still trained by your assigned Jounin Yugao and Heijaku. He said at his smiling Jounin. Naruto and Fasha dash home in good spirits, never minding the angered gazes of civilians and council member and sleep, knowing a lot of good things will come in the future, but will also wait for Vegeta to come here and kill him. I shall how you the power of the legendary Super Saiyan Vegeta and make Frieza pay. Naruto declared in his mind, holding Fasha as a lover would in his sleep. Things will be getting intereating for the Saiyan duo, but they will take these challenges head on to protect their pre-Saiyan people, even if they have to destroy their own race to do it. Somewhere in space 4 weeks from Earth. This pod is on a course for Earth. The last place a different colored pod was spotted going to. The man investigating is 5'7" in height, has the build of a fighter. Regular Saiyan armor, long spiky black hair and obsidian eyes filled with arrogance and superiority. This is Raditz, a low-class Saiyan sent to Earth and capture Fasha, and the baby Naruto. Raditz ignored the part about the baby's power level and thought it was a fluke. He was also told Fasha will be used as a breeding stock for the Saiyans to increase their numbers. He thought it was going to be easy, but what he doesn't know is that he will be against a legend reborn and he will learn why you never mess with a Saiyan's mate. Time skip 2 weeks later. Clangs of metal could be heard throughout the training ground. 42, two figure could be seen teleporting, repeatedly attacking each other with weapons and fists. The two figures jump back 10 feet from each other, panting heavily. One figure has long black hair, black jeans with a black and white checkered belt, black sleeveless bodysuit with her headband tied on her waist. This is Fasha Kurai, one of the youngest jounin to be a SSSS rank threat in the bingo book, a model kunoichi to all others across the country of Hai no Kuni, but Iwa becomes angered at this. Especially at her title using the jutsu of the man that nearly destroyed their village, but what terrified them was Naruto Kurai. He is the first shinobi to gain Z rank status, a boy no older than 14, achieved a rank higher than Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, and add on to that he knows the Hiraishin no jutsu and mastered it in 2 years. Naruto smiles while panting, Fasha-chan, I think we are needed at the tower now, let's finish this with one attack. Fasha nods, hi Naruto-kun, let's finish this in one blow. She said and cupped her hands, pulling them back while a black bowl of kai surrounded with black and white lightning ignites in her hand. Naruto does the same, except his looks bigger and more compressed than hers. Both look into each other's eyes and not a single leaf falls from the tree and lands on the ground in that instant. Both unleash their attacks. Giant dark spiral wave. Black dragon wave. Both attacks collide, neither gaining the advantage. Both fighter push more power into their attacks, making the ground around them crack and explode till the beam struggle ends in a draw, exploding at the middle, both flying back and landing on the ground. The blast left a huge crater in the training grounds, a testament to the deadliness of the attack. Both got up shakily and sit down next to each other after using their Doten element to fix the area back and pop a bean they had stored in their pouch into their mouths and feel their reserves instantly refilled and injuries gone. These beans are something Fasha and Naruto made together using a mixture of herbs and properites of the chakra and food pill, giving it instant healing properties. They told Sarutobi about it, but he let them keep it since they made it. Naruto stands up and rolls the kinks out of his muscles, with Fasha doing the same, and teleport to the Hokage tower for urgent mission. They felt that something would be coming to this village, but not ninja, they could feel it just when and where. Hokage tower. Sarutobi is looking at a message from the leader of Team 7, left 2 days ago on a C-rank mission, but encountered the Oni Kaidai C-rank, missing Nin from Kurigakure no Sado, for helping in the failed assassination of the Yonde Mizukage, and were captured in Wave Country, but what made him worry is that Zabuza Mamachi A-rank, missing Nin Kurigakure no Kijin, was hired by Gato to assassinate the client Tazuna, so right now he is debating who to send and suddenly remembers Naruto Fasha, and Team 9 is off duty at the moment. But before he could call Anbu, the people he had in mind walked in and was about to ask for a D rank, but Sarutobi cut him off. Naruto Fasha, Team 9, I received a request for backup on a C rank turned S rank mission to Wave Country. Apparently the client lied about the missions and encountered the Oni Kaidai and Mamachi's Abusa. These developments have turned this into a S rank mission, you are right. Now to go to Wave Country to assist Team 7 with a mission. Naruto Fasha and Guy will take over since Kakashi will be incapacitated. Now go, time is of the essence. Naruto and the others nodded and dashed with great speed toward the gates, heading for their objective and provide help to Team 7. Kakashi, hang on, me and the others are on our way, just hang on for a while, we should make it there in a few hours at full speed. Naruto thought and upped his speed so much he is leaving after images. What he doesn't know is that the team is in trouble right now. Wave Country Bridge. Clangs of metal could be heard throughout the mist on the bridge as two figures could be seen blurring from one spot to another. Kakashi recovered quicker than he thought thanks to the senzu bean Naruto gave him and was able to get back to full strength and is right now panting heavily from low chakra and blood loss. Suddenly Kakashi blocks a slash from Zabuza's Zanbatsu, but is losing the struggle. Kakashi realizes he will not come out of this alive and closes his eyes. Atato-sensei or Inabito, I'm sorry, I wasn't strong enough, Kakashi thought, but is suddenly snapped out of his thoughts by a red blur spin kicking Zabuza in the chest so hard it causes a shockwave to disperse the mist, making things clearer. Naruto Looks at Kakashi and places his palm on his injuries as his hand glows green, closing the wounds up instantly. Kakashi sighing in relief looks to see Guy and Fasha arriving with an unconscious Asuke and Sakura in their arms making him sigh, but his eye widens when he is worried about the safety of Inari and the others. Naruto shakes his head, don't worry about the others, I left a few Kai clones to guard the house, and the client's family now rest and let me take care of Zabuza, he needs to learn to never mess with family. Naruto said as he unsheathed Tensa and walked to where Zabuza is. Zabuza spit out a couple of teeth and glared venomously at Naruto, how dare this brat strike me, after I'm done with him I'm gonna carve his friends up nice and slow while he watches. Zabuza thought, but his senses were flaring dangerously and ducked as a earth bullet sailed overhead as he spun swinging his sword in a arc at Naruto's neck, but is shocked as Naruto blocked his sword with one finger. Is that all Mamachi, I thought I would get a good workout. Naruto drawled in a bored tone making Zabuza growl and tries to overpower Naruto, but to his shock Naruto's sword hasn't budged a bit. Naruto sighs and snatches someone out of the air by their neck and looks to see a boy in a Kiri Hunter Nin outfit. The boy tries to stab Naruto in his neck using Eye Senbon, but is shocked when they just break on contact. Naruto looks at Haku with a cold look in his eye, I have trained my body to withstand insane amounts of damage, Senbon won't even scratch me, say your praise, may Kami have mercy on your soul, fool. Naruto yelled as he tried to snap Haku's neck, but it turns out to be a water clone. Zabuza tries to attack him, but Naruto makes a one-handed hand seal Futanatsugai. A dome of wind was expelled from Naruto's mouth blasting Zabuza, but he was able to do a replacement with a log. Naruto coats his blade with Enten chakra, causing black flames to wrap around it. Zabuza tries to break his blade, but Naruto's Daido cuts into the Zanbato slicing it in two. Suddenly Naruto, Haku and Zabuza hear clapping and look toward the end of the bridge and see a midget dressed in a business suit backed by 100 thugs. Daido smirked arrogantly, well Zabuza, you failed me again, you call yourself a demon, you are nothing but a baby demon, I wasn't planning on paying you anyway, Shinobi cost too much anyway. He said, causing Zabuza to growl and Naruto to look at him with an icy stare, making him nervous. Naruto told Zabuza to watch and learn as he takes out a familiar tri-prong kunai, making him pale at the man who he fought the Kurai Senku. He thought he was lucky to be spared. Naruto throws the kunai and activates the duplication seal, causing them to multiply, striking and injuring some of the mercenaries, but before they could collect themselves all they saw was a black and white flash, before seeing their heads leave their bodies. Naruto reappears next to Zabuza and Haku in a black and white flash. Naruto channels chakra to the seal making the kunai reappear back in his hand, while he looks towards Zabuza and Haku, get out of here, you have a dream, don't use Zabuza to revive Kiri, but do it for your precious people not yourself, and treat Haku like a son, he deserves that much from you. Zabuza looks shocked by this, but agrees. Haku looks shocked as well, but before he can protest Zabuza beats him to it. Haku, for too long have I called you a tool, but now I am happy to call you my son. Haku hugs Zabuza sobbing quietly. Naruto smiles, you know Konoha could use a ninja like you, both of you could finally not have to run from Hunter Nin anymore besides me, and Fasha need a sparring partner. He chirped in excitement of an all-out Kenjutsu fight. Haku and Zabuza nod and walk back to the house, but before they go Naruto snaps his head toward the sky, frowning inwardly, looks like they might be arriving earlier than expected. DCH seems Vegeta and Frieza thought I would be easy, too bad I don't always fight at full strength, he smirks fierily, this guy only has a power level 1000, gotta remember to thank Fash-chan for upgrading our scouters and teaching me how to sense energy signatures, just in case I don't have it. Naruto thought, staring intently at the sky before he hears Zabuza call his name and walks with them back to the house, knowing that the signature will reach this planet in a week's time, but he and Fasha will be ready. Time skip 5 days later. Naruto is standing together with Zabuza, Haku and others outside, with Tazuna looking proudly at the completed bridge, along with a crying Inari, who is mentally thanking whatever deity that was able to stop Geto and let his dad's spirit rest in peace. Naruto smiles fondly at the children looking at him with admiration and awe and sweat drops when he gets looks of lust from female married couples and old, but Fasha shoots them ki-filled glares, making them flinch and back off, causing Naruto to chuckle with mirth dancing in his amber gold eye. Tazuna looks at the Jounin and bows Konoha Nin, I appreciate your help with Geto and construction of the bridge. IRB declare you heroes of wave and a statue in honor of the one who stopped Geto. Tazuna yelled as the others turned to see a statue of Naruto with his sword pointing straight as if challenging to a duel, while his left hand held a tri-prong kunai held in a reverse grip. Naruto looks at the statue with appreciation and happiness in his eyes. Fasha Kakashi see this and smile at him, finally getting recognized. Naru-kun Naru Atado. Thought a smiling Fasha and Kakashi, but 3 people didn't like it that the redhead was doing better than them in their minds, he was supposed to be weaker than them and stay that way. Sasuke, Sakura and Kiba were trying to burn holes in Naruto's head by glaring, but before they can retort a voice said, "I would advise you little runts to watch who you are glaring at before I have to beat that defiance out of you." They turned to see Naruto looking at them with a cold look saying, "Go ahead, give me a reason." This caused them to shiver from the coldness in his eyes. It was like he was judging them for execution, and he wasn't even using killing intent. Asha sees this and gives them a feral smirk, making Kiba and Sakura shake like a leaf with them sweating bullets. They were terrified of Naruto and Fasha, but see Sasuke go for his kunai and try to backstab Naruto, but before that. Naruto blurred behind Sasuke using wind chakra and grabbed his neck, instantly applying a chakra lock seal on contact, while squeezing his neck tightly bringing Sasuke eye level to him, with his eyes flashing gold with annoyance, but in his mind, he has concluded that the boy doesn't like it when others have more power than him and will betray for the promise of power. Naruto moved him and closer and whispered in his ear, "Listen and listen well, Uchiha, I am stronger than you and always will be, I will be watching you, but know that if you decide to betray the village all because of your stinking pride, then there will be one less Uchiha in this world, got it?" He growled threateningly at Sasuke, why is sweating with a pale face, while stuttering out why yes sir Naruto-sensei. He said as Naruto removed the seal from him while giving him an acknowledging nod and walks back with the others running full speed toward Konoha, but not before he gave a venomous glare towards Naruto. "Soon that power shall be mine and all will bow before me." Oh poor deluded fool. Time skip 3 weeks later. Walking through the village, Naruto lets out an annoyed sigh as he looked at the sky with a flicker of disinterest at a fight with one of his and Fasha's kind, but he already deduced that this one was either sent by Frieza as a scout or by Vegeta to capture him and Fasha or get them to join him. That thought made him scoff like that fool Vegeta could match up to him in a decade, even in his Zera form, he could still obliterate the Saiyan prince, and he thinks he can become a Super Saiyan with such a black heart he has. Naruto thinks back on his Super Saiyan forms he has learned to control both his first and second form to stay active for months and grins at his accomplishments. He can already see Vegeta's shocked face when he sees that a female Saiyan achieved it. This causes him to chuckle humorously. Naruto suddenly thinks back on a certain information he heard from Fasha about another warrior race called Namekians on a different planet that hated Frieza like he and Fasha did on a planet called Namek that holds the Namekian Dragon Balls that allows the summoner 3 wishes. That alone made Naruto interested, but he knows Frieza wishes to seek them only to gain immortality. Naruto scoffed at this. The only ones with true immortality are him and Fasha, since Madara's chakra mixed had some of the Kyuubi's chakra mixed in it, along with his regenerating qualities. Naruto estimated they would stop aging at 21 and continue to stay in their prime. This causes him to be sad, since he and Fasha will outlive their friends and families, but cheer up, since they could just wish them back. Naruto stops and activates his scouter and raises an eyebrow at the additional signatures. Seems he decided to bring 2 extras. Power levels are 1000, 5000 and 45,000. He probably told Vegeta about our location, but no worries, since only Fasha can match me, they won't stand a chance. Also I need to check on my spaceship project. Naruto thought as he pressed a button on his scouter that allows him to speak to Fasha. "Yes Naruto-kun, what is it?" asked Fasha curiously, but hears Naruto let out an annoyed grunt. "It seems the princess has found us after all," he replied sarcastically, and hears Fasha giggle at the nickname he gave Vegeta and lets out a sigh, knowing Frieza will find them if he gets past the cloaking barriers. "Naruto-kun, do you want help with them?" Fasha asked with a sigh. Naruto sighs and gives this guy a half-lidded stare. "No, this pompous asshole needs to be put in his place." Naruto drawled coldly, making Fasha shiver. She almost felt sorry for the Saiyan prince. Almost. 5 mins from Earth. Vegeta feels a shiver of dread and looks around. That feeling did not bode well. It's like someone is out to make me suffer. Not even Frieza was able to induce such a feeling, thought the Saiyan prince, but shrugs it off and looks toward Earth with the objective of passing judgment on the 2 Saiyans that his father told him about on his last breath. Vegeta turns an arrogant look toward it, thinking these 2 are nothing, but low class should be easy for Raditz to beat. Oh, is he and the others in for a big surprise concerning a certain Saiyan? Forest of Death entrance. Naruto is dressed with his shinobi clothes, white pants covered by a red sash, a black red trimmed vest covering a sleeveless dark blue shirt with the kanji for Legendary Saiyan etched on the back. That clings to his muscular and lean frame with black bracers with seals for absorbing Kai and blood red boots that have a white jewel in the middle, with Tensa's Anjetsu sitting in his lap and leaf headband holding up his bangs covering his left eye, while his red scouter is attached to right eye standing on the air. He suddenly cracks an eye open as 3 figures crashes down 10 feet from the entrance and watches as they open, revealing 3 figures. The first one is 5'7" muscular build Saiyan armor with black and brown greaves and boots. His hair is black and spiky cascading down his back as his eyes shone with bloodthirst and greed and lust. That made Naruto frown and disgusted him. No doubt this asshole is after Fasha. The next one could be described as a giant of the group 6'4" in height, no hair with a goatee, and black onyx eyes showing the same emotions Raditz has, and sees anger in them. His body could be described as a bodybuilder, only power and brute strength. He wears black and yellow Saiyan armor, with the same attire as Raditz, with his tail looped around his waist. The last person made Naruto narrow his eye under his hair, spiky black hair onyx eyes that hold untold amounts of pride, arrogance and cruelty, and power hungry just like his father. He is wearing blue bodysuit, white boots with Saiyan armor that had the crest of the royal family, and white gloves, with his tail looped around his waist like him. Nappa and Raditz. Vegeta looks at Nappa and Raditz. Nappa scanned the surroundings for that low-class trash Naruto. He should be around here and bring him to me. He said with arrogance and haughtiness that made the Saiyan they are looking for turn his ferocious golden eyes into a cold gaze, deciding it is time to announce his presence by spiking his killing intent around the area. Vegeta and the others stiffen at the feeling of Naruto's killing intent, trying to figure out who could generate such bloodlust and malice, but suddenly hear a voice. Well, look who the lizard sent here for me and Fasha. It's been a long time, Vegeta. The last time I saw you was in the analyst room, checking our power levels. Vegeta and the others snapped their heads toward the voice and found the teenage Naruto sitting cross-legged, floating in the air with a cold gaze in his eye, holding his sheath in his hand, while black and red plasma lightning arcs around his body. Raditz smirks and tries to knock Naruto out from behind, but doubles over, letting out a groan of pain as Naruto swung his sheath at Raditz's ribs, making them crack and roundhouse kick him in the face back down to Nappa and Vegeta. Naruto turns his gaze on him and narrows his uncovered eye. I know who you are, Raditz, and don't think I will be letting you in. Fasha-chan's presents. I will not let some disgusting sexist pig like you touch her. He snarled out as his hair spiked up as the electricity started to arc more in intensity. Vegeta scans his power level and is shocked. 225,000, and this doesn't even look like his full power. He was supposed to be stunted. Vegeta thought as he narrows his eye at Naruto in suspicion. So you have a power level of 225,000, despite being a teen. Thought this impressive at most, but that must be your limit since Fasha wouldn't have been able to teach you properly. Vegeta drawled as a vein bulged on Naruto's forehead, causing Raditz and Nappa to snicker, making the bulge bigger, and his eye twitch violently. Naruto then drawls out coldly, making Nappa and Raditz angry and Vegeta cock an eyebrow. At least I have the skill to back up my power, and not a disgusting low-class bitches like those two, Vegeta. He said, making Nappa and Raditz fume and Vegeta frown at his words that sounded like he hated his race. He spoke in an authoritative voice. Naruto, low class, you are coming back for questioning for abandoning planet Vegeta. Replied Vegeta, causing Naruto to lower his head, his hair shadowing his eyes. All of a sudden Naruto's shoulders start to shake and his black and red aura seeps out, giving him an ominous appearance, but he lets out a scornful chuckle, making Vegeta wince until it grows to a booming laughter that sounded demonic, but all of a sudden his aura flares gold and red. Hiya. Naruto's voice roared as his aura exploded outward and reveals his figure, making Vegeta gasp, and Nappa and Raditz narrow their eyes in wonder as his hair changes to a gold blonde with red streaks and his eyes change to black sclera and blood-red slitted eyes staring them down. Naruto narrows his eyes. This is the reason why your father tried to have his so-called lackeys put a mind control device on me. Because of my high power level as a baby, I was a potential threat to his superiority. I was born that way because of being a descendant to the first legendary Super Saiyan. But this is only my first transformation that I unlocked at age 5, and I trained myself to be able to keep it active for months and years, but I also unlocked Super Saiyan 2, a feat that I was proud to achieve. Naruto said as he unleashed 1% of his aura, making it manifest into the head of an Izaru. Vegeta trembles with anger at this low-class trash who achieved something that was only meant to be for the royal family, his family. Not some no-name trash like Naruto. Naruto suddenly turns his head and smiles. Nice of you to join us, Fasha-chan. I actually thought you weren't going to watch my fight, said Naruto. Vegeta and the others snap their heads toward where Naruto is looking, and this sight makes Vegeta and Nappa boil in rage, and Raditz stare at her with lust, causing Naruto to blast him with killing intent. Asha flies toward Naruto in her Super Saiyan form, golden hair spiked up and intense teal-green eyes. She turns toward the three Saiyans and gives Vegeta and Nappa a cold smile. Well, if it isn't the princess, how's being a henchman to the lizard who killed your father feel? She said as Vegeta shoots a Ki-filled glare, causing Fasha to raise an eyebrow in boredom. Really, Vegeta, the only one who can beat me is Naruto. Your killing intent is nothing but a drop of water in an ocean compared to me and Naruto, but since you are so prideful in thinking women are weak, let me humble you instead. Asha roared as she blanketed the area with killing intent at mid-Saiyan level, causing Vegeta to buckle, Nappa to kneel and Raditz to die from a heart attack, and watches as the light leaves his eyes. Naruto wraps his hands around her waist with his and her eyes glinting coldly, while smiling. Oh my, it seems Raditz couldn't handle your killing intent, causing his heart to explode. Oh well, it seems he never was meant to be strong. Naruto said, making Fasha giggle in a creepy fashion, scaring the crap out of Vegeta and Nappa. This woman is a monster, not even Frieza is this cruel to his men, but how a woman shouldn't even be able to gain the power of a Super Saiyan. Vegeta's ranted in his mind. Naruto removes his arms from Fasha's waist, making her pout cutely at Naruto, who plants a kiss on her forehead with her cheeks gaining a pink hue and walk down shyly. Remind you of anyone, guys? Naruto looks at Vegeta and Nappa and clenches his fists until they pop. Now I hope you guys put up a good fight because you are going to pay for your father's transgressions, Vegeta. Naruto roared and vanished with a black blur after images flowing behind him. Nappa tries to get in close and overpower but makes a crucial mistake of letting Naruto strike him and gets electrocuted, making him kneel. My fighting style utilizes the palms, feet and fists as weapons and allows me to channel my elemental energy to cause damage, and lightning is my favorite because of its many uses. Nappa glares at Naruto with hate in his eyes. He will not allow this disgrace of a Saiyan to mock him. You damn brat, I am a Saiyan elite, I will not allow some low-class garbage mock me. Snarled Nappa, but suddenly feels someone standing on his head. He looks up to see Naruto standing calmly on his head with a blank look on his face. This causes Nappa to let out a scream of rage and tries to smash Naruto by grabbing his feet, leaving his stomach open. Naruto teleports in front of Nappa's guard and channels lightning and earth chakra into his fist, making sure to take him out permanently. Bakuten Jiraken. Naruto roared as he smashes his fist into Nappa's stomach, triggering a massive explosion. The look on Nappa's face was one of extreme horror. Asha looks at the Naruto with lust and feels her nether regions getting wet. Oh, how bad is this torturing her? She needs to mate now. Maybe it's time I give myself to Narukoi. We understand our feelings for each other and love each other. Naruto gives Nappa's smoking carcass an emotionless stare before ducking under a kick from Vegeta, who is frothing at the mouth with rage. You damn piece of low-class trash, I am an elite Saiyan, I am of royal blood, how can you have it when no one in my family did? Vegeta roared in outrage at this commoner who isn't of royal blood, achieving something that only the royal family were capable of achieving. Naruto gave him a cold look. What I gain is not any of your business, you are no better than the damn Uchiha, always thinking everyone should bow down to you. Other Saiyans might have, but not me, and Fasha, I will never live a life of servitude ever. Naruto roared as he landed a roundhouse kick to Vegeta's chest armor, cracking it while sending him out of the village. Naruto follows after him, but stops and frowns as he sees Vegeta use the Blutz wave Fasha told him about. He shakes his head at how arrogant and desperate Vegeta is, like father and son. I guess after no doubt Vegeta heard about the Dragon Balls on Namek. Naruto thought and looks back at Vegeta, who is cackling like a madman as his body starts to grow and enlarge, gaining a snout and sharp teeth, his eyes turning a blood red, and his body increases to 15 feet in height. Naruto stares at the form of Vegeta in wonder. He saw Fasha training this form inside their space pocket and gained control of it. So this is our race's ape form, is it? I wonder if I will able to unlock more of my potential. If I could go beyond, I will have to study this later after the Chunin exams. Thought Naruto, and is suddenly cut from his thoughts, having smack a mouth blast into the air by Vegeta. Vegeta suddenly throws a fast punch at Naruto, impressing Naruto, even though the ape form decreases speed dramatically and increases the power tenfold. But it won't be enough to win against him. He has trained his whole life to fight in different scenarios. Naruto gets an idea on the Rasengan. He remembers it is about chakra and shape manipulation and studied the Haki Kushu from the Hyuga's library. It uses speed and chakra precision to launch air waves at the opponent for a knockout blow or kill blow. Naruto gets into the stance for it and wraps his fists in a blue glowing swirl like the Rasengan and waits for Vegeta to get up, then strikes Tajuu Rasen Kushu. Naruto punches the air 1000 times, sending blue air waves at the chest of the ape form of Vegeta, cracking his armor more and more after each hit until Vegeta starts to get desperate. Naruto stops and widens his eye a bit at the attack Vegeta is using as a purple beam begins enlarging in size and power. No doubt Vegeta is gonna try and destroy the planet with that attack. Naruto sighs and shakes his head at what he is about to do. I'm sorry Vegeta, but you brought this upon yourself. Naruto thought and unsheathes Tensa's black blade and blurs at the speed of sound and sheathes his sword. Click. The loud thud was heard and Vegeta lets out a gasp of pain and loses his concentration on his ultimate attack. He looks at the most horrifying sight that he has ever seen, his pride and mark as a Saiyan. His tail was sliced off and cries out in rage as his body starts to shrink back down to his normal form while panting heavily from exhaustion. But Vegeta lets his anger fuel his body and tries to attack Naruto, who bobs and weaves through his attacks and lands a Raiden-infused punch to his body, paralyzing him moderately, and suddenly is picked up by his armor and brought eye level to Naruto, who had a stony expression on his face. Listen and listen well Vegeta, I will spare you this time not from pity, but because I am trying give you a chance to change, sigh, go back to Frieza's ship and recover, but. Naruto said as his golden eyes dilated into the Iron no Manjikyu making his glare more terrifying. Should you try and attack someone important to me I will show you no mercy and blast you into oblivion, are we clear? Naruto yelled at the end, flooding the area with killing intent, allowing Vegeta to see visions of his death, making him nod rapidly. Naruto sighed and carried and placed Vegeta in his pod and punched in the coordinates for Frieza's ship and bid him farewell. Vegeta choked out, I will not forget this transgression Naruto, you will regret sparing me one day, I will come back and destroy all you hold dear, hahaha. Vegeta laughs and fall unconscious. Naruto walks and deactivates his transformation. He walks to Fire Tower to rest, but is suddenly grabbed and tossed on the bed. He looks up to see the attacker to be Fasha, whose eyes were radiating nothing but love and lust, her golden hair cascading down her back. Naruto blushes as he notices her lack of clothing. Fasha smirks as she sees Naruto blush, knowing she has his attention. Naruto-kun, please make love to me, I can't hold back anymore, I need you. She said with pleading and love in her eyes, causing Naruto to kiss her with passion and love he can muster. Fasha moans in her mouth and leans more into the kiss and wraps her arms around him and starts grinding her pelvis on his cock, making him groan in pleasure. Naruto held a sweat-covered Fasha close to him and bit down on her neck, channeling his Kai, chakra and Kai into it, and he watched as a symbol of his Iron no Manjikyu Sharingan formed, this causing him and Fasha to smile and fall asleep. Nothing could ruin their happiness in life, and he will see to it that they live happy lives, but have a feeling there will be a big fight on their hands tomorrow. Underground base. This place is located under Konoha and is the HQ of Danzo Shimura and his root army. Right now the elders and civilian council is in a debate on what to do about the demon. Sakiri Haruno screeches, Danzo-sama, we must execute the demon, and his whore now the Sandame is even threatening to disband the council, we must avenge the Yondaime. The pink-haired banshee shrill voice sounded, making the others hold their ears, but Kaharu is annoyed at her loud-ass voice, but Danzo speaks before she could retort. I will have my root army surround the home of the demon and his whore in attempt to capture them and start their conditioning as Konoha's weapons. You are allowed to assist, but you are not allowed to kill them. Ordered Danzo. His root Anbu nodded in unison, but the civilians nodded reluctantly. Soon they will get rid of the demon. No one noticed a puff of smoke from a dispersed shadow clone. Hokage Tower. Naruto and Fasha are sitting having a chat with the Sandame when all of a sudden Naruto's eyes glaze over. Fasha sees this and shrugs, but what happened next caused the temperature to drop several degrees. Naruto's eyes held extreme malice. Oji-san, I think it's time we executed the civilians and elders. They are planning a coup in 3 hours, we need to assemble our ninja. He said, and Sarutobi and Fasha nodded. Naruto, I want you to assemble all the Chunin and Jounin. Fasha will take care of the Anbu. I will get my students, now go. Sarutobi ordered. Hi. Fasha and Naruto acknowledged and left in a blur of speed toward the lounge for authorized for Chunin, Jounin and Anbu. Sarutobi activated the reverse summoning seal he placed on Tsunade and Jiraiya and slammed his palm on the desk, summoning them as they both appeared in a puff of smoke. Tsunade and Jiraiya look at their sensei, who had a serious look on his face. Both knew when sensei had this look on him, it means it was time for war. Sarutobi looked at his students. Jiraiya, Tsunade, our village is at civil war. Danzo route and the civilian council are trying to overthrow us. I need you and your summons to appear when Naruto and Fasha initiate the attack on Fire Base, but watch Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha, they are both likely to betray the village just to obtain power. Take these earpieces, they both should allow you to speak to Paha and Naruto only. He said, but Tsunade and Jiraiya pale at the two names he mentioned. Sensei, you have the Kurai no Senku and the Kei's no Senku, two Hiraishin masters in Konoha. This will cause the other nations to feel threatened. We need to have their skills sealed away so we won't get attacked. Jiraiya said in desperation, making Tsunade raise an eyebrow. Jiraiya, are you saying that because they mastered your students' jutsu, or is it the fact that because you can't stand someone younger than you have a higher reputation than the Sannin? Tsunade accused Jiraiya, who felt insulted, but before he could retort the two they were discussing about appeared back in the room, causing Jiraiya to try and kick Naruto, but before he could land a hit, Naruto sidestepped him and pressed a shiatsu point on his back, paralyzing his entire body. Tsunade blinked in shock and amazement. This kid disabled Jiraiya that quickly. Now I can see why he feels threatened. She thought seeing someone years younger than Jiraiya disable him that easy. Naruto had tick on his forehead. Jai-san, is this one of your so-called students? I heard what he said about me, and Fasha, I can say this right now, these are my hard-earned skill, and if he feels threatened by them, he is no better than Sasuke Uchiha. He deadpanned at Jiraiya, who is red in the face, while Sarutobi and Swan deadpanned at Jiraiya as well. I am really starting to agree with Naruto. I think that prophecy crap is getting to his head. Thou Tsunade and Sarutobi. Asha had a vein bulging on her head. Naruto-kun, this is also one of Thai's perverts trying to get a peek at me while we were having fun during mixed bathing day. Fasha explained, but the temperature in the room dropped several degrees as Naruto's eyes dialed into the eternal Manjikyu, making Tsunade freeze and Jiraiya pale at Naruto's glare. Naruto smiled sweetly. Jai-san, please tell your student about the last group of men that tried to peep on me and Fasha had their equipment removed and burned in front of them. Tsunade and Fasha grinned, but Sarutobi winced and Jiraiya started to sweat bullets at the eyes that reminded him of Madara Uchiha. Naruto, how did you get those eyes? I thought only Uchiha had them. Tsunade said as she remembered the things her father mentioned about those eyes and the potential they carried. Naruto sighed, when I was a baby Madara's chakra must have been absorbed by me and Fasha, that was what allowed me and Fasha the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, plus it must have mixed into our Dna and allowed our Sharingan to unlock. Naruto replied. Tsunade and Sarutobi are gobsmacked. They had no idea Madara's residual chakra was still here, but sigh in relief that only these two have it. Also me and Fasha are also masters in Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, Fuinjutsu, Kinjutsu and Ninjutsu. Naruto said proudly, making Jiraiya, Tsunade and Sarutobi's jaws drop. These kids are fucking prodigies, masters in all ninja arts. The three ninja thought. Naruto suddenly looks upward and blurs in a burst speed and they hear a snapping sound. He reappears with a rude Anbu corpse. Jai-san, tell the Anbu and Jounin to spread out and cover the gates and get rid of the civilian council, being led by the Haruno clan. Fasha, you take the Chunin with you to defend the academy. Me, Jiji, Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama will head to the root base where Danzo and the elders will be guarded. Commanded Naruto, getting nods from the people in the room, but Fasha moved to Naruto, swaying her hips, making Naruto, Tsunade and Sarutobi raise eyebrows, while Jiraiya got smacked by Tsunade for leering at Fasha. Fasha said in a seductive tone, if you kill Danzo and his followers without a scratch, I will have a reward for you, Narukoi, and I will tell you it will be pleasurable. Fasha purred, making Naruto's eyes gain a feral dark glint, making Tsunade curse herself for not being younger. Sarutobi and Jiraiya were shaking their heads at this luck bastard. Naruto turned to the others. I think it's time I go give the signal and get my reward. Race you there, Jiji. He said cheekily as he blurred away in a sonic boom. Sarutobi tore off his Hokage attire, leaving him in his battle armor. I am not gonna let some youngster outdo me. He said as he shunshined after Naruto with the others going to their assigned areas. The fight is about to begin. Root HQ. Danzo and his followers watch the Root Anbu suit up and get ready for the coup and take over Konoha, but they suddenly feel a jutsu being used and a booming voice. Ninja Art 0. Everyone had to dodge out of the way when a black and red outlined beam blows a massive hole through the roof, killing a quarter of Danzo's Root Anbu and killing all of the civilian council. Danzo and the elders grit their teeth in anger. Those Anbu were the only protection they had as a defense. Amura suddenly pales and yells, it's the demon, he has found us. Everyone looks up and gasps in horror. Naruto is covered by a blue ethereal warrior, covering Naruto entirely. What caused them to pale was the black flame-covered sword, ready to slash them. They jump out of the way, but only Danzo and his Root survive. Naruto grins as his eyes morph into the Iron no Manjikyu and activates the full Susanoo, eager to start battle. Danzo narrows his one eye sharply at Naruto. So has the demon finally come to submit to its betters? That was the wrong thing to say to a Saiyan. Naruto narrows his eyes and his mouth twists into a vicious scowl, making them jump back in fright. You damn old ass ninja, think you are my betters? No, I had my shadow clone follow you and spy on your meeting. Once it heard everything it dispelled, giving all its information to me. Right, every ninja is killing your Root forces down to the last man, but Oji-san left the rest of you to me. Naruto set and deactivates his Susanoo, causing them to get a bad feeling. They pale when he takes out the kunai of the Yondaime Hokage and watches his throw it into middle of them, but are thrown back as it emits a small shockwave, knocking them to the walls, and watches the Hiraishin kunai multiply and shoot everywhere. Naruto grins evilly. Game over, Bakas. He roared and disappeared in a black flash. Danzo watches in horror as his Root forces start to drop massively, some getting bisected, beheaded and consumed by Amaterasu flames. His danger senses alerts him and uses a Kawarimi with a single Root, saving himself from getting cleaved in half. He looks in shock at seeing his whole army dead. Naruto appears behind him. It's time to die, Danzo-san, he whispers in his ear, making Danzo swing a wind-infused kunai behind him, but Naruto ducks under him and gives his stomach a bone-crushing uppercut, sending him in the air. Danzo looks up just in time to Naruto deliver a barrage of crippling punches, kicks and knees to his body and slams his heel, making him and Naruto slam into the ground. Rai Renden. Naruto looks at Danzo's body to see it fade away, making him narrow his eye. I see he is using the Jinjutsu that Madara used on Hashirama to escape the battle at the Valley of the End Izanagi. Naruto thinks inwardly. He senses Danzo's chakra. Gyuten Shinku Taguiku. Naruto runs, dodging multiple giant wind spheres while forming one-handed seals and stops on the dragon seal blaze. Release Great Black Fire Dragon. Naruto roars as he expels a huge dragon of black flames with menacing red eyes, making Danzo's eye widen and has to run from the black fire chasing him. He suddenly does something that makes Naruto angry. Danzo's arm sprouts a giant wooden wall holding off the dragon long enough for it to dissipate. He stands up, revealing the arm full of sharingans, and Naruto sees the thing that makes him sick. This bastard has Tsunade Sama's grandfather's face on his wooden-armed. Tsunade is gonna lose it if she sees this. Naruto thought somewhere in the village. Tsunade sneezes as she knocks the head off of another rude Anbu, wondering why she wants to go on a killing spree, but she shrugs and gets back to the battle. Danzo rips the bandages covering his left eye, revealing the Sharingan of Shisui Uchiha, causing Naruto's eyes to turn red. He makes up his mind. Danzo screams in pain as Naruto snatches Shisui's eye from its socket and crushes the eye, making Danzo glare daggers at him. "Boy, do you know what you have done?" Danzo yelled furiously. He doesn't see Naruto drop the eye into a sealed container and toss it into his space pocket. Naruto's eyes turn cold and emotionless, making Danzo scared. He suddenly doubles over as Naruto plants his fist in his stomach, making him cough blood. He hits harder than Tsunade's full strength, and he didn't hit me that hard. Danzo panics but is lifted into the air by Naruto's knee. He then does a spinning roundhouse, sending Danzo through 5 trees. Naruto runs after him and appears in front of him. Black flames with kanji of the 5 elements and slams his fingers into Danzo's stomach, making him spit out a glob of blood. Jutsu 5 element seal. He yelled as he sealed away Danzo's cut Danzo's access to his chakra and screams as Naruto cuts the Mokuton and Sharingan arm off and burns it with Amaterasu. Danzo rips off his top robe, showing rectangular seals forming an X on his torso. This makes Naruto smirk as he kicks Danzo 50 feet in the air and watches as a black sphere explodes, taking his corpse with it. No longer sensing the Warhik's chakra, Naruto sighs in relief but sees 3 blurs heading for the walls. He looks and sees Ino Yamanaka, Sakura Haruno and Uchiha Sasuke defecting. This makes Naruto sigh, thinking they changed from their old ways. Naruto vanishes in a blur, appearing in front of them, knocking Ino out with a chop to the neck and backhands Sasuke and Sakura onto the ground. Sasuke groans in pain. Looking up he sees Naruto with that emotionless look on his face, making him sneer, so following orders like a dog as always. Demon. Sakura screeching in agreement, taking out a kunai. She charges at Naruto in hope of earning her Sasuke-kun's love, but her head explodes, sending gore everywhere, with Naruto having his finger pointed out, muttering explosive style death finger. Naruto wipes the blood off his finger but catches a kick to his head and tosses Sasuke through a tree. Crossing his arms, "Give up, Uchiha, you are outmatched, you can't win, you have been relying on your taijutsu too much, come peacefully or be executed." Naruto warns Sasuke but shakes his head as he sees an insane glint in the Uchiha heir's eye, hoping he would come quietly. Naruto looks up at the clouds lazily. "I hope Itachi will forgive me, but his little brother is too far gone for redemption." Naruto shakes his head but sidesteps Sasuke's Hausenka, making Sasuke scream in rage at missing Naruto. Suddenly his skin turns gray, eyes a sickening yellow-purple lipstick, his nails turn into claws and sprouted wings form his back. Naruto narrows his eyes. "So you were bitten by Orochimaru after all. I was wondering why the reports were saying you became increasingly hostile to higher ranked teams assigned to you. Now, I won't feel any remorse for what I'm about to do," he said in a steel-edged voice and does a one-handed dog seal, but sees Sasuke gather lightning chakra in his hand, making Naruto narrow his eyes. "So this little shit thinks he can take away me and Kakashi Nai-san's hard work. Time to die." Naruto seethed inwardly, seeing Sasuke dash at him with jounin speed, but to Naruto he is moving as slow as an academy student. Sasuke lunged at Naruto's heart with his lightning-covered hand. "Be." He laughed insanely, but before he could reach him, Naruto's body vanished with a sound of static. Squelch. Everything became quiet as Naruto flicks the blood off his hand and walked away, while Sasuke's head slowly slid off while his body turned to ashes. Naruto looks back. "That is how an assassination jutsu is used. Too bad you can't correct your mistake. Enjoy your ticket to hell, trash," he said while walking away, but suddenly jumps away as someone throws a barrage of senbon. The figure lands in front of him. The person looks like a teenager, gray hair, round-rimmed glasses, purple pants, shinobi sandals, a white sash over a purple tunic, and a headband with the kanji for sound. By the look on his face he is furious. "You have interfered in Orochimaru-sama's plans for the last time. I can't wait to dissect that body of yours." The man named Kabuto smirks sadistically, making Naruto narrow his Sharingan eyes at the goal of this brat threatening him. Naruto scowled. "Brat, I have had enough shit today. I have better things to do than fight a weakling like you." Kabuto scowled at this and charged at Naruto with his chakra scalpels active before he took his 5th step. Naruto beheaded him and burned the body with a low-rank Kaiten jutsu. Naruto snorted. "How disappointing. I thought an apprentice of Orochimaru would be able to give me a good workout. Guess I was wrong, HN. He sighed and walked off, hearing cheers and whoops. Smiling, he flew back to the village to party with Fasha and his family. Frieza's ship. Frieza scowls at the report Vegeta gave him, but inwardly he is cursing himself for not dealing with this Naruto who had already achieved his true heritage, but calms down all of it was just a fluke, no Saiyan is stronger than him. He remembers hearing about the Dragon Balls on Namek, maybe he could wish for immortality so he can live forever, this makes him chuckle darkly. His laughter echoing throughout the ship making others shiver and whimper in fear, hoping that their lord wouldn't use them as target practice. Author note. I would like to thank my bro Shadow for issuing this challenge, and ideas on Naruto's sword. I also give thanks to Maelstrom Bankai and Thedemon King Naruto and Mystic Six-Tailed Naruto for ideas on jutsus and styles. I will be updating Uzumaki Retribution sometime this week, so be patient. So how did you like my first chapter? Was it awesome, or was it kickass? Give me some feedback. If you are wondering why I used Zero, it won't be Reiatsu based in my fic, it will be made of Kai. I will be making different techniques made from the Kido and Bakudo of Bleach, so don't flame me of being a copycat, no one has tried this before, so don't give me attitude, or else I will put you in the sunset Genjutsu. This is Kurama Namikaze. Jana. Vanishes in a black flash. The end. Pairings. Naruto x Fasha x Tsunade x Fu x Anko x Conan x Android 18. Last time, Konoha had just stopped a civil war in the village, none were injured and no casualties, thanks to the combined efforts of Naruto and Fasha, but Jiraiya was still being the asshole, saying they needed to have fire skills sealed away for the greater good. That earned him a boot to the ass from Naruto. Tsunade instantly took a liking to Naruto, just like Fasha did to Tsunade, they hit it off pretty good. Fasha could see Tsunade wanted to be more than friends, so she decided to leave those two with each other to see what happens. Naruto walks beside Tsunade wearing a black and red kimono with the Uchiha fan on the back and black sandals. Tsunade wears a dark blue kimono and an obi. Right now both Naruto and Tsunade are discussing things like about what they accomplished. So Tsunade-chan, when did you get the idea of being a medic nin? Naruto asked. Well, back then when I was a teenager I had started to notice a lot of our shinobi kept coming back injured or fainting from chakra exhaustion, so I studied up on medical ninjutsu and practiced it till I could do it with no seals, saving lots of lives in the war. Tsunade said. Naruto whistled, impressed. Tsu-chan, you know, hasn't there ever been a way to use chakras separate parts? He asked. Tsunade frowns. No, we never discovered how. We mostly use chakra for nearly everything. She trailed off and sees Naruto grin, mischievously causing her to gawk at him. You can use chakra as well as the physical and spiritual parts? Tsunade asked Naruto, who nodded. I like using the spiritual part of my chakra because it can cause a pressure on the victims, making it seem like they are weighted down. Pretty impressive, huh? Tsu-chan. Naruto said to Tsunade, who blushed at the chan in her name. Naruto-kun, thank you for spending time with me. I haven't dated since my boyfriend Dan died in the war, so you can see why Konoha isn't my favorite place, but over time I learned to let go of the past, but I have to ask, how did you kill Danzo and his root army so easily? Tsunade asked. Me and Fasha have elemental Kekai Genkai in our arsenal. I have Bakuten, Enten and Shakuten. Fasha-chan has Yoten and Shoten. Why do you think all of those bodies had black flames on them? I use Tensa Zanjetsu in conjunction with my Enten chakra, it is very deadly. Naruto explained. Tsunade quirked a brow, impressed at both Fasha and Naruto for mastering elemental combinations. That's a skill that takes decades to use, much less master, but these two did it by blood, sweat and tears. Tsunade smiled. Fasha-chan is so lucky to have a guy like him. I wonder if she's willing to share. I'll talk to her about it tomorrow, besides it's the Chunin exams, we need to stay on our toes. Tsunade silently added. They arrived at the compound of the Senju clan. Naruto bid her goodnight, but before he could leave Tsunade spun him around and kissed him on the lips, slipping her tongue in a little. Naruto sees this and explores her mouth with his tongue, making Tsunade moan in pleasure. They separate and Naruto blasted off into the night. See you tomorrow, Tsu-chan. He yelled. Tsunade touched her lips with a smile. See you tomorrow as well, Naru-kun. She whispered and closed her door with a click and sleeps with thoughts of a red-haired Saiyan in her mind. At the tower, Naruto sneezes, looking around thinking someone's talking about him. He shrugs and goes back to sleep. He did not notice Fasha's devious smirk. Chunin exams preliminaries. The Hokage looks down from his stand on every one of his jounin, but watches both teams from Odo and Suna, remembering what Jiraiya had told him about the invasion. Flashback. Sarutobi was sorting through mission reports when he senses someone shunshin into his office. He looks up to see Jiraiya with a serious look in his eyes. This makes the Hokage raise an eyebrow in confusion. Jiraiya, is there something wrong? The Sandai asked Jiraiya, who handed him a scroll. He unseals its contents and reads the words written on the scroll and narrows his eyes. It was a message from Kumo, stating for them to hand over Naruto and Fasha Kurai to be used as breeding stock or go to war. Sarutobi's eyes take on a dark glint. It seems that some people don't know when to watch what they say. He mumbled darkly, scaring Jiraiya, who thought he was finally going to agree to get rid of Fasha and Naruto. Jiraiya is shocked because his sensei burns the scroll. Sensei, what are you doing? Why didn't you agree? Surely no one cares about them. Asked Jiraiya. Sarutobi deadpanned Jiraiya. Those two are the two most destructive shinobi in our village, a Z rank and a SSSS rank shinobi, plus everyone looks up to them including our civilians, besides that greater good crap is rubbish. He said. Jiraiya's jaw drops to the ground, cracking it. He would have never thought his sensei would disagree with him. Prophecies were meant to be fulfilled. Before he could continue his thoughts, a messenger toad poofs in the office. Sarutobi takes it and reads the scroll until his eyes gain a dark glint. It seems Orochimaru wants to try and invade Konoha, along with Suna, Iwa and Kumo at the Chunin finals. Sarutobi said, shaking his head at Orochimaru's desperation. Sarutobi and Jiraiya feel someone shushing into the office. They look to see, to their surprise, it was Naruto wearing his Jounin attire. Reporting for an A rank mission, Sandame-sama. Naruto saluted his surrogate grandfather, who looked grim. Naruto-kun, it seems Kumo want to take you and Fasha to Kumo for breeding stocks. The Sandame explained to Naruto, who looked very bored but smiled sweetly, making them sweat bullets. Let them come here for the Chunin exams. If they think their ninja can get me Genin, Chunin, Jounin, Anbu or Cage, I will turn them into maggot food. Should they decide to attack me or my family, tell that to every cage of this fucking planet. Naruto said to his surrogate grandfather, who looked shocked by Naruto. Never in his life has anyone shown such devotion and fierceness for their loved ones. It made him smile in happiness at his grandson in all but blood. Jiraiya scoffed, making Naruto turn his golden amber eyes on him. You got something to say, Gamabaka? Naruto questioned Jiraiya, who shivered at the look the Saiyan is giving him. He turns to his sensei for help, but all Sarutobi does is shake his head at his idiot student, wishing he would stop believing in silly prophecies from animals. Naruto shakes his head. Oyaji, I'm going back home to train. I will see over the Genin at the Forest of Death tomorrow. Knowing Orochimaru, he would be after me or Fasha, but should he come after me, I don't give two shits what Jiraiya thinks. I will erase that snake from his existence and leave Odo a smoking crater. He warned his grandfather, who nods slowly, but Jiraiya gapes at him. No, you will not, Gaki. Orochimaru deserves a second chance, don't you think? He pleaded to the Saiyan, who looked at him like he had grown two heads, then to his grandfather, who is giving Jiraiya the same look. Shaking his head, he tells Jiraiya the same thing he said just now. He will not give a sick man like Orochimaru a second chance who experiments on others. Flashback end. The next morning, Naruto wakes up to oversee the teams that are being targeted by Kumo while listening to his music as he jumped through the trees, suppressing his chakra to non-existent levels while keeping an eye on Hinata's team. His nose twitched as he smelt the scent of lust and arrogance downwind. He looks back to see two squads of Kumo nin speeding toward teammate, but what makes him suspicious is their chakra levels being that of an Anbu. It seems the Raikage is getting desperate since he couldn't get me and Fasha, so going for a little girl, no less. Congratulations Raikage Baka, you just made the top of my shit list. Naruto thought as he sees teammate stop and look in the Kumo team's direction. Seconds later, teammate has to dodge a giant lightning dragon. Sounds of people appearing in a shushin. They look and see two Anbu squads with the kanji for bolt on their masks. Well boys, looks like we found the one Raikage-sama asked us to capture to breed our own Hyuga clan. One of the Anbu leered at Hinata, who blasts him with Anbu level killing intent, making him piss himself. Naruto quirks an eyebrow in amusement, the battle-hardened Kumo bolt unit soiling himself from the Hyuga heiress's killing intent. The others snort and snicker at him. Angered, the leader glares at Hinata, promising he isn't gonna show mercy. He pulls out a katana and charges teammate with his other Anbu. The Genins get into formation, knowing they will barely survive, but before the Anbu could reach them, they hear a scream from their left. Hinata and Kiba look toward the direction of the scream and sigh in relief. Shino raises an eyebrow in confusion at why they are looking so relaxed when they are surrounded, but looks as well. Well, I didn't think the Raikage would be this bold to send his bolt squads into the exams to capture the Hyuga heiress. That I cannot allow. Naruto's voice echoed throughout the forest, spooking the Anbu, but one strodes forward arrogantly toward Naruto, who narrowed his eyes at the arrogance of Kumo. Why don't you come out and fight us then if you think taking one of us out is gonna scare us? The Anbu proclaimed arrogantly, making the other Anbu shout with him, but before he could continue, a large amount of killing intent slammed down on them, making it difficult to breathe. One of the Anbu look up to see piercing golden eyes glaring down at them with black flames glowing behind them like the fires of the purgatory. One of the Anbu was able to weave 5 hand signs Raiten Raikyu. A large lightning ball raced toward Naruto at blinding speeds. Then Naruto did something that deemed impossible. He literally grabbed it with his bare hands. Shino's glasses dropped a bit to show his eyes the size of dinner plates. Kiba and his dog Akamaru's jaw dropped to the ground, and Hinata, well, she seemed to have huge red hearts in her eyes. Drooling at Naruto in her mind is her knight in shining armor. Naruto looks at them with a blank stare, saying is that it might turn. Then the bolt squads pale and try to run, but before they could make 3 feet to the trees, half of the Anbu are hit by the lightning ball and electrified to a charring corpse. Naruto unsheathed his Daido, slowly making his appearance look very menacing, and covers the metal in black flames and swings out yelling Jutsuga Tenshu. A black flame wave shoots out in an arc cleaving through 4 Anbu, burning their bodies on each hit. Shino watches in awe as Naruto launches a chakra wave of black fire from his sword. Incredible, he is so young yet so powerful. Chakra manipulation is indeed a deadly skill. If used in the right situations, I can see why he is Fasha's mate and equal. Shino analyzed as he watched Naruto move so fast he is leaving after images surround the Kumo Anbu, making them panic and fright. Then suddenly he vanishes and appears back on the tree branch and sheathes his Daido in a slow fashion before sheathing it completely. Click. Screams of horror erupted from the kidnappers. They looked to see their bodies slowly being cooked by the black flames and burned to ashes. Naruto sighed and looked at the 3 genin. Shino seems quiet and calm, Hinata is looking at him with want and lust, and Kiba looks more subdued and didn't have that perverted and arrogant look in his eye like he became a new person. Shrugging, he lands on the ground and pulls out 2 scrolls. One is brown with the kanji for earth, while the other is white with the kanji for heaven. He hands them to Shino, who nods at the silent message. They jump to the trees and continue to the exit, but not before Hinata looked at him with her Byakugan, making Naruto blink at her boldness. He had to wonder if all his fangirls were like this, but before he could think any further he jumped back from being bit by 6 feet tall snakes hissing at him dangerously. Ukikuku, well Naruto-kun, it seems since I can't get the Sharingan I will have to get your perfect body instead. Since I heard about your reputation, I will truly become a god. A sickly oily voice rumbled as the figure had long black hair down to his back, the attire of a Oto Jounin, but that's not what made Naruto narrow his eyes. It was those golden calculating 6 snake-like eyes roaming his body, making him shudder. Orochimaru, huh? Naruto mutters lowly, but Orochimaru, with his snake senses, smiles at his new vessel, knowing of his reputation. I'm glad you know of me, Naruto-kun, so you know what I want, right? Orochimaru said as he roamed Naruto's body even more. Naruto activates his Susanoo wordlessly without his Sharingan, making Orochimaru eye him with even more hunger at having a body that can summon an ethereal warrior of chakra, but Kawaramis with Atsuchi Bushin when he is almost impaled by a sword of black flames. Naruto clicked his tongue in annoyance. Earth clones and replacements seems to be his strategy to tire me out, but he doesn't know I have unlimited stamina in battle. Susanoo won't be of much help since it is used only for decimating larger groups, not single opponents. Let's see if he can fight me when I use my new speed technique, thought Naruto as he channeled his wind affinity into the soles of his feet and vanished in a blur, shocking Orochimaru, who couldn't stop the right hook smashing into his ribs, causing him to cough up a glob of blood. Naruto blurs multiple times, hitting the snake Sannin with knees, jabs, punches and elbows, and grapples, making the Sannin desperately try to keep up with the Saiyan powerhouse, who is whipping his ass worser than his sensei, and that's saying something. You know, I don't see why you are bitching when all I am hitting you with are just little love taps, Naruto said mockingly, and flipped over a knife hand strike from Orochimaru and clotheslined the snake sage, sending him flying through a large amount of trees. He grunted, but on the inside he is screaming his head off. He counted 4 broken ribs, a case of head trauma, broken arm and leg. This is no boy, this is a monster in human form. I have to get away from him, I can't beat him, I have to retreat and wait until the invasion, Orochimaru frantically thought as his heart is racing at high levels at having so many near deaths with the blonde and his sword. Naruto stopped for a moment to regard Orochimaru. The man was said to be the second strongest of the Denetsu no Sannin, but he could see the Hibi Sennin let his reputation as an S-class nin go to his head and became arrogant and complacent in his superiority. Shaking his head, Naruto activated his Byakusha Jutsu flight technique, making him float slowly off the ground, his tail twitching slightly. You have disappointed me, Hibi team. Despite being an S-class Nukenin, you allowed yourself to think being a Sannin meant you are more powerful than everyone else. That is the thinking of a hot-headed idiot. Even a Tuffle could do better than you. I have no time to teach a fool like you how to fight like a warrior. Naruto yelled at how Orochimaru hesitates, but chalked it up to his Saiyan instinct surfacing. Orochimaru seethes in anger, but quells it and disappears into the ground using a Doton technique, leaving Naruto by himself. Naruto continues sensing Orochimaru's chakra and feels it outside of Konoha, sighing. He was about to sheath his sword when he has to slam his foot into the ground, an earth wall sprouting from the area blocking a tendril of sand. Naruto launches a palm strike, sending the wall flying at the direction the sand came from with jaw-dropping speed, and is rewarded with a roar of anger, meaning whoever it was didn't like getting hit by a piece of rock. Looking up, Naruto sees 3 people judging by the Hergla symbol on their headbands. They hail from Sunagakure no Sado, village hidden in the sand. Naruto sees a guy wearing what looked like a catsuit staring at him with arrogance, and was that pity? The second figure was a female wearing a lavender-colored battle kimono with a war fan strapped to her back and slim-toned muscles and sea foam green eyes that held slight curiosity and apprehension. The third figure is what made his lips twitch in amusement, a short red head with seafoam green eyes that showed insanity and insomnia. The Redeed wears a fishnet under a black-colored cage vest and shinobi sandals. Were you the one that launched that wall of earth at me? Gaara asked in a monotone, making the Saiyan's golden eyes turn cold and blank, making Gaara do a double take at the amount of impassiveness his eyes showed. The other two weren't much better off. They had seen Gaara's eyes like that before, but his eyes would make even a Biju shiver. Ignoring the two older gen and focusing on the youngest, why would the Jinchuriki of the Ichibi no Tanuki, one-tailed raccoon, want with a jonin like me and tell the sand rat to not send killing intent at me? It irritates me when weaklings who can't fight me glare at me. But such weak intent. Naruto drawled in a bored tone, making the three sand trio freeze, but the Ichibi heard what he said and is going on a rant. That fucking little shit, you dare call me a sand rat, you pompous monkey for brains. Ichibi roared. Gaara held his head and relayed what Ichibi said to the others, causing Kankuro and Temari to face fault and Naruto to have a blank stare, stating, I have heard worser from my mate, and that saying something, making Gaara shrug. Naruto sighs. Gaara-san, you know you could try asking me to fix your seal, since it is only a 3-pronged seal. He said softly. Kankuro, who is just getting up, sends a puppet at him only for Naruto to obliterate it with a finger flick, making him seethe in anger at his destroyed puppet. Temari calms her brother down and turns to Naruto with a hopeful look in her eye. Can you really fix his seal? No one in Suna has the knowledge of a Fuinjutsu master to fix it. She said, but Naruto shakes his head in embarrassment, mumbling things like bakas or dumbases. Naruto walks up to Gaara, bypassing his sand defense, shocking them, knowing how hard it is to get through it, and watch as white-colored flames appeared on his fingertips and presses them softly on Gaara's collarbone and said, sealing technique. Celestial demon lock. Gaara gasps as he feels the aura Naruto is giving off, and he feels comforted by it instead of threatened, like it was like he was in the presence of a protective brother. Gaara smiles softly. Thank you, Naruto Nai-san, for allowing me to sleep finally. Naruto smiles down and carries Gaara to Temari, who is bawling her eyes out at the scene and is happy her little brother got a older brother figure better than Kankuro, who is staring with narrowed eyes. This was not supposed to happen. Chiyo-sama said the seal could not be fixed. I have to report this to the elders. Unseen by everyone but Naruto, who was able to attach a line of chakra to the brain of Kankuro, ignoring everyone else, and was able to pick up his surface thought and narrowed his eyes. I see, so this little shit only protected Gaara, so their weapon wouldn't be damaged. It seems I did a good job in putting a soul elimination and shock seal added into the array, so no one, even Jiraiya, couldn't break it. Even if it was studied. Naruto calculated in his mind, remembering when he was younger as he practiced his Fuinjutsu many ways, including with chakra, and was able to experiment with many ways using chakra. Naruto stands up and walks away, but not before wishing them luck in the exams, leaving an angry Kankuro, a happy Temari, and a sleeping Gaara. Even now Naruto always helps those in need and protect his precious people. Time skip days of the preliminaries. The next few days involved Naruto training and relaxing with Fasha in the hot springs. He also got the chance to spar some more with his Oji-san, who was grateful. He also scolded Anko, who tried to take on Orochimaru by herself, making Anko pout, and tried the puppy dog eye no jutsu, but like Fasha she failed. Naruto looks around, seeing numerous amount of ninja. Naruto sees Anko standing beside a sickly-looking Jounin who seems to have trouble breathing by the bags under his eyes, making Naruto walk over to him. Heiei raises an eyebrow when Naruto places a glowing palm on his chest. He was about to question what he was doing, but suddenly gasped as the chakra gets rid of the disease that plagued his lungs, allowing him to breathe more freely. He turns to Naruto and shakes his hand. Thank you, Naruto. I have been trying to get rid of the disease for years, but I have only been able to prolong it. He sighed, causing Naruto to blink in confusion at having such a simple deus, and he voiced this out loud. That deus was only caused by inhaling the mist from a Futon jutsu from its acidic properties. All you had to do was have the mist removed and don't do any strenuous activities. Man, the medic corps have gotten lazy, haven't they, Tsu-chan? Naruto answered with a sweat drop, making the Sandame's jaw drop at how his grandson addressed Tsunade, hoping she won't think of him as a pervert. Tsunade just sighs in disappointment. Sensei, looks like I will have to educate our staff on not being lazy like the Naras and not doing their duty. She said as she cracked her knuckles with a sadistic grin on her face, causing Anko and Fasha to sport the same grin, making several men back away in case they don't want to get caught in the crossfire. Naruto shakes his head and leans back into Fasha, who folds her arms around his waist, their tails intertwining, making the females squeal kawaii. And the males mutter lucky bastard, making the Kunoichi lose to them, smack and scold them. Naruto feels killing intent directed at him. Looking up, he sees a large muscular man wearing the cloak, signifying him as the Raikage. He is dark-skinned, a body of a bodybuilder, 2 golden bracelets sporting protrusions on them, a golden belt with the face of a lion, black eyes that hold a huge amount of ferociousness, and slicked back white hair tinted yellow. This is the Yondaime Hokage, one of the fastest shinobi alive, only equaled by Minato Namikaze, but now surpassed by Naruto Kurai. Naruto gives the Raikage a lazy glance, making the muscle man flare his killing intent even more, making some of the Jounin and Genin nervous. He narrows his eyes and releases his spiritual chakra and directing it at the Raikage, making him stumble from the increase of pressure. He looks at Naruto, who is standing there looking at him with a predatory grin, making Anko feel turned on at how feral Naruto looks right now. Sweats inwardly. He had no idea someone so young could be this strong to make him sweat. Next to him, a russet-haired woman is looking at Naruto with interest. She has jade green eyes, blue lipstick, fishnet under a dark blue battle dress and blue heels. This is the Godlike Mizukage mate Terumi, user of the dual Kekkei Genkai clan, known to use both Jotun and Futon sub-elements, making her a very dangerous foe, and was the main leader of the rebellion in the Civil War, defeating the Yondaime Mizukage Agura, who is also the Jinchuriki of the Sanbi no Kyodagame, three-tailed turtle, who was under a powerful Jinjutsu and has been reinstated as a Jonin. I'm just gonna skip to the fights, the speech is boring. First round. Kiba Inuyasaka vs Sakura Pumi. Kiba looked at his opponent from afar with a calculative look in his eye, making everyone do a double take. They always known that Inuyasakas were sometimes brash, arrogant and cocky, but this one is calm, and his eyes hold none of the traits of a former Inuyasaka. Saku apparently ignored this and jumped down, landing on his feet. Come down here, mutt boy, I got better things to do than waste time with a clan of bitches. He said mockingly, but gets blasted with killing intent, making him sweat, and the one who is releasing it is Kiba, who had a dangerous glint in his eye, making some of the weaker Genin slowly inch away. The Jounin sent Saku a look that said he is fucked now. Kiba said, Akamaru down, let me do this alone. Akamaru, I want to try fighting alone this time. I promise I'll let you fight beside me in the finals, okay? Kiba asked his Ninken, who gave yip at his owner and sat beside Hinata. Kiba got on the rail and jumped down to the ground, giving Saku a cold look. He looks toward the proctor, who is eyeing both. When the proctor called out the match to start, Kiba rushed Saku with fast swipes, jabs and elbows with low Jounin speeds, making Saku move with every ounce of his speed to not get mimed by the Farah Inuyasaka's claws. Saku jumped back and thrusted his arms forward, decapitating airwaves. He shouted as a blast of air shoots from his palms toward Kiba, who jumps to the side and runs on all fours towards Saku, who is launching more airwaves at Kiba until he gets struck in the ribs by an elbow. Jumping back, Kiba jumped into the air Tsuuga. Turning into a drill, he rushes Saku, who continuously fires sound waves at the drill, but are blasted through and gets struck by Kiba, ending up with a large gash on his stomach, making slip into unconsciousness from the pain. Shasha. Kiba Inuyasaka. Hayate announced. Naruto and the other Jounin clapped along with the Hokage and others, making Kiba blush and scratch his head sheepishly and walks back to his team, who congratulates him. Shino asks Kiba a question. Kiba, why were you so calm? Most of the times you were always letting your anger cloud your judgment, but now it's like you are at peace. He asked Kiba, who looked saddened and sighed. 1 month ago I was training when I was visited by Naruto-sensei, and he asked me why did I fight. I told him was to become famous, but he told me being a shinobi isn't about fame, it is about protecting your village and family. Now I'm gonna stick to it. Kiba declared. Naruto heard what Kiba said with his enhanced hearing and smiled at seeing one of his generation taking the right path, nodding. Naruto relaxes in Fasha's arms. Both him and Fasha look up at the board to see who is fighting. Naijito vs Niji Hyuga. Naruto deadpan, guy, I hate to say this, but your student is gonna G this ass hand to him hard. He said to the spandex wearing Jounin, making him shout at Naruto's unyouthfulness, saying Neji's youthfulness is burning bright, making him shake his head. Vegeta walks down to the arena but is in a conversation with her tenant, judging on their opponent. Hidden, be careful, this one is leaking killing intent, and judging by where he is looking he knows we are from Kumo. Nibi told her. Vegeta sighs. Nibi-chan, I know how to fight a Hyuga, and I will end it very quickly, besides I want to impress the blonde Jounin up there, she told her. Nibi, who perks up when she describes him, but quivers in fear. Hidden, are you senile? That is Naruto Kurai, he is a Z-class shinobi, he has enough power and skill to beat the Hachibi with Taijutsu alone. Nibi ranted to Yujito, who quirked an eyebrow. Yujito shrugged nonchalantly, so it's not like he doesn't need more than one mate, plus he smells like a monkey, and he has a tail like one, as well as he a demon or something. She asked Nibi, who shaked her head, telling Yujito to focus on the fight. Yujito blurs at Anbu level speeds, making Naruto and Fasha raise an eyebrow and the others to gawk at her speed, and she looked like she wasn't even trying. Yujito launched a barrage of elbows and jabs at Niji's body, making him spit out a glob of blood and blacks out from the pain. Shashanai Yujito. Hayate announced. Yujito blew a kiss at Naruto, making several girls unleash killing intent at her, but she gives them a smug grin, saying do something about it bitches, making them accept. Fasha raise their killing intent even more. Naruto and Fasha sweat drop and shake their heads at how shallow these girls are. Hinata Hyuga vs Ino Yamanaka. Finally I get to put Naruto Baka's little bitch in her place. She said arrogantly but gets a cold shiver when Fasha stares at her with those obsidian black eyes. Hinata's body gives off a black aura with her hair shadowing her eyes, making Kiba and Shino chuckle nervously and step back when she starts chuckling, making everybody, even Orochimaru in his disguise, flinch at how evil she laughed. Hinata blasts from her spot, leaving a crater on the ground, and gives Ino a vicious roundhouse, sending her into the statue, cracking her bones and knocking her out. Pathetic, you are just like your bitch of a friend Sakura fangirl, a disgrace of Kenwaichus. At least I realize Naruto isn't meant for me, but you continue to ramble on and on about Sasuke's greatness when he's nothing but maggot food, but I'm glad he's dead. In my words, the only good Uchiha is a dead Uchiha, she said in a cold voice, making even her stoic father raise an eyebrow impressed. Hinata walked back to her team, who asks her if she is fine. Nodding, they settle down. Naruto sighs boredly and closes his eyes to sleep until these matches are over. Fasha holds him closer to his chest while running her fingers through his long red hair, making him sigh in content. Time skip. End of preliminaries. Naruto cracks an eye open when he hears the contestants have 1 month to hone their skills and make more strategies, and what the Daimos expect. Fasha-chan. Naruto said softly. Fasha blinks and looks toward Naruto in confusion. Yes, Narukoi. She answered Naruto, who has a calculative look in his eyes. Fasha-chan, we need to create a better and faster ship so we can reach Namek before Frieza does, and I already know Vegeta will recover very quickly, so we need to make haste. Naruto said in a serious voice, making Fasha nod. Okay Naru-kun, I will need to read the schematics for it to withstand the gravity in space. I should have it done in 2 weeks. Take care of yourself till then. Fasha said. Naruto nodded and disappeared using instant transmission to his personal training ground and went inside his time-space barrier so he could train. Creating a few hundred clones and pulling out tensas and jutsu. Okay guys, I need to polish my skills some more, so come at me full strength, ready go. He shouted as he charged his clones in a free-for-all battle with Taijutsu and Kinjutsu. This duration of the 2 weeks until Fasha completed the space shuttle, but he decided that he and her will go for Namek after the Chunin exam finals so they could help with the invasion. Over the course of training, Naruto placed resistance and gravity seals on him to further increase his speed and resistance to heavy pressure. He also thought about his Taijutsu and ways to improve it, so he racked his brains for ideas and came up with one. He read a manga called Soul Eater about how Meisters, as they were called, were able to channel their wavelength throughout their opponents and cause internal damage, so he tried this with his hybrid Tai style and was able to shred a test dummy from the inside out with wind. So he came up with a name for it, Soul Destroyer, due to it being able to damage the organ and chakra network at the same time. He continuously did his katas every day so he could perform the movements in a millisecond. 2 weeks later. Brilliant was what it was. Fasha outdid herself when creating a new space shuttle. It looks like a better version of Saiyan space pod, but has more room in it, a gravity chamber, a refrigerator stocked with healthy foods, and all the other essentials you could need. It is colored an obsidian black with the Saiyan logo on the front. Fasha also put seals on it to prevent energy attacks from destroying it. Naruto stared at it with a blank look on his face before it lit up with a bright grin and grabbed Fasha around her waist, swinging her around, making her squeal in laughter. Damn Fasha-chan, I don't even think Nara could come up with something like this. Are you sure you are not related to them? He asked mischievously. Fasha did a mock thinking pose. No, the Naras are way too lazy to build something this design, they would have thought it was too troublesome. She drawled Nara-like, making Naruto chortle. Naruto examined it even further, noting everything is in place, and nodded. Everything is in order. We might have to tell Saruoji-san so he will know where we are. Naruto told Fasha, who is looking off into the sky with a dark look on her face. Naruto sees this and sighs, annoyed at Frieza as well, trying to turn them into baby factories, but he wonders if Frieza will even present a challenge. He shakes his head and tells Fasha he is going out for a walk wearing a sleeveless bodysuit and jonin pants, his hide around his neck. 3 minutes later he walks to an open space outside Konoha and closes his eyes, sighing annoyed. Why don't you guys come out of hiding? I would hate to have to kill someone in cold blood again, like those villagers. He warned and looked out of the corner of his eyes to see 3 figures. The first figure is female, wearing a standard Iwa Jounin outfit, toned and slim legs, high C-cup, short black cropped hair and pink pupilless eyes. This is Kuretsuchi, granddaughter of the Sandame Tsuchikid. She had heard of the Kurai Senku, but she thought it was all fake, so she wanted a fight to see if he's the real deal. The second figure is a huge man, same outfit as Kuretsuchi, except his is larger and size. His eyes hold lots of playfulness, but hold a dangerous glint under them. This is Akatsuchi, brother to Kuretsuchi, and I was Golem Titan, an A rank borderline low S rank Jounin. The last figure is what made Naruto quirk an eyebrow. This man looks to be in his mid-30s, he had his brick red hair up in a ponytail, and had a patch of facial hair, coal black eyes, an Iwajan attire and a headpiece in place of his headband, 2 purple stripes on either side of his face. This is Yonbi no Arashi Jinchuriki of the Yonbi no Seru, 4-tailed lava monkey. He doesn't know why, but his Biju feels nervous around Naruto, but he decides to study Naruto from a distance. Naruto gave a blank stare. May I ask what you are doing following me when I want to be left alone, and you also brought the 4 tails as well, that is just fucking insulting. He said, giving them a cold look, meaning he was annoyed. Kuretsuchi gulped nervously, she can tell just by the air around him he is superior to her grandfather. Arashi stepped forward, making Naruto give him a sharp look, making him stop, and sized. Tsuchikage-sama just wanted to know if you are a threat to Earth country. Arashi asked Naruto politely, who closed his eyes and spoke. I mean no harm to any of the countries on this planet, you stay out of my way, I stay out of yours, just be sure to tell the so-called Yondaime haters to not antagonize me. Arashi nods and gives Kuretsuchi a sharp look, which she pouts at. Hi, we understand, I will be sure to relay the message to Inoki-sama. He replied, making Naruto fault at the old coot still being the cage. Naruto's eye twitches. Arashi, seriously, that old goat needs to elect a Godlike. How is he gonna be a cage if his back keeps giving out? He said flatly, making Kuretsuchi rant on and on about her Oji-san being stubborn, making them sweet to her childish nature, but Naruto bids them farewell and walks back home, eager to get some sleep. Time skip. Chunin exam finals. Naruto lets out a bored sigh as he watched the semifinals of the exams commence. His Oji-san had asked him and Fasha to be his guards in the booth with the other cages, but he sent a sharp glare to Ao and Chijuro, who were glaring at his back, and right now his hand was twitching towards Anjetsu's sheath, making the others pity those two. Naruto suddenly vanished with a black flash behind the 2 Mizukage guards, holding his Daido covered in black and red lightning close to their crotches, making every male in the vicinity cover their manhoods and women to let out a huge cackle, scaring everyone. I am warning you too, I am not interested in Mizukage-sama, so I would appreciate it if you stop glaring at me, unless you want to have a permanent sex change. Naruto said bluntly, causing everyone including Orochimaru grabs their privates in fear. Both guards nod rapidly, not wanting to lose their manhoods, and gave him a large berth, making him nod in satisfaction for his intimidation act, and walked back to sit beside Fasha, but stumbles as his eyes morph into the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and feels them burn, causing him to gasp in pain. It felt like he was poked in the eye by a heated needle, but it quickly went away, leaving him to rub his eyes. What was that? It felt like my eyes were trying to evolve again, but it felt like a block. He thought, but snapped out of it when he sees everyone looking at him with a concerned gaze, but he told them he was fine. Winner by forfeit, Gaara Sabaku. Genma announced. Naruto looked at Gaara's opponent, surprised to see Shino Aburam, who caught his look and nodded. Final match, Gaara of Suna vs Itachi of Iowa. Genma's voice boomed over the stadium. Naruto looked to see a light-skinned man of 5'7" strode onto the arena floor like he owned the place and frowns at the arrogance coming from a genin. He looks at Inoki to see him with a stone expression, but could see his eyebrow twitching, making Naruto for Itachi. With Gaara looked at the arrogant Iwanin with half-lidded stare that made him look bored and sighed as he extended his right hand, forming into a 20-foot-long staff with red tribal markings, making his Tamari gasp and Kankuro seethe inwardly. This cannot be happening. Gaara was supposed to be weak to only really on his demons, chakra damn you Kurai. The puppet user growled out loud, making Tamari glance at him with a glare, him for thinking Gaara was a weapon, a mentality shared by Chiyo and the council. She isn't gonna let them near Gaara even if she died. Hajime. Genma's voice boomed over the stadium as he shunshined up to the other Jounin. Itachi charged your Gaara, with speed matching that of mid-Jounin, but to Gaara it was like he was moving as slow as a turtle. Gaara sighed and vanished, meeting Itachi halfway, unleashing a barrage of bone-jarring blows, punches and kicks to Itachi's chest, making him cough up a little of saliva and blood, gasping for air. Looking up, he glared daggers at Gaara, whose eyes held nothing but boredom and annoyance. Are you going to get up and fight or forfeit and save yourself the humiliation from your arrogance? Gaara replied and walked away. Itachi snarled, doing 6 hand seals Doton Doryu Dango. He shouted, slamming his hands into the ground, pulling out a large round rock and tossed it at Gaara's turned back, not seeing the smirk growing on his face as he flickered behind Itachi, dodging the boulder. Itachi cackles insanely, causing Naruto and the other cage to give him deadpan looks at not paying attention to his surroundings. Gaara shakes his head and shifts his staff into a overly large baseball bat and takes a stance, eyes glinting mischievously. Naruto yells, here batter, choking with laughter, confusing Itachi, who gets a cold chill down his spine and looks behind him, but gets blasted out the arena by a oversized piece of sand resembling a bat, screaming in pain while in midair. Gaara walks away muttering flawless victory. Naruto and Nikki. Winner of the Chunin exam finals is Sabaku no Gaara. Genma yelled as the crowd clapped for Gaara, who gives a smile to Naruto, and Fasha, who gave him a nod. Temari jumped down and pulled Gaara into a hug, making him let out a few tears, making Kankuro sneer at his sister's love for the Jinchuriki. He will be reporting this to Chiyo, so mind control seals can be placed. Naruto smiled, hugging Fasha. It seems our little Itato is finally able to find love, even if he's a Jinchuriki. Suna better not try anything unless they want to deal with us. Naruto replied, making the Kazekage smirk under his veil, and put up a hand sign for the invasion to start. White feathers started falling as the audience started falling asleep, but the ninja, including Naruto, cancelled it as an explosion sounded throughout the village. The disguised Kazekage leapt at Naruto's back, going for a chokehold, but before that he was knocked back with a vicious backhand, knocking him back next to his 4 bodyguards. "Did you really think I would be that easy to get the drop on me, Orochi-chan?" He replied with a grin on his face, making the other Kage snort and choke in laughter at the name he gave the snake Saiyan, who has a face of pure anger and rage. Snapping his fingers, the 4 bodyguards separate into 4 corners, flipping through hand signs. Ninpo Shishi Engine. They called out as purple flames formed into a large barrier blocking off the Anbu from aiding the trapped Kages and Jonin. One of the Anbu tried to run through the barrier, but was turned to ash on contact, making the others eye it warily. With Naruto gazed at the barrier lazily. "Orochimaru, I find this very insulting that you would need to trap me in here, well, in the presence of 3 other Kages. Do you really want to test me?" He replied, giving Orochimaru a bored look. "Kuchiyusido Tensei." The others narrowed their eyes as 4 coffins sprouted from the ground, with the kanji for Sho Nai-yan and Yuzu opened, but the figures who stepped out caused anger to surge through their bodies at how low Orochimaru has fallen. "You summoned the 1st, 2nd, 4th Hokages and the 1st Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Now this is a challenge. Oji-san, stand back. It's time I showed them why I earned my name in the bingo book." Naruto replied as settled into his modified Taijutsu stance and was about to charge the Ito Tensei bodies when all of a sudden he grips his eyes when the same pain he feels as his eyes feel like they are changing. He roars louder as his chakra forms an aura of black and red with flecks of white, making everyone take a step back and watch as his hair flickers between red and gold, but are suddenly shocked when he thrusts his hands forward. Shinra Tensei. The massive shockwave blasts the Ito Tensei bodies into the barrier, destroying the jutsu, along with the tags, shocking Orochimaru, as he has knowledge of one person that can use a jutsu from gravity, his former leader. Everyone looks to see Naruto kneeling in the epicenter of the shockwave with his brick red bangs looking longer, shadowing his eyes. Naruto opens his eyes as he sees thing moving even more slower than the Sharingan could see. Thinking quickly, Naruto channeled the same chakra for Shinra Tensei, but commanded it to pull. Bansho Tenin. Orochimaru yelped as he is yanked toward Naruto by an invisible force, but screams as Naruto slams his hand into ground, causing the snake sage to do the same, shattering his arms, legs and spine, making him immobile. Mito gasps as his eyes turn red with black rings surrounding the pupil. Mikami, he has the Rinnegan, but this one feels more powerful than the Rakutos. This causes those around to stare at Naruto with an astonished look. This boy, no man has so much power, even though he is a Z-rank shinobi. Naruto walks to the Hibi Sennin's broken body cautiously as the snake liked to pull off sneak attacks, and he was correct when Orochimaru shot the Kusanagi from his mouth, but Naruto grabbed it and yanked it from the man's mouth, taking his tongue with it. Orochimaru screamed out in agony, "You damn brat, I swear I will kill you if it's the last thing I do." He gurgled defiantly at Naruto, whose face splits into an evil grin, making him sweat bullets, watching Naruto place his palm on his head. "I just figured out another ability of my Rinnegan. My computer allowed me to assess the powers of the Rinnegan. One of them allows the user to rip out souls for information or absorb them, gaining the knowledge of the soul." Naruto replied in a monotone voice that would impress Itachi. "Now let's see how you like having your soul stolen, Nintendo," Naruto said as his Rinnegan flashed while his hand slowly pulled out a black transparent body with an outline of the snake Saiyan, making Naruto narrow in disgust. Naruto looked down at Orochimaru while holding his soul. "You are just like Danzo, only wanting to take things that don't belong to you, especially desecrating the graves of the former Hokages is just sickening. I will be sure to turn Odo into a crater." He roared, ripping out Orochimaru's soul, absorbing it into his body. Orochimaru's eyes turned glassy with no sign of life in them, an indication that he is finally dead. The Sound 4 look on in shock at the one who killed their master, but suddenly scream as the curse marks on their necks burn away slowly, with them breathing heavily, unable to hold the barrier. The Anbu move to apprehend them, but Naruto raises his hand signaling them to halt as he held the sheath for his Tensa Zangetsu, fingering the hilt. Hirobo growls and rushes Naruto, ready to punch through him. "Bastard, this is for Orochimaru-sama." Naruto's golden amber eyes held a flicker of annoyance and Flash stepped behind Jirobo and channeled fire and lightning chakra into his glove, covering it in black flames. "You are neither worthy to die by my eyes or blade begging trash." he said coldly as his flame-covered fist punched through the Odo guard's chest, burning his body on contact. Seiken charges next, but is lifted off his feet by Naruto's lone hand and goes limp as his neck gets snapped. Throwing the body away, he dodges an arrow shot by Kitamura and Hirations behind the spider-like ninja and decapitated him with a blaze-powered Rikiri. Aya placed her hands up. I never wanted to do this shitty invasion. The fucking pedo threatened to experiment on me if I didn't cooperate. I just wanted to grow up to be a ninja so I could show others women aren't as weak as females. I will tell you everything I know, just rescue my sister Karen, she's the only family I have left. She pleaded to the red-haired Saiyan, who was deep in thought, thinking of what he should do to help Aya. The light bulb went off in his head and he smiled at Aya-san, I can get you citizenship here in Konoha and protection from the civilian council. I'm sure Tsu-chan will want another apprentice to take on her teachings, right? He asked the redhead, who cried in happiness for finally being free from the snake Sannin's grasp. Anbu, you may go. No, we will take care of this. Naruto barked. Hi Naruto-sama. Chorused the Anbu as they shunshin away. Naruto nods at the others who return it and walks home in preparation to head to Namek, but he sensed 2 chakra signatures 10 miles from Konoha and shakes his head and took off to his time-space dimension for more training. 5 days later, Naruto went on dates with Tsunade and Fasha, getting to spend time with them. He also asked Guy for instructions on the Hachiman no Tonku, as he trained with it under the supervision of Guy, who was shocked that he was able to reach and master the 7 gates without the side effects, making Guy cry tears of youth. But now Naruto is in his shinobi attire walking to his ship carrying a bag of dango when he suddenly stopped. Turning his head, Itachi, I know you and your partner are there, and I advise you to not waste my time with this dumbest goal of Madara's. Naruto threatened, watching the 2 cloaked men walk out and stare at him. Itachi tries to put him in a Jinjutsu, but is shocked when he can't reach the Saiyan's chakra. Naruto sees this and smiles coldly. I put seals all over my body to prevent Jinjutsu of any caliber from affecting me, so in other words, Jinjutsu is useless against me. Itachi gapes and Kisame quirks an eyebrow, impressed at someone so young inventing something such as strong seal. Also, do you know that I entirely dislike arrogant Uchihas, including your bitch of a father who tried to steal my jutsu that I worked hard to master. He said icily, making Kisame and Itachi flinch, never seeing someone speak so coldly about someone. Itachi sighs. Naruto-kun, I will have to ask you to come with us. I'm sure you don't want to have it in your stomach any longer. He said, trying to avoid violence. Hey Itachi, can I cut off his legs? He won't need him, will he? He said with bloodlust in his voice, eager to shave something with Samehada. Naruto shot Kisame a glare with Sannin level killing intent, making the shark swordsman do a double take. If it is one thing I fucking hate, it is swordsman underestimating me. He roared, subconsciously transforming to Super Saiyan 1, shocking the 2 Akatsuki members with his chakra level. Itachi is sweating inwardly. His chakra is more than the Rikubi, and it's affecting the area around us. Kisame dashed at Naruto in mid-swing, hoping to feed Samehada that delicious chakra, but before that Naruto blurred so fast, leaving an afterimage and clotheslined Kisame, sending him flying through 5 trees, shocking Itachi at his godlike strength. Itachi launches a barrage of kunai at Naruto, who summons Tensa Zangetsu and launches a Kinatsu, shredding the projectiles. He combines his Jutsuga and Chidori together in one hand and charges Itachi, who had to Kawarimi with a Kage Bushin before he was pierced, but his clone exploded in black and red. Naruto spoke stoically, you are only one to dodge that attack. Most of my victims became nothing but a red smear on the ground. Count yourself lucky. Now take your partner and tell your so-called leader that the Kyuubi is gone with the Yondaime. He told Itachi, who nodded and shunshined to his partner escaping. Powering down, Naruto turned to see Fasha walking toward him, so it seems Akatsuki are on the move. Naruto-kun? She asked. Nodding his head, yes Fasha-chan, it seems alert Hokage sent to send letters to all of the village about Akatsuki's intentions. I will get the ship ready for Namek. He asked Fasha, who nodded and shunshined to the Hokage's office. A week later, all the villages beefed up their security and training to fight Akatsuki. Naruto was given many going away presents. The Sandaime gave him the Taijutsu scroll for the Seruken. From Kakashi he got the sword tat made his father famous. From Kurenai he got tips for creating Jinjutsu. Asuma gave him tips on furthering his chakra manipulation. The Ashi gave him the scroll for the complete form of the Jaiken that uses the palms and legs, and his best friend Dustin gave him constructions on blacksmithing. Naruto and Fasha glanced back at the village one more time before they leave and walked into the ship and began to unpack their things and explore. Naruto took out the white chakra saber Kakashi gave him and read the instructions for the Shiroi Akami Kenjutsu style and katas that said that the style was used for high-speed movements, flexibility and grace. After he read the last of the scroll, he found a huge training room that had seals for absorbing jutsu and chakra and repairing seals to help fix the damage to the training room. Making 3 groups of clones, he stood up. Group 1, you will be doing the katas for the Shiroi Akami style. I want all the moves down to pat before we reach Namek. Group 2, I want you to practice the Shurajaiken forms and katas. I want to be able to use them on instinct. Group 3, I want you to use Shunpo till you can do it faster than the Hiraishin. Now go. He ordered his clones, who split up to do their assignment. Naruto walks to the control panel and punches in the coordinates for Namek and watched as the ship's door closed slowly, the visage of his village fading away until he returns. He walks to his room and sees Fasha sleeping and lays down on the bed, wrapping his arms around her waist, releasing a sigh of content. Time skip 3 weeks later. Staring out the window, he sees Namek in view. The ship is about to land on the earth, but before he moves, his senses pick up energy readings of 7 people, and from the feel it looks like there is a battle going on. He strapped his obsidian black shin and arm guards covered in seals for strengthening and chakra absorbing. He secured the chakra sabered horizontal to his back, Tensa Zangetsu in the seal on his hand, Hiraishin Kunai in the Sella on his left hand. Securing everything on his body, he dispels the clones that he had charged with enough chakra for 3 weeks, gaining the knowledge and memory of the katas and stances. All he needs to do is test them. He walks to the door to see Fasha in her shinobi attire, waiting at the slowly opening door for him, and could see she had a feral grin on his face that made Iwanin cower in fear. "Ready, Fasha-chan, we might have a fight on our hands." He grunted. Fasha shakes her head. "Narukoi, the signatures aren't even close to our power, why should we worry?" She assured Naruto, who scratches his head sheepishly, forgetting Fasha was a god in battle as he is. They turn to see the door fully open. Both walk out to see a vast sea of green shining on the horizon, but before they could continue to stare, Naruto had to smack a pink kai beam into the air. Growling, he turned to see the one who attacked him, but cocks an eyebrow, surprised to see Vegeta with 2 earthlings by their scent. One was bald and looked like a monk with 6 dots on his forehead, and his attire consisted of an orange karate guy with a kanji for turtle on his back. He could see that the bald one had experience, but not that much. The shorter one had black short cropped hair and had an air of fear and helplessness, and he had the scent of a human and a Saiyan, must be a half Saiyan. Naruto snapped out of his thoughts to see Fasha tapping his shoulder, pointing behind them to see another figure who looked as tall as Naruto. He wears the same karate guy as the bald monk, onyx black eyes, spiky black hair, blue wristbands and dark blue boots, but the air around this guy made him seem like a master martial artist, but had no desire to kill. "Well, it seems I have ran into the other parts of my family besides Vegeta," Naruto drawled in boredom. The monk named Krilling looked shocked before paling. "Why, you are like Vegeta and Goku. I thought there were no Saiyans left except for those 2. He stammered. Naruto's eyes turned cold. "I know, it was that bastard lizard who became afraid of a Saiyan's potential due to the fact that their power increases as they recover from near death, and he blew up planet Vegeta with 1 attack, but me and Fasha-chan escaped a week before he attacked, and I have been training since I was 2 to be strong," he told them. Krilling, Gohan, Goku and Vegeta gawked. This teenager trained that young. They could feel the power his body excluded. His stance indicates he is ready to attack without hesitation at the slightest movement. "So more trash has come to oppose lore. Frieza doesn't matter, your power levels are lower than ours anyway, so you won't pose a threat." An arrogant, pompous voice sounded out. Turning his head slowly, he looked to see a red-skinned male wearing black spandex shorts and armor. He had a masculine face that screamed pretty boy and an arrogant air around him that suggested he never trained hard. "Listen, pretty boy, unlike you I can suppress my power at will, so my friends don't get crushed from the pressure of my energy," he said stoically to the man named Jais, who quirked an eyebrow. Snorting, Jais waved it off dismissively and launched a barrage of kai beams, hoping to pierce Naruto's chest, when all of a sudden Naruto flicked the air at Jais, sending a pressure wave smacking the man in the forehead, causing him to screech in pain. Goku's eyebrow raises, impressed. His flick was strong enough to send a compressed air pressure wave from physical strength alone, plus his power is overwhelming, he said with excitement in his voice. Gohan looked at Naruto with something akin to admiration and respect, making Fasha, who saw it, smile. Jai screeched at him and charged Naruto with Berta bringing up the rear and unleash a barrage of punches and kicks at terrifying speeds, but Naruto is bobbing and weaving in and out of the attacks like it was casual. "You know, I expected more from the mighty Jinyu force, but it seems they are nothing but a bunch of arrogant pompous assholes who work for a bitch lizard who is afraid of a Dumbus prophecy," he drawled with malice in his voice as his black aura spiked, causing Jais, Berta and Reckham to buckle under the weight the aura is producing. Naruto sneers menacingly at them. "Not even 1% of my energy, and you are all ready to fucking keel over. No wonder Frieza is a weakling," he barked, making those around him except Fasha do a double take. Did he say not even 1%? That's insane. Vegeta grits his teeth. His power makes Frieza's look like a newborn kitten. Even without raising his power he can kill the bastard. Was I wrong all along to follow in my father's footsteps? He thought, as he was always told, being higher rank was meant for the elite, but here was someone younger than him, more powerful than the man he sworn to kill. Maybe he shouldn't have been so cruel or cold-hearted to others. Boom. A loud bang was heard as the sound of something exploding sounded off, startling several others. They looked to see Naruto with his finger pointed forward. Bakuten. Jiraken, he muttered as his smoking finger stopped sizzling while Berter's body is flying everywhere, causing the others except Fasha to throw up at his brutality. Jaice backs up slowly toward the ocean, but curses as Rekem charges Naruto with his fist raised until he is grabbed by the throat and brought eye level with Naruto. Naruto's eyes gain a dark glint, making Vegeta shiver. So this is what you all have to offer. It seems I will have to send a message, Jaice, to your leader. He said darkly. He tosses the Jinyu member in the air, ignoring his screams, while charging his Kai to his pointer finger till a black orb is spinning on the tip and points it at Rekem's airborne body and whispers. Zero. The beam is shot into the sky and hits the Jinyu member, covering him in a crimson light. His body turned to ashes. Smoke is cleared and everyone sees the man's body nowhere to be found. Don't bother, his body has been disintegrated and I thought he could withstand 1% of its potential. Naruto's voice sounded amused. Krillin and Goku jaw dropped. This guy is more dangerous than Frieza and he only used 1% of his power. I hope he doesn't come after us, the two fighters thought as they eyed Naruto warily. Fasha grins. What's the matter, Naruto? Angry because no one can match your power, or is it that they are threatening a harmless planet? She said cheekily. Naruto sighed in annoyance. Both. Actually, I mean, what kind of asshole believes in prophecies? I swear he is just like that asshole Jiraiya who wanted our strength sealed. He muttered darkly, making Fasha wrap her arms around his waist, whispering calm words to him, making him sigh with a wistful smile on his face. To think him, the Kurai no Senku, can be calmed by a woman. Jaice sees them distracted and takes flight to the sky, hoping to tell Captain Jinyu about the enemy. Naruto sees him leave, but pays it no concern if what he heard about Jinyu from his droids. He may try and switch bodies with him. Naruto scoffs at that he made a seal that makes removing his soul impossible, unless it can be done by the Shinigami. Naruto turns to see Vegeta holding his arm, randomly wincing at the pain he is in from the fight. Naruto pulls something from a seal on his pouch and pulls out a bottle that contains some green liquid and throws it to Vegeta, who catches it while giving him a thankful nod. Vegeta drinks it, gasping as he feels his energy returning and any injuries or damage he sustained vanished, making the others look in amazement. Vegeta does something he has never done before. Willingly he bows, shocking Goku, Krillin and Gohan. He speaks. Naruto, I am sorry for how I acted when we first encountered. I was afraid Frieza was going to kill me after my failure, but you showed me the way to be strong. It is protecting your precious people. Thank you, Naruto, he cried in sadness, fear and want for having his family back. Naruto's eyes soften, giving Vegeta a pat on his shoulder. He smiles. No problem, Atoko, cousin, I always wanted to have a cousin who is like me. After this you can stay with me and Fasha on Elam. Now let's go find the Dragon Balls and see what we can do. He said, getting a nod from everyone. Vegeta smiles while flying with Naruto and the others. He always thought that love makes you weak, but Naruto has showed him it makes you strong. With new determination in his eyes, he will do everything he can to remove the darkness from his heart and vow to become a Super Saiyan alongside Naruto. Unseen by everyone, Fasha and Naruto smile at seeing their cousin finally let go of his pride and gain a new purpose and promise to help him in any way possible and end Frieza's reign of terror. Frieza's ship. Jaice is sweating bullets as he is kneeling in front of Frieza, who has nothing but rage in his eyes at finding out there is 3 more Saiyans and are very powerful. Jaice, tell your captain I want those monkeys eliminated right now. He roared at Jaice, who blasted into the air with haste out of the ship towards his captain's location. The galactic tyrant snorts and turns to sit on his throne, looking out to the horizon with a bored gaze that betrayed his annoyance. With Naruto. Naruto's head pops up from beneath the water, carrying an orange ball with 3 stars on it. Grinning, he waves his hand at Fasha and the others who are flying, waiting for him. Flying up to the others, he holds the 3-star ball out to show the others that should be the last ball. We need to take it to a Namekian elder so it can be hidden. Form Frieza, let's go guys. He ordered, getting nods and picked up the pace, not seeing someone following them. For the next 15 minutes they traveled in search of the elder to give the balls back, but before they could move any further, Naruto stopped and glanced behind him with narrowed eyes. Vegeta looks as well and narrows his eyes and growls, Jinyu, so Frieza is getting pretty desperate to send him out. He informed and had to catch a scroll that had the symbol of a Dragon Ball on it. Looking at Naruto, he sees his aura manifesting into an Azaru, making Vegeta's eyes widen in realization and nods, signaling Fasha and the others to go up ahead, and hands the scroll to Fasha. He turns to see Jaice land beside Jinyu, who had a smug look on his face, making both narrow their eyes at the stupidity of the Jinyu soldiers, thinking they are going to be easy. Jinyu speaks up, so these are the one who are giving Lord Frieza problems. HMPH, they don't look much to me, they probably got lucky with Berter and the others. He mocked arrogantly. Naruto's eyes narrow into slits and uses the spirit part of his chakra at 0.01%, causing the captain's knees to buckle and Jice to grab his throat for air. Not even a mere percent of my energy making you and your butt buddy about ready to keel over. I am sorely disappointed. Naruto mocked, emphasizing on the word disappointed, making Vegeta snort in amusement at the two Ginyu members' red faces for questioning their sexuality. Vegeta, you can kill the red one, he is of no importance. Naruto replied coldly. Vegeta grins viciously and fires a Gallic gun before the man could even scream and became space dust. Ginyu screams in outrage, charging Naruto with his fist in motion to deliver a jab, but before that Naruto vanishes in a blur of red and delivers a deadly combo of kicks to the man's midsection, making him cough up purple blood. Sidestepping the backhand, he spins under and channels fire chakra to his leg and lands a speedy launching kick that sent Ginyu airborne. Crossing his arms, concentrating his chakra's seventh gate of wonder. Kai. He roars as his skin reddened and his eyes turned to whites, his chakra exploded and he vanished with a loud boom, meeting Ginyu midway. He rears his fist back as it becomes covered in black fire, roaring a Sakujaku. Morning Peacock, he finishes with a fierce punch that had so much force it made Jinyu's heart explode. Ginyu's body falls down, splashing into the ocean, never to be seen again by anyone else. Nice move, Naruto, never knew you could kill without remorse. Vegeta asked his cousin, who explained why he was like this. The Saiyan prince had a tick mark on his head, hearing the villagers tried to break his mind. Let's go, I can tell Frieza sensed that energy output and will be heading towards us. He warned, and in the direction of Fasha and the others. Time skip. 2 days later. Naruto stands with the others flying toward the center of the planet, flying with blazing speed with Frieza's signature on their tail and is gaining speed. During the time they met Guru, he used his powers to unlock everyone's latent potential, making them 2x stronger, but the only ones who could fight Frieza is Goku, Fasha and Naruto. Naruto ducks as a pink beam pierces through a mountain, making it slide off into the ocean. He could feel a glare being directed at him and smirks at the lizard, losing his composure. He frowns as he senses 6 more signatures, but notices they have low energy, probably just his foot soldiers. How disappointing, Naruto thought as he sees Frieza arrive with his foot soldiers, who had an arrogant expression on their face, making his eye twitch. What was it with people and their pompous attitudes? So what does the mighty Frieza want with me? He replied, sarcasm visible in his voice. Frieza has no facial expression on his, but you could see a twitch in his eye, making Goku and the others snicker, making the tyrant glare at them. I came to see what monkeys were causing me so much trouble. He replied in a condescending tone with the usual arrogance in it. Naruto arched a brow. You call me and my family monkeys when you are nothing but a lizard? That's the pot calling the kettle black. He shot back at Frieza, whose eye is twitching madly. Snapping his fingers, he orders them to get rid of the monkeys. The soldiers fire their Kai beams at Naruto, who smacks them all away, shocking them, but get no chance to react due to being decapitated by a sword covered in a white aura. Frieza meets Shiroi Kiba. This sword has slain many enemies and is nigh unbreakable, due to be forged from titanium. Try and keep up. I would be sorely disappointed if you died quickly. Naruto said in a cheery voice, betraying the sadistic glint in his eye, making Frieza get a chill down his spine and has to teleport from getting beheaded. Naruto presses the offensive, probing the man's defenses with lunges, stabs, slashes and swipes, making the battle that more deadly. Frieza is shocked, being forced on the defensive by a Saiyan. This makes him seethe in rage. Jumping back, he gets ready to transform his body, becomes covered in a red aura that spikes as more power is generated from his body, causing wind to pick, lightning to crash around the area and earth to crack and blow apart. Naruto watches in anticipation as Frieza's body undergoes a physical transformation. His horns grow even longer, his muscles bulge and expand, he becomes taller as well. Suddenly the aura explodes outward, making the others take cover, while the Naruto stands there watching the smoke with a curious expression, but has to dodge a bigger Kai blast that blew up the cliff behind him. Frieza slowly stands to his full height, making him dwarf over Naruto, while stretching his muscles to get the stiffness out of them, and turns toward Naruto with an evil grin planted on his face. This is my first transformation. I am even stronger, now my power level is easily 10 million, there isn't any way you can match me now. He mocked Naruto, who had a bored gaze while channeling his spiral air palm in his hands. Blurring behind Frieza, who gasps at the increase of speed, he launches a barrage of the Rasengan-powered air palms at the tyrant's unprotected back, making him cough up blood and grunt at the pain he feels. Foolish insect, my power level is easily 35 million with 1% of my total strength, so don't get so conceited that you would be able to defeat me. Naruto barked at Frieza, who bursts from the ground, attacking with fury of an animal. Naruto dodges with his arms crossed in boredom. Frieza roars beastly and transforms unconcerned about Naruto in his enraged state. The aura covers him again, slimming out his muscles, and his head change shape, his face curve into a cruel smirk and points his finger at Krillin, but before that Naruto instantly appears behind him, landing a fierce elbow strike to his spine. Crying out in pain, Frieza swipes at Naruto, who grabs his arm and lands 10 punches to his stomach in a second, causing the tyrant to cough up blood and stagger back, allowing Naruto to land a roundhouse, cracking his jaw. Frieza spikes his power even more, causing natural disasters to happen around Namek. His body seems to shrink down in size, and his skin turns a pale white, but his signature gains a more sinister feel to it, making Krillin and Gohan shake and sweat. Frieza's aura dissipates, allowing everyone to see his final transformation. Krillin made a comment about how weak he looks, but a look from Naruto quiets him. "Witness your demise, you should feel honored. It is not every day a monkey like you forces me to use this much power," Frieza said arrogantly, making Naruto give him a cold look before increasing his power to 0.04%, making his black and red aura flare and spike more than Frieza's did. Frieza and Naruto clash again in a bout of speed, their fists connecting, creating shock waves, both trying to overcome the other. Right now, Frieza is having a hard time blocking all of Naruto's shots, but unknown to him, Naruto is secretly adding Doton chakra to his punches, increasing their power. Pasha sighs. Frieza is fighting a losing battle with Naruto. He hasn't even transformed yet and is, how should I say, getting the shit beat out of him. She deadpanned, making Vegeta have to bite his cheek to stop from laughing his ass off. Naruto sends a double palm thrust to Frieza's chest, knocking him back a few feet, long enough for Naruto to charge the Jutsuga and Chidori to his hand, making it look like black flames covered by red lightning. Vanishing in a silent flash step, Naruto slices off the tyrant's tail, making him screech in pain from having his tail cut off. Snarling at Naruto, Frieza fires a barrage of death beams all over the place in a desperate attempt to kill Naruto. Naruto summons 3 Kage Bushins and mentally commands them to go into different directions and set up a formation. The clones nod and blurt at different places and charge their attacks. "Time to end this. Frieza, this planet will no longer suffer your reign of terror any longer," Naruto said with conviction. Naruto forms the Rasengan while adding water chakra to it, while the clones add fire and lightning chakra to theirs. Asha widens her eyes. "Everyone get behind me, this is gonna be big," she barked orders, making them nod as she does the rat seal, stomping the ground. "Doton. Dai Doryu Heki." A massive wall of earth erupts from the ground, making a giant wall, making the others sigh in relief. Naruto sees Fasha put up a barrier and smirks darkly at Frieza, who is sweating bullets fire. He roared at the clones. Naruto Spiral Wind Cannon. Clone 1 Raging Spiral Bomb. Clone 2 Lightning Spiral Shot. The 3 elemental Rasengans collide, forming a massive spiraling beam with wind, lightning and water all in one. Frieza blocks it with both hands in a hopeless attempt to stop the attack, but Naruto adds more chakra to the Jutsu combo, causing it to overcome Frieza, making him scream as the beams cover his voice over the loud noise. Naruto cancels the jutsu, causing the clones to dispel. Looking at the destruction it caused, this jutsu is definitely double S class. It could probably beat the Ichibi's Bijuadama anyway. Naruto thought giddy at having created a jutsu combo capable of matching the signature attack of the tailed beast. Naruto turns to Fasha and the others, seeing the wall come down, and was about to meet them when Krillin is suddenly pierced through the chest by a death beam and crumples to the ground like a puppet whose strings got cut. Krillin's black eyes turn glassy, losing the life in them, marking his passing into the next world. Gohan runs toward Krillin's dead body crying, telling Krillin to get up. Goku remains frozen on the spot, his heart beating rapidly, unable to comprehend his best friend dying, slamming his fists into the ground, causing a crater to form. Naruto, Vegeta and Fasha close their eyes in sympathy for their loss. They know how it feels to lose someone you consider family. Snapping their eyes open at the sound of mocking laughter, they see a badly burned Frieza, his finger pointed at Krillin's corpse, obviously the one who killed him. "Oops, I am so sorry, I didn't mean to hit him," Frieza said in a mock sad tone before laughing louder, unaware of the killing intent being shot at him by Gohan and Goku. Gohan is seeing red, his bottled up hatred and rage boiling to its limits, and all of a sudden Frieza says one thing that makes something snap in Goku and Gohan. HMPH, I don't even know why I waste time with such pathetic trash that doesn't deserve the life given to him. Frieza taunts while mocking Krillin's death. Goku and Gohan's Kai spikes not the normal blue, but a crimson black color, shocking Vegeta, never seeing a Saiyan with this aura color, but what shocks him is their hair color flickering. Gohan's power shreds his headband, letting his long hair whip around wildly, their minds filled with nothing but hate. He pours all of his anger, sorrow and hatred into his power, making the crimson aura pierce the skies. Goku and Gohan roar as their auras explode into the sky, violently hiding their transformations from view and blinding everyone but Naruto, Fasha and Vegeta, who are wearing proud smiles on their faces. 1 minute later the light recedes, and as the two fighters' forms are revealed, Frieza's eyes widen in fear, stumbling in shock and fear. Goku's hair has changed to a deep golden color, with intense teal eyes glaring at Frieza, with nothing but hatred, red lightning arcs around his body as his muscles bulge under his clothing. Gohan has the most shocking changes. His long hair lengthens into a huge spike mane, sparking with black and white plasma lightning, his eyes a dark emerald more intense than his father's teal ones. His physique looks different, making him look like a muscle teenager. His height went from 4'7" to 5'3", his height easily equal with Krillin's. Both Super Saiyans glare at Frieza, freezing him in his place with a massive amount of killing intent that even impressed Naruto, who always was able to channel killing intent higher than the Kyuubi. Before Frieza could move, both Saiyans blur at Anbu Captain speeds, startling Frieza, who looks around frantically before getting punched repeatedly by the young Super Saiyan before Gohan lands a kick, sending him flying into Goku's range, who sends a barrage of punches and kicks in 2 seconds and smashes Frieza down, leaving a 45 feet wide crater before both son and father float up next to each other. Frieza feels every bone in his body broken and smashed to pieces, his throat sore from screaming in pain, cursing the Saiyans in his mind. Naruto, Fasha and Vegeta fly up next to them in a row before looking down at the space tyrant's broken body before their dark grins light up on their faces, making Frieza's eyes bulge in horror, pleading to spare him. Naruto points his palm out, forming a Kamehameha. Fasha does the same, while Vegeta and the others charge their signature attacks, ready to attack on Naruto's signal. For too long have you caused my family pain, over fear of them overthrowing your rule, but not anymore. May your soul suffer in the realm of Makai for your deeds now. Naruto roared as he launches his Kamehameha, with Fasha and the others launching their own blasts, ignoring Frieza's screams as his body disintegrates, leaving no trace of his existence. Goku and Gohan's hair change back to their normal color, but suddenly faint, making Naruto and Fasha catch them with smiles at them, proud of them for achieving their new strength and avenging their fallen friend. Vegeta smiles as well, happy to have a family again. Unlike his father, who thought family was a hindrance, he looks to see Naruto and Fasha flying toward the ship Goku used to arrive at the planet and seal it into a scroll and heads to their ship. Naruto waves to him, signaling to come on. Nodding, Vegeta enters the ship, but not before seeing the smiling faces of the Namex yelling out their thanks while the door closes slowly. Naruto shows Vegeta his room while placing the two unconscious Saiyans down on another bed, Gohan wrapping his arms around his father. This scene makes Fasha coo at how cute it looks, making Naruto and Vegeta sweat drop at how childish she looks before taking off to sleep, their minds needing sleep for the next few days. So how did you like it? Love it? Hate it? Let me know if there is anything I can do for the pairings or jutsus and techniques. Until then, take care, Jana. Send positive reviews or I will sick Haiden and Kakuzu on you. Tackles insanely scaring everyone. This is Kurama Namikaze Shadai Yamakage sending his regards. Peace. Allow me to inform you I have many things to do, so mostly some of my stories don't get updated at the right date. Also, I will never follow the canon. I won't be like Kishi and should all those Sasuke fans out there, sorry, but the prick had to go. Plus, how would you expect Naruto to handle someone who has no shred of sanity left? He will only kill when necessary, so don't expect him to spare people so easily in this crossover. Goku and Gohan will have a different mindset to fighting, but will be funny and happy when not in battle. So with that done, let's get this bitch started. Fuck all that database shit. Naruto groans hearing the ship land while trying to get the sleep out of his eyes. Great, there's people outside. Goku better tell them not to attack me or else I am gonna go on a rampage. Naruto grumbles before getting dressed in his shinobi attire with his tail wrapped around his waist. He walks out to the entrance to see Fasha and the others waiting for him while the door is slowly opening. Well, let's go greet the maggots as you call them, Vegeta. Naruto with fake arrogance in his voice, getting snorts of laughter from Goku and Gohan. Gohan? A voice screeched, making Naruto wince before growing a vein on his forehead. So, Goku, that your wife's voice, correct? He said sweetly, too sweet, getting a nervous chuckle from Goku and a deadpan look from Vegeta. Goku, I really pity you to have a woman with a loud ass voice like that. Vegeta said dryly, making Goku groan knowing how loud Kai can be. They walk out with Gohan being the first out, only to get clumped by a black-haired overprotective woman, making Naruto's lips twitch in amusement. Yep, definitely the overprotective mother type. Poor Goku, Naruto mused, letting out a chuckle that alerts everyone to their presence. Quirking an eyebrow, may I ask why you are staring at me like I'm a museum statue? He deadpan, getting embarrassed blushes from everyone, but some bald-headed old man steps up to him. Naruto stares him down for a few seconds. Yep, just as Gohan described him, a perverted lech. Naruto said, amused, making everyone laugh their asses off at Rashi sulking. Rashi suddenly grins when he sees Fasha. Suddenly he freezes as Naruto points his sword at his goods, making the guys wince. You weren't going to try and grope my wife, now were you, Rashi-san? Naruto smiled sweetly, making them shiver and pale. Rashi shakes his head rapidly before running to hide behind a tall green-skinned man, the Saiyan invasion never happened, who is looking annoyed at Rashi trying to hide behind him. Naruto looks at the man's turban-weighted clothing impressive Namekian. Naruto smirked at Piccolo's shocked expression until it turned impassive. Don't be surprised I wear weights except mine are more than you guys could handle except Fasha. He shrugged getting quirked eyebrows from them until Goku asks how much he is carrying. Me and Fasha are currently wearing 30 kilos, plus we are wearing seals that increase gravity by a factor of 20. He said bluntly making their jaws drop making him fall to the ground, laughing his ass off. Can't believe you guys are easy to shock hahaha. He cackled madly getting glares from a Cyclops and pig. Naruto finally notices the pig hey who's the pork? Questioned Naruto making the pig facifault getting snickers from Goku. I am not a pork my name is Oolong. Oolong ranted only getting a blank stare. As in Oolong tea. Naruto said bluntly again making Goku and Vegeta shake their heads at his blunt attitude. Naruto feels someone staring at him turning around to see a blue-haired woman, giving him the oogling eyes may I ask why a beautiful woman such as yourself is oogling someone you just met? He said in an amused tone getting a blush from her embarrassed. Kai grins so Bulma has a crush already. She teased her best friend making Bulma glare at her with fury in her eyes, I do not have a crush on him. She shrieked somehow enlarging her head to epic proportions, making Rashi cower behind Piccolo. Can we move to a more secure space so we won't attract any unwanted attention? Naruto said, flicking his eyes toward the hidden news trucks making them nod. Naruto seals his and Fasha's ship into a scroll so no one can steal it and walk to Bulma's home. As they enter Naruto gets an interested look in his eyes, taking in the many inventions made by the company. Goku I wish we had a way to make a better way to use the senzu beans you carry. Bulma sighed getting looks from Naruto and Fasha. Naruto pulls out a blueprint and hands it to Bulma who reads it curiously till her eyes expand to dinner plates. These are some blueprints or more making a senzu bean elixir. She shouted getting everyone's attention especially Goku and Gohan's. Sighing, Naruto explained he combined many healing herbs, along with ones blessed by his energy, and mixed them all into one, shocking them as that was the same method Korin used without the energy part. After that Bulma got to work with mass-producing the senzu elixir so the Z-warriors could have more chances to heal. Naruto looks at Fasha and smiles, maybe we should stay here for 3 years the time here feels different doesn't it? Asked Naruto getting a smirk from Fasha who decides to have a vacation on this planet with some of her family. The next few years are gonna be crazy to them. Time skip 3 years later. Naruto Kurai smiles he is now 16 years old going from 5'9" to 6'3" and has mastered his Saiyan powers including his Taijutsus, making him a very deadly foe. He is now wearing black and red version of Goku's attire but has increased his weights to 50 kilos and can still move beyond Cage LVL with them on. He has taken his Kenjutsu Repritwer beyond anything learning to wield 3 swords after reading a manga called One Piece. His Daido Tensa Zangetsu is on his hip while his other 2 swords, an Okatana and Katana, are tied to his back. Next to him is one of his wives Fasha Kurai 19 years old, she has mastered her Saiyan abilities just like Naruto and still growing more powerful enough to be at Z-class level, something that Naruto rewarded her for her efforts. Right now they are meditating in an empty mountain area where there is no plant life at all trying to think of different ways to manipulate their energies. Naruto's eyes snap open and slowly look up into the sky with a serious look that asshole Frieza is still alive come on, why can't we catch a break he thought to himself with his eye twitching briefly. Naruto taps Fasha on her shoulder, getting her attention with a questioning look. He flicked his eyes to the sky, making her look too, until Fasha's eyes narrowed into slits in annoyance as well. Yep, the Gecko team is still alive and it seems he is bringing his father here. Naruto sighed having gotten into a scuffle with the man when they were destroying more of King Cold's bases, the man was barely strong enough to even get near handle his aura. Naruto looks behind him to see Goku with the others appearing in an instant transmission, the technique Naruto taught him and Gohan. Gohan has changed no longer did his eyes hold fear or doubt, now they hold cold hard look with a lot of mischievousness. His hair has grown past his shoulders while wearing a black and blue version of Goku's outfit. Goku also changed his eyes still held that playfulness in them, but a steel edge to them like a beast waiting to be unleashed, hey that rhymes. Eyes Frieza isn't dead, it seems his father managed to bring him back. Naruto sighed and wide narrowed eyes from Vegeta, Gohan, and Goku. Who's this Frieza guy anyway? Yamacha questioned, Naruto explained who Frieza was at the end of his explanation the Z fighters except Piccolo look pale. This guy's a freaking monster Tien muttered with Shoitsu nodding grimly. Bulma-chan why are you here exactly this place isn't safe for you. Naruto scolded getting sharp look surprising him and Vegeta. Naruto-kun I wanted to discuss with you about using the earth balls to turn me into a Saiyan like you and Goku I don't want to be useless. She said shaking her head not wanting to look weak anymore. Vegeta is shocked at this, never in his life has a human actually want to give up their humanity just to be strong for someone. Guess Bulma saw Fasha's strength and wanted to be just like her, not that I blame the earthling. Vegeta thought, knowing that Fasha is powerful as hell. Naruto's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. "They're here," Naruto whispered, seeing the same ship they saw on Namek touch down on the ground slowly. The doors opened instantly as two groups of foot soldiers began to file out in single lines, with scouters scanning the area. "Lord Frieza, we can't detect any power levels in the immediate area." One of the soldiers reported to a cyborg-looking Frieza, who is looking around slowly. "Frieza, why must you always let anger cloud your judgment? You can kill the Saiyans later. We need to get rid of the population for auction." King Cold drawled arrogantly, getting a groan from Frieza at how lazy his father is. "Father, these Saiyans, as you call them, destroyed all of our bases. Their energies led to this planet here." Frieza growled angrily, getting an annoyed sigh from Cold. Naruto and Fasha teleported to a tall cliff, so the Gecko team is back, huh? Frieza's blood ran cold at the ominous voice of Naruto and slowly turned till to his horror golden amber eyes staring deep into his soul. "Cold, what are you doing on this planet?" Naruto demanded coldly, making the soldiers shiver at the ice in his voice, but Cold just smirked arrogantly and said something that pissed Naruto off. "We came to eradicate the rest of these monkeys," he said smugly, not seeing his son's look of horror. Naruto's eye morph into his Kanpeki Rinnegan. "For that remark, every single one of you will die of instant death," Naruto said, his voice taking on a very harsher tone, getting a wince from everyone including Piccolo, who had never spoke that harsh. Naruto's Rinnegan glows more brightly till he raises his hand slowly into the air as the skies darken and lightning flashes in the clouds, getting wary looks form everyone. Everyone suddenly looks up, gasping in fear and awe, seeing a lightning beast of black lightning appear from the sky, its glowing red eyes glaring down balefully on the invaders. Naruto gives them a stare that holds no remorse for his actions. "Be gone," with a thunderclap, Kirin. Naruto yelled, slamming his hand down, making the lightning beast shoot toward its target at blazing speeds, not giving them time to scream. Boom. The explosion made from the jutsu was enormous and earth-shaking that nearly everyone on Earth and Otherworld, including the case, heard it. The smoke clears and what they saw made them pale. Naruto's attack left a 50 feet wide and 20 feet deep hole in the ground, with nothing left from their bodies, just ash. "May your souls rot in the HFIL scum," Naruto said darkly, proceeding to walk away, but catches a blade going for his neck. Looking to the owner of the blade is a lavender-haired boy wearing clothes with the Capsule Corporation insignia sign on it and onyx black eyes. "May I ask why you are attacking me for killing Frieza and his lackeys?" Naruto growled, his eyes glowing ethereally. "That attack caused too much destruction. I would advise never using it again," the teenager warned, trying to intimidate Naruto, who narrows his eyes at the nerve of this kid. "What attacks I use does not give you the right to tell me how to fight, egotistical brat," he snarled fiercely, baring his fangs at him before teleporting back to the others. Piccolo noticed Naruto's annoyed expression. "Naruto, is there something the matter?" Naruto poked his thumb behind him, indicating to the teen he just met and is trying to resist from beheading the kid. "Sorry about that, didn't know you were fighting Frieza." The teen scratched his head sheepishly, getting a deadpan look from Naruto. "Sorry, he didn't check to see who was around in the area." "Lavender head," Naruto said sarcastically, getting a tick mark from Trunks. "I happen to like my hair, thank you very much." He huffed indignantly. What was wrong with having lavender hair? It was cool looking. "I have something to tell you. 3 months from now androids will attack your group in order to get revenge on Goku for destroying the Red Ribbon Army. Goku will suffer from a major heart. I only ask is that you destroy the androids very quickly, as they like to murder for fun," he said seriously, getting narrowed eyes about Goku's future condition. Naruto rubs his chin. If what you say is true, the only ones who can beat them is me, Fasha, Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta. No offense guys, but the androids would just tire you out," he said quickly, seeing their insulted looks, getting nods of acceptance. Naruto suddenly looks at him with scrutinizing eyes before deadpanning. "You know Vegeta, I find it quite odd this Gaki has you and Bulma's features," he said bluntly, making everything go silent. Bulma and Vegeta fault before yelling at Naruto with anime shark teeth. "There is no way in hell I would marry this woman. Man." They yelled in unison before glaring at each other, lightning crashing between their eyes, getting sweat drops from everyone. Naruto activated his Rinnegan and took a look at Goku's body till his eyes stopped on a lingering black smoke near his heart. "Goku, I can see the virus. It is a black smoke substance near your heart. Hold still," he said in a tone leaving no argument. Placing his palm and channeled his healing power as his hand became covered in white flames. Goku's eyes widened. Naruto is getting rid of the virus and it was supposed to be fatal. Goku wondered as he felt like his heart no longer aching badly. Goku clapped his cousin on the back. "Thanks, Naruto, I never would have survived without you or Fasha and Vegeta." He smiled, getting smirks and nods, while Trunks smiled sadly. "Now everyone, I think this calls for a 3-month-long training session." Naruto said, grinning fearfully, getting the same grins from Fasha, Piccolo, Vegeta, Goku and Gohan, making everyone else groan in despair except Trunks, who is looking confused. He shrugs and teleports with them to Naruto and Fasha's time chamber. He had no idea the hell those 5 are gonna put them through, but it will be worth it in the end. Time skip -3 months later. Trunks is sweating heavily and his body is bruised badly. Forget the androids, these guys are fucking sadistic demons. He screamed in his mind. Naruto looks to be smirking, making Trunks' eye twitch as he can feel Naruto enjoying this. Naruto tosses him the Senzu elixir, getting a thanks from Trunks, and passes it to the others, allowing their recovery to be instant. They headed out soon for the martial arts tournament. The current champion is a man named Hercule, who is nothing but a fraud in Naruto's eyes because the man only became champion due to the Z warriors not participating years ago. During those 3 months they also used the Dragon Balls on Namek to bring their friend Krillin back, inducing a teary reunion and harder training session. Naruto looks over the competitors in the ring, but stops on a chubby, pale-skinned looking man. The thing that made him suspicious was the red ribbon logo on his shirt, making Naruto narrow his eyes before sending hand signals to his friends. Androids near, I sense 2 of them. Going to get their attention when I fly with Goku. Asha and the others flew away, confusing the announcer. Hey. Where are you guys going? The matches aren't even started yet. He shouted, but the air suddenly got thicker around Naruto, who turned around. He then spoke in the coldest voice ever. Me and my friends have no interest in fighting a pompous, arrogant, and a fraud of a fighter. Don't believe everything that spouts from his mouth. The crowd throws jeers at Naruto, who gives them the bird, but the others take a moment to think over his words, especially since Hercule dodged the questions of his battles with a nervous look on his face. The gray-haired looking man with a top hat on his head narrows his eyes. 19, come with me, I found Goku. He is heading toward the mountains. He ordered, getting a silent nod from his partner before rocketing after the group, leaving everyone confused. Time skip 1 hour later. They come to a halt when their pursuers reach them, looking at Goku with eyes of hatred. That emotion seriously ticked Naruto and Fasha off. Jiro, I suggest you keep those eyes off of my cousin or I will obliterate you on the spot. He finished blasting them with killing intent, making 19 and 20 sweat inwardly at the shiver of fear down their spines. The android managed to mask it, though HMPH, this is no concern of yours, Brad, this is between us and Goku, so stay out of it. Firing a beam towards Naruto's head that was smacked away by him and blurred behind the old android and slashed his arm off. Growls, how? No one can possibly move at such speeds, it is not possible. He finishes only to get a cold look from Goku and Naruto, who walked forward till both stood from both androids. Which one do you want, Goku? Naruto asked, getting a glare from the androids. I'll take the pasty tin can. Goku said with a sadistic smirk widening on his face. Naruto grinned fearfully, flaring his aura, destroying the ground he stood on. Looks like I got the old geezer, hope you don't die too soon. Exclaimed Naruto before flickering out of sight with pure speed and launched a deadly Jaiken palm punch combo, making Jiro grit his teeth in pain. Jiro roars with fury at being bested by a child. How can this be? This child can't be this strong. His power level is showing only 250,000. Jiro furiously thought, continuing to trade blows one after another, punches, kicks, elbows, making enormous shockwaves that shook the air around them. Jumping back, Naruto cups his hands and pulls back. Kamehameha. Thrusting his hands forward, firing a black eye beam, making Jiro grin before placing his palms forward, showing 2 red orbs embedded in his hands. Naruto's eyes widen briefly for a minute as his Kai beam is being absorbed. He suddenly grows an evil grin on his face that can send the Shinigami running. So it seems these 2 windbags can absorb energy. Naruto said in a sing-song voice, making everyone including the android shiver in fear from the sadistic tone in his voice. Naruto's grin widens and pushes more energy into the beam. Haha. Are you dumb, brat? You are just giving me more power. Erg. A scream ripped from Jiro's throat at the immense pain he is feeling. Damn it, this brat is trying to overload my energy core and make me explode. Not happening, brat. Jiro narrowed his eyes before moving out of the way, letting the blast soar into the sky. Jiro saw Naruto blur out of sight. Sensing his signature, the android turned around to spot his opponent, but it was too late as he was struck by a spinning blue ball, surrounded by a ring of smaller ones. Wakusei Rasengan. Naruto roared his new Rasengan, smashing into Jiro, twisting his body in different directions, but at the last second, he was able to avoid it, losing his other arm in the process. Jiro looks over at 19's battle to see if he was winning. He is shocked when he sees Goku demolish the chubby android with a Kai blast, making him sweat as both Saiyans turned their gazes on him. Quickly, Jiro shoots a red laser from his eye, causing them to dodge in different directions. He quickly uses their disorientation to flee, quickly getting curses from some of them. Mountain area. Jiro grins triumphantly as the door to his secret base opens, leading to 3 capsules with the numbers 16, 17, and 18 on them, showing hiding his new androids. Yes, finally I shall have my revenge. He shouted with an insane glint in his eye. He presses the two buttons on the capsules closest to each other, revealing two teenagers wearing clothing for teenagers, except the girl had blonde hair, while the boy had black hair. The thing that made them twins were their emerald green eyes showing arrogance and rebelliousness. So you finally decided to wake us, Doc? The young man questioned in a bored tone, making the doctor bristle at the disrespect, but is blown into the wall when something causes the wall to explode. "Oh, I hope you weren't going to leave without finishing our fight," Naruto said in a sickening sweet voice, making 17 let out a shiver in fear, never hearing such a threatening voice before. 18 looks at Naruto with something akin to curiosity, yet once suddenly she stops on his eyes, making her blush slightly. Such beautiful eyes, she murmured lowly, getting a teasing grin from 17 and Naruto. "So already getting a crush on a guy with golden eyes, huh?" 17 said innocently, making her scowl heavily with a heavy blush on her face, while Fasha snickers. "Seems you have another girl after you." She grinned mischievously at 18, who had a vein bulge on her forehead. "Naruto-kun." She fumed inwardly at this hussy acting all lovey-dovey with her Naruto that made her stop for a minute. "I only just met this guy, and already he's having such an effect on me. I'm an android, I shouldn't feel this erg." She groaned inwardly at the foreign feelings her computer's calculating. Not important. Naruto gives the two androids a calculating stare. "May I ask what your intentions are, 17 and 18? He asked in monotone, leaving no room for discussion, but someone interrupts them. "My androids will not follow anyone's orders or mine." A hysterical yells, getting an annoyed look from the others. "Do you mind androids 17 and 18? He said while giving Jiro a look of death, while they nodded with grins on their faces. Naruto unsheathes his okatana and with the precision of a master slices the air before sheathing the sword slowly till. Click. Jiro screams as his vision is split in two and his body becomes covered in black fire, shocking the two androids at his sword skills, but looked curiously at the black flames, wondering if it's a good idea to piss this man off. "So would you two mind telling what your two intentions are besides going after my cousin Goku?" questioned Naruto, betraying no emotion on his face, making them wonder how he could be so blank. "So what do you want to know, monkey-kun?" She said innocently, sensing the dark aura of Fasha beside Naruto and made a face that made it skyrocket, causing Naruto to sweat drop. "Originally we wanted to complete what we were programmed to do, but thanks to the display you showed, Naruto, I don't think we should follow those orders and just live peacefully," 17 said sincerely while having a nervous grin on his face. Naruto activates his Rinnegan, reading his mind to search for any deceit and found none, as well as 18. "Very well, I see in your eyes that following Jiro's orders was not what you had in mind. I commend that," he said, impressed that two machines would not follow the orders of their creator. Naruto suddenly snapped his head to the east, a dark scowl on his face, getting a knowing look from Trunks. "Guys, I am sensing something with a similar signature to 18 and 17. But this one has everyone's except mine and Fasha's signatures combined with it," said Naruto, getting horrified looks from everyone including the androids. "That's all the secret project was working on. He is a bio-android that can absorb others to increase his power. It seems Jiro got our DNA samples and injected them into Cell with your knowledge, abilities, and memories," Trunks said grimly, getting even more horrified looks, while Naruto's eyes are flashing scarlet red while clenching his fists till his knuckles popped. "Don't worry about him, I scanned his Kai levels and they are only on par with Trunks right now and looks to be in hibernation," he said, getting sighs of relief, but Trunks said something that made the situation more dire. "Cell is incomplete right now, that's why his power isn't that strong. He was created to absorb those two to become perfect, just like back in my time, where these two's counterparts were bloodthirsty and loved to cause destruction," he said emotionlessly, getting a disgusted look from Fasha. "That is beyond low, injecting something with another one's DNA just to make him stronger as low," she hissed, her eyes morphing into the eternal Manjikyu, making her look like a demon. Naruto looks at the androids. "You two need to wake 16 up so when Cell comes awakens, you will be able to have more protection and do not let your guard down around Cell either. From what I can tell from Trunks, he likes to strike you when your guard is down, don't make that mistake," Naruto said seriously, getting nods from both androids before grabbing the container with 16 in it and flying off to a safe place. "Be careful, 18, protect your siblings," Naruto whispered low enough for her to hear it, making her smile, mouthing a thank you before speeding up with her brother. After they leave, he turns to them with a serious look. "We need to head to my time chamber to start training, but it only holds 2 people at a time for 120 hours before it needs to recharge, so some of you will have need to head to the lookout with Kami and Popo." Krillin and the others nodded before flying off to the lookout to get some more training, while they to their personally made home to train in their techniques. This situation just got completely troublesome. Time skip 2 weeks later. During the weeks, lots of things happened, some good, others bad. For starters, Gohan and Goku managed to achieve their Super Saiyan 2 forms, but are having difficulties maintaining it. Vegeta trained with it daily to increase the duration, while Tien and the others trained fiercely on Kami's lookout, not wanting to be a burden to their friends. After that, things took a turn for the worst, as Piccolo tried to engage Cell after the monster android absorbed the townspeople in one of the cities, and the machine had the gall to call him and Piccolo brothers, showing he had the Namex regenerative powers and was able to absorb some of his energy, while saying that he will absorb his brother and sister to become perfect. Naruto warned them about what Cell did in the cities, getting pale looks from the 3 androids. Naruto also felt a familiar warming in his heart in the company of the blonde android and a fierce instinct to protect. Pondering this, he found out that 18 had the same feelings for him, so Naruto took her out on a date with Fasha's approval, taking her flying around the earth during nighttime to going to famous restaurants for dinner. 17 often tried to play the older brother act, only making it very amusing for her and Naruto. They even had make-out sessions, enhancing their growing relationship. One night 18 decided to confess her love for him, yet she feared rejection, not knowing what these feelings meant. Her fear was unrealized. Naruto returned the confession with a deep kiss with passion and love. The next day was when disaster struck. Cell had tracked them down, goading 17 to fight by calling him a coward, sending the android into a blind rage, intending on destroying Cell. With Piccolo helping him, they had him on the ropes, but at the last moment they let their guard down, and Piccolo had been pierced in the chest, and 17 absorbed, allowing Cell to achieve his second form. He still remembered the look of rage when Cell was outclassed by him. Flashback start. Cell laughed evilly as his power increased to phenomenal heights, outclassing the 2 androids. Well, there is just one more left, now step out of the way 16. He ordered arrogantly, not noticing someone's speeding leg heading toward him. Whack. Erg. He cried out in pain from being sent flying through the ground and into the water. How the hell did someone sneak up on me? I would have sensed then, he thought angrily before blasting out of the water, his eyes scanning for his attacker, till he landed on Naruto's form, glaring at him with a dark horror growing immensely. Naruto stares at him with no emotion. So this is the bug that Tin Can created using my cousin's DNA. Naruto sneered venomously, making Cell flinch at the rage clear in the teenager's eyes. He opens his mouth to speak, but cries out in pain as his body is blasted by black and red lightning shot from Naruto's fingertip, having a look of sadistic glee. Naruto summons 2 Kage Bushins, mentally ordering them to get the androids to safety, getting nods from them. After seeing them teleport away another island with the 2 injured androids, he stops torturing Cell, who is foaming at the mouth, his eyes rolled to the back of his head. Naruto walks over to the ground, seeing Piccolo breathe heavily. "Don't worry, Uncle Piccolo, I'm going to heal you," Naruto said with concern in his eyes as his palm covers itself in white goldish flames, placing his head on his surrogate uncle's wound. "Tentani Yasu." Naruto yelled as Piccolo's chest wound is healed up till not even the blood showed, getting a sigh of relief from the Namekian, who smiles at him. "Thanks kiddo, guess I was way in over my head." He chuckles, getting a snort from Naruto, who picks him up and turns to Cell, who is glaring at him with rage in his eyes. Naruto places his hand on Piccolo's shoulder and grins smugly. "Ya asshole." Flipping the android off before teleporting away, the only sound being heard is Cell blasting everything in sight. Flashback end. After that, Piccolo and Kami agreed to fuse with each other to increase their power. Many were sad he was gone, but cheered up since he will always be with them, and began training even harder. That idiot Hercule kept saying he will defeat Cell on TV, which pissed me off, seeing a fraud mess with things that doesn't involve them. I swear if Hercule tries to take credit after Cell is dead, I am going to hurt something," he muttered darkly, getting sympathetic looks knowing that the man was a fake. "Well, you can't help it, Naruto, we need to be extra careful since Cell is looking for 18 on the islands," Goku warned, getting nods before flying out to the islands. Suddenly Naruto stops, sensing 18's signature vanish, and Cell's get stronger. He falls to his knees, shaking, trying to hold back his tear. Fasha flies to him. "Ruto-kun, what's wrong?" she asked, only for her heart to stop. 18 is gone, Cell absorbed her. He sobbed in despair until something in him snapped. His aura seeped out slowly till it turned azure blue and blasted into the sky, forming a phoenix with his Rinnegan flashing dangerously. "You are fucking dead, Cell," he roared, blasting toward the android's location with the others trying to keep up with him. After 1 hour of searching, he finally sees Cell attacking Trunks, who looks to have oversized muscles, and shoots towards Cell, black electricity blazing in his hand. "Kurorikiri." He roared, slicing the android's wings off, making him scream in pain since his wings were a sensitive part of his body. Naruto flashes towards Cell and smashes him to the ground with his leg, making him cry out in pain. "You took her away from now, I am going to destroy you, android." Naruto roared and began pummeling Cell into the ground, forming a deep crater that was getting bigger after each hit that he landed on Cell. Trunks watches in horror at the brutality Naruto is showing and tries to get up and stop him, but winces when a clone stops him with a sorrowful look on his face. Trunks, I can't let you interfere, boss loved 18, just like he does Fasha, and now he feels like he failed her completely. The clone said, sadness in his tone, getting a wince of sympathy from him. Cell feels his bones trying desperately to repair themselves and finally manages to escape Naruto's wrath and flew high into the air bleeding profusely. Know this, there will be a martial arts tournament I will assemble to test the world's greatest warriors, but know this, if it isn't to my satisfactory this planet shall be reduced to space dust. Declared Cell before teleporting to the mountains. Naruto lets out a roar of rage and begins destroying everything on the islands, leaving craters, and started throwing Kai blasts everywhere to get rid of his anger. The others arrive soon and gape at the damage Naruto is dishing out on the island, they even had to dodge a few of the stray Kai blasts. Pasha teleports behind Naruto, embracing him, whispering soothing words to him, calming him down as his aura recedes and vanishes, leaving a destroyed island with craters everywhere. Naruto walks away before vanishing in a black flash, leaving others saddened at the turmoil their friend is in. Fasha sighs, looking up at the sky. How much longer will you blame yourself, Naruto-kun? She asked herself before flashing to his location, the others following. The next few days Naruto never left his time chamber even for food, and Cell announced to the whole world about his tournament and his threat to destroy this planet one and for all. Naruto snapped his eyes open, showing his Rinnegan blazing in its glory while looking at Fasha in his arms, sleeping. Just you wait, Cell, I won't let you destroy this planet for your selfish needs. Cell Games 2 weeks later. So everyone is finally here now, let the Cell Games begin. Cell shouted, giving a mocking grin in Naruto's direction, but pales as the Saiyan blasted him with killing intent, showing him his death in many ways. I'll go first guys, Goku said in his Super Saiyan 1 form, teleporting in front of Cell. Both fighters get into a fighting stance, their eyes cold and merciless with their Kai exploding outward into flaming aura. Both narrowed their eyes and blurred in the air, launching attacks at one another, causing shockwaves to go off and the ground to crack and cave in from the blows being exchanged. Goku appears behind Cell, launching a snap kick towards his head, which Cell dodges before doing the same to Goku and end up exchanging blows in a contest of endurance. Naruto is keeping his eyes on the fight that is going on while the others were straining their eyes to keep up except him, Fasha, Vegeta, and Gohan. He sees Goku and Cell jump back and charge their attacks, but one made Naruto narrow his eyes in distaste, seeing Cell use his cousin's move. Clearly Jiro is despicable to steal another fighter's hard-earned moves. Goku glares at Cell, so you use our moves that we worked hard to master and complete. Now I know you are nothing but an arrogant monster who can't use his own strength to win. I forfeit, I have no need to fight something this pitiful. He said coldly before flying down beside Vegeta, who gives him an approving nod. Cell narrows his eyes dangerously before yelling as his tail bulges before spitting out something that made the others wary. The things Cell spat out looked like miniature versions of him, except they had blue-skinned arms and legs. Cell grins and points his fingers toward the Z fighters, making them tense. My children beat them down to teach the others a lesson to not agitate me, now go. Cell ordered, smiling sadistically, getting giggles from his children who blur toward the others attacking them. The only ones who weren't getting damaged were Gohan, Goku, Vegeta, Fasha, and Naruto, since they have fought with greater speeds than these things, which lead to the mini-cells getting blasted to pieces. 16 tries to self-destruct himself with Cell, but is blasted to pieces with his head left. Naruto, please take care of the animals on this planet, I'm glad my sister chose you to love. The half-dead android smiled before Cell smashes his head with his foot, smiling cruelly, making Naruto's heart constrict seeing 18's brother destroyed in such a way. HMPH. What a piece of junk. Cell yelled pompously, making Naruto's eye snap open, his Kai blasting everywhere. Aye. Naruto's aura turned into golden flames while his body is covered in yaki till it forms into a golden cloak, with his clothing changing in something similar to the sage with his eyes blazing orange. The Cell JRS. Look at him with fear in their eyes for a second till he vanished in a gold flash, decapitating the ones in the area, making everyone gawk at his speed. Hercule looks at him with frantic eyes. It's just some tricks and light shows ya. He laughs nervously. The Cell Jr. points its claw at Krillin's neck, trying to stop Naruto with a hostage, but suddenly explodes, leaving nothing left. Naruto tosses the Senzu elixir to Krillin, getting a thankful nod from him as the transformed Naruto turns to Cell, who is looking nervous. HMPH. Impressive, but not strong enough for me, Gurk. Cell coughs up blood from Naruto's fist embedded in his stomach, looking at him with a bored look in his eyes. Cell roars angrily, swinging his leg to take off Naruto's head, who dodges and jabs him 3 times in the stomach, making him have to hold his mouth to keep something from coming from his mouth. Naruto grins sadistically before landing 45 punches to the stomach in a second, making the android puke out 2 people that made Naruto smile. 17 and 18. Naruto grabs both and flashes beside Fasha and Goku, setting the two down, stroking 18's hair with a soft expression that hardens when he hears Cell scream in outrage, "Damn you Naruto, I have no need for this planet any longer." Kamehame Cell chants, preparing to obliterate Earth. Naruto points his finger at the sky, charging black and white chakra to his finger, forming the Bijuu's signature attack. "I know about your regenerative abilities, it seems I will need to destroy every cell in your body in one go," Naruto said, calmly charging it to 25%. The Cell roared before launching the destruction wave at the center of the earth. Naruto grinned. Bijudama. Firing the orb from his finger, it crashes into the Kamehameha wave, creating struggle with both sides trying to overpower their attacks. Cell grunts, flaring his aura, pouring more power into beam, but widens his eyes in horror when he sees Naruto's full Susanoo notching a black arrow while grinning devilishly. "The Matarasu no ya," Naruto shouted as his Susanoo fires the black flame arrow into the Bijudama, combining with it, giving it the push needed to break through the beam Cell fired. Cell screams as his body is hit by the tailed beast ball. "No. I am perfect." Cell screamed in agony as the Yauki and chakra rip him from the inside out until he explodes, never to walk the earth again. Naruto stares silently while sensing to see if Cell is still alive and sighs in relief, not feeling his energy anymore, and turns only to get glumped by 18, who is sobbing in happiness at being with Naruto. "Shh, it's okay, 18 chance, Cell isn't going to bother us anymore," he said softly, yet elegantly, 18's emerald eyes staring into his blazing orange ones, making him look even more exotic. She leans in slowly and gives him a large kiss, which he returns with equal love and compassion, getting smiles from everyone including an awake 17. "Thank you for protecting us, Naruto," he whispered with a tear trailing down his cheek. Pasha smiles while looking at the sky with a serious look on his face. "We need to get back to Elam, 18WLL want to come, since she has agreed to be his wife, as well. Wonder if we can band together with the other Jinchuriki to combat Akatsuki." She wonders before hearing her name being called by Goku and the others who are flying toward Hercule and the news crew. Naruto lands in front of them with an annoyed look on his face. "Look here Hercule, don't even think of trying to take credit of defeating Cell. You and your friends had no right to come here. This was between Cell and my family, so you better tell the people the truth or you will be joining Cell. Do I make myself clear?" He hissed venomously, glaring down at Hercule and the news people who are broadcasting, nodding rapidly, not wanting to get turned to ash. Naruto nods. "Let's go home guys, I need to get ready to depart to my village." "Remember what I said Hercule, and I will know if you lied." Naruto growled at him before flashing home with the others beside him. Hercule lets out a breath. He didn't know he had to do what he says and broadcast it. "That kid's a hero for saving the earth." He ordered, getting nods, who began to broadcast the film to the entire world about Cell's demise. "Things are going to get real hectic on the elemental nations, and certain people aren't happy." And Ch.4 returned to Elam, training, Akatsuki. -2 hours later, Konoha. "Man, it is so boring," Izuma muttered under his breath. He wishes something would just happen. Suddenly he looked up and saw to his shock and happiness Naruto and Fasha's ship landing at the Forest of Death and quickly ran to go greet their buddy and see how he is. Hokage, tower . Sarutobi looks up from his reading and smiled happily, seeing his two surrogate grandchildren back already, and went to go greet them and motioned Tsunade and Jiraiya to come with him and Sunshine to the Forest of Death. But Naruto smiled as the doors to their ship opened and walked out as the sun's rays warmed their skin. "Ready to go Fasha-chan, 18-chan?" he asked his two girls, who nodded excitedly before walking out with him, just as his friends and family walked and ran into view, with his surrogate brother Kakashi being the happiest and looked at him and Fasha in shock at their appearance. "What happened to you? You two look like you're grown-ups," Kurenai said in shock while giving Naruto's 12-pack oogling looks, which he smirked at. "It seems my cousin's planet had a faster time perception, meaning I'm 16 currently, and Fasha I think is 19 or 20 currently, though we're aging slowly in body, but older in mind, though right now Fasha Heim is at Z rank now." Fasha grinned viciously at seeing some ninja and civilians who dislike Fasha and Naruto stiffen in fear before moving on. "It's good to see ya, Jiji, Suheim," he said softly, hugging his grandfather tightly while kissing Tsunade lovingly, getting awes from the females, while the guys give him jealous glares. "So Jij, what's been going on since 3 months have passed?" Naruto asked curiously. Tsunade and Sarutobi had annoyed looks on their faces. "Gaara and Temari have been forced to become ninja for Konoha due to Suna not liking that Gaara can sleep now and is a better ninja now, and are calling for you to surrender to Suna for your crimes against their village. Kumo has been demanding you turn yourself in multiple times, regardless of your threat level. Iwa has been wishing to form an alliance with you as a peace treaty. Mizu wants to have an arranged marriage with you and their Mizukage, and in our village, some are arguing you should be removed from the Shinobi Corporation and turned into breeding stock still." Naruto's face turned stone-like, instantly making Fasha and 18 step away in caution. Tell those assholes this, if you think that having quantity against me will work, you have another thing coming, since all of Kyuubi's chakra was absorbed by me and Fasha, and we know how to use it as Ursuna tell them to come get me themselves or piss off. Jiraiya frowned since he was the one who told the elders about what he did and hoped to scare Naruto into sacrificing himself like weapons should do. Also Jiraiya, you better not have messed with my celestial seal. Naruto said, narrowing his eyes at Jiraiya, who flinched and sweated nervously. Naruto-kun, we managed to get Karen Uzumaki back and are training her along with Taiya and Kin, who managed to defect from Odo and are already at Jounin levels now thanks to my tutelage, along with Nico and Kakashi. Tsunade smiled, seeing his happy grin before it turned into a frown. Naruto turned to Asuma, Tsunade, Fasha, and 18. You guys come with me to Suna with me, I am going to show these bastards who the fucking Kurosenku is on this planet. He said coldly, with Asuma and the others except Jiraiya having nasty grins on their faces before shining toward the gates. Oh boy, if Suna tries to piss him off, he'll go, how should you say it? Out with a bang. Anko cackled madly before following Naruto's team, leaving Jiraiya, who is gritting his teeth, and vanished toward the summoning realm to speak with the toads. Order of Suna. Naruto and the others were traveling at a fast rate through the trees, with 18 flying beside them. Kurenai-senpai, you sense anyone nearby? Kurenai scanned the area with her senses. I sense 4 cage level chakras heading our way, one of them has reserves matching the Nibi. She informed the others, much to Naruto's irritation, and sighed. Hisam and Itachi bringing back up again, huh? He muttered before ordering the orders to speed up, soon reaching the deserts of Suna and sped across with the gate in view. 5 minutes later, Suna Gate. Naruto and his team walked up to the gate with Suna Anbu landing in front of them. Naruto Kurai, I have business to discuss with your council, Naruto said neutrally, with the Anbu nodding and escorting them to the council room with Fasha and 18 keeping their senses open in case of foul play. Later in council room. Naruto and his team walked through inside to see the council and elders arguing and stopped to see Naruto entering, and one shinobi leaped at Naruto to kill him for taking their weapon away. Shinra Tensei. The man cried out in pain as Naruto blasted him away into a wall using his gravity jutsu and walked forward calmly. Keep your dog on a leash, Elder Ibizo. Naruto stated with annoyance. What do you want, Kurai? Chiyo demanded, since he was the one who allowed Gaara to sleep. Who is the little traitor who sold out his own brother and sister just to please his own father? He demanded coldly, giving each of them a stare so cold and piercing it made them feel like they were in front of a biju. Why did you take away our weapon? One demanded, only for his head to explode, splashing blood on the wall due to Naruto using his gravity powers to crush his head, shocking everyone including Chiyo. Gaara Tauto is my surrogate little brother, ninja. Next one who calls him a weapon will be killed on the spot, regardless of who you are. Naruto replied emotionlessly, making even Chiyo wince. Even, my grandson wasn't this cold, Chiyo thought sadly. We wanted to know how you were able to allow Gaara-chan to sleep, Naruto-san. Chiyo said politely, with the elders and council looking at her in shock. I simply used one of my personal Fuin jutsu that is stronger than the Shiki Fuin to reinforce, strengthen the seal, and also get rid of the evil priest controlling Shikaku to allow Gaara to sleep. Whoever was the one who put that disgusting seal on my little brother is a disgrace as a ninja and a disgrace to other Fuin jutsu users out there. Naruto said, twirling a tri-pronged kunai on his one finger. The village is more important than my personal feelings. Kankuro sneered, only for a fist from 18 to smash into his jaw, nearly breaking it. Chiyo was extremely surprised at the blonde android's speed and power, but what shocked her was she felt no chakra in that blow, or either in her body at all. Amazing, she thought. Maybe I should rip out your soul just like I did Orochimaru and feed you to the Shinigami. Naruto said in a dark, gleeful tone that sent shivers down the spine of Chiyo, who felt scared in his presence and others. I am going to offer you 2 options. Naruto said blankly. 1, you leave to Mariheim and Gaara Tauto alone, and I won't use my Hiraishin or Bijuadama to completely destroy you. Almost all the shinobi paled hearing that. 2, you capture them. I will inform the fire daimyo of you councilmen except the elders overstepping your boundaries, ending with Suna being financially crippled for many years to come. His voice turned icy at this. 3, you sign a peace treaty with us which will allow your village to get resources for food, water, and other things, and work together on some missions, meaning I won't hurt both their feelings when I decide to retaliate. Either way you won't get them. He said, throwing a scroll to Chiyo, who smiled and nodded. We'll sign with option 3, Gaki. She said playfully, making Naruto gain a tick mark. This Gaki can kick your ass with his hands tied behind his back, Onibaba. Naruto said, giving her the bird, which she returned, making the other Jounin and Anbu of Suna snicker and snort in laughter at the mighty Chiyo getting one-upped. Suddenly explosions rocked the whole place, causing everyone to go on alert. Chiyo-sama. 4 people wearing robes with red clouds are attacking the village looking for Gaara-sama. A Chunin shouted, making Naruto and Fasha narrow their eyes before running outside looking for the threat. "So you brought the fake Madara one-up, did you, Itachi-san?" Naruto said casually before narrowing his eyes, seeing Itachi, Kisame, Kakuzu, and someone named Tobi who is glaring at him through his mask. "Brat doesn't look like much." Kakuzu sneered, only to gasp in pain as he felt himself pierced 3 times by Naruto, who only moved his foot, making their eyes widen. "You took out 3 of my hearts in one move," Kakuzu exclaimed in shock, fear, and respect, making the 3 other Akatsuki members look with narrowed eyes. "Where is the Ichibi, Naruto?" Itachi said emotionlessly. "Safe where you can't find him and not treated like a simple pawn like you," Naruto said coldly, his eyes showing nothing to the Uchiha prodigy, who frowned before motioning to Kisame, who grinned and charged at Naruto, bringing his sword down on him, only for it to be sidestepped and backhanded back to the others. "Ranton. Laser circus." Fasha shouted before firing a barrage of supercharged lightning and water beams at the Akatsuki, who jumped into different directions. Kakuzu engaged Naruto in Taijutsu with him missing and being forced on the defense, while Naruto was striking his chakra points using the Shinjaiken and was staying close to him while battling the wind and lightning mask with Asuma, while Fasha, Kurenai, 18, and Anko are battling Itachi, Kisame, and Tobi. Naruto dodged a massive blast of wind and lightning from the masks, who merged, getting an idea. "Asuma. Fire and wind combo." He shouted at the Sarutobi, who nodded before both formed the dragon sign. "Pain. Kiryu and no Jutsu. Futen. Rinkiden." Asuma exhaled a stream of orange dragon flames, while Naruto fired multiple massive air bullets that collided with the fire, turning them into speeding bullets of fire and wind soaring toward the masks, who fired their own combination only for Asuma and Naruto's combo to blast through it, instantly destroying the masks, making Kakuzu sweat, and before he had a chance to flee. "Rasen Renden." Naruto shouted as he instantly appeared above the Taki Nukenin and drilled the 2 spheres into him, shredding his body apart since Naruto's chakra held bits of wind and lightning chakra, causing a huge explosion to erupt, and as soon as it cleared, Kakuzu wasn't even recognizable. Naruto saw Kisame try and sneak behind him, only for his sword Samehada to get kicked out of his hand, shocking him before Naruto grabbed it and almost beheaded the tailless-tailed beast, who glared at the clicking sword, who let off a orange glow, refilling its new master's energy. "Damn you." Kisame scowled before vanishing in a swirl of water to escape back to base, with Itachi leaving in a flock of crows, leaving a quiet Tobi. "Not going to speak, Obito?" Naruto sneered, getting shocked looks from everyone except Fasha, while the masked man named Obito chuckled darkly behind his mask. "So you figured out who I am, huh?" Obito mused with amusement in his Sharingan eye spinning. "Yes, it's quite clever of you to pose as Madara using his voice." Naruto commended the long-thought-dead Uchiha, and suddenly his eyes morphed into the Ion no Mangekyo. He found out he can switch between the Rinnegan and the Sharingan. "How?" Obito exclaimed in anger. "Me and Fasha Haim absorbed Kyuubi's and Madara's chakra, allowing ours not to match that of Madara's, which in turn gave us his eyes. Good no?" Naruto asked in dark amusement, making Anko's loins burn with lust at his dark persona. "I will get the Bijuu and there's nothing you can do about it." Obito spat, only for Naruto to throw in. "They cornered him." "You ow." Obito cried out in pain as he was nailed in the face by another acorn, making him Kurenai and the other Jounin try to hold in their laughter, only to fall to the ground laughing as Obito was hit in the face by a barrage of acorns till he teleported away to safety. Kankuro was boiling with rage and sheer malice at this damn tree hugger, ruining his father's plans for Suna to become the strongest. He and many other councilmen supplied the Akatsuki with information on Gaara and his locations, and among other things the effects of the seal, but this damn Konoha Jounin was able to strengthen the seal where Gaara could sleep and control Shukaku's power. Even more, this was not acceptable. This is for the good of Suna." Kankuro screeched madly, only for Naruto to obliterate him by blasting him with a Kai beam that could match the Nibi's-Amari and gave the ashes a cold look before heading back to the leaf. "Keep Suna strong, Lady Chiyo, there's a war on the horizon, that's for sure." He told her, getting a serious nod from the lady puppeteer before zooming out of the gates with his team Samehada strapped to his back, purring femininely as Chiyo watched them leave from the gates and walked back to the tower with a smile on her face. "Kurai will accomplish many things good that he will," she thought sagely before planning on increasing Suna's training regimen. 2 hours later at Naruto's new estate. "So Kankuro team is gone finally?" Tamari said, relieved, confusing Naruto. "Was he really that bad?" Tamari saw his confused look and decided to explain. Kankuro team always was the spoiled one in the family. He was Two-Sen's favorite and even had the nerve to mock Arakasen's death. She seethed with tears in her eyes, only for Naruto to hug her, patting her back as she sobbed all her sorrows out, clinging to him like a lifeline. "Please don't leave us," she whispered with Naruto hugging both her and Gaara. I won't let anyone tear us apart Itato, Tsunohime. He whispered as his eyes flashed into the Sharingan and looked at the smiling faces of Gaara and Temari. But 18. So being a shinobi is a tough life huh? 18 asked Fasha who nodded sadly and began to tell her what the profession entails and the risks. The blonde android had to shiver being sent on suicide missions with a small chance of returning with your mind or life intact sounded insane to her. Naruto-kun was really depressed when Cell absorbed you. Fasha said softly with 18 nodding slowly, realizing Naruto would go to hell and back for the ones he loves. They saw Naruto at Ichiraku's eating a bowl of ramen and saw to their surprise AM and Yugao flirting with him only to blush at getting teased back making Hinata and 18 snicker. Seems you're getting more sisters Fasha-chan. 18 said jokingly getting an amused scoff from Fasha but didn't sound mad just amused. You know I find it kinda strange that this manga has the same techniques we use. 18 said reading her Dragon Ball Z manga, getting a confused look from Fasha who looked into the pages and raised an eyebrow in surprise, noticing she was right and became engrossed in reading. Naruto. Kiba shouted getting the Jounin's attention. Kiba what is it? Kiba pointed toward the east gate breathing hard. It's Han and Rashi they're injured badly and are on the urge of falling unconscious from chakra exhaustion. Kiba said frantically with Naruto's eyes widening before blurring toward the gate. Kiba saw them at with Hinata, 18, and Fasha following him hoping to help. A few jumps across the village Naruto landed at the east gate to see Rashi and Han kneeling on the ground, their condition made his eyes flinch a little, despite his hardened attitude, seeing their Jounin outfits shredded, leaving them topless as gashes, burns, bruises, and cuts littered their arms and back. Han-senpai, Rashi-senpai what happened, Naruto asked as his hands glowed with white flames as he healed their injuries. We were, sold out by our Kage Inoki. Rashi coughed up a glob of blood as his body was screaming at him to stop and rest. Naruto narrowed his eyes in rage at that old fence-sitter doing this. Another one on my fucking shit list. He roared in rage inwardly. We were attacked by Haiden of Yugakure no Sato, Kisame of Kiri, Itachi of Konoha, and Deidara of Iwa. We barely managed to escape even with Kakuo and Sun healing us. Han breathed tiredly as his injuries closed up with a hiss before slumping to the ground breathing slightly to catch his breath. Come on you two let's get you to my estate so I can heal you seems your body needs more rest and it seems stressed have they been sending you on suicide missions? Naruto asked in disbelief with the two Iwa containers sighing tiredly with a nod. Even a Jinchuriki's body needs rest. Naruto frowned at their blatant disregard for Han and Rashi, they should be grateful they don't go on a rampage on that stupid village. Rashi smiled seeing Naruto care for them when others didn't and felt at peace around him. Son why do I feel peaceful around him? He asked his Bijuu who looked to be smiling inside the seal. Because he knows what it looks like to be discriminated by others, except he managed to escape getting Kurama sealed in him and has our creator's eyes. Son told his jailer who grinned knowing his new friend is strong, possibly as strong as the sage. They soon arrived at the Kurai estate he calls it and soon entered to see Tsunade, Anko, Yugao, Kurenai, a green-haired girl, a blonde-haired girl, Gaara, and Temari looking at him in surprise. Han stared at the three sensing Bijuu in them and groaned in realization. Let me guess they almost got you too. The blonde and green-haired girl nodded sadly with tears in their eyes. I got jazzed by a freak in a damn mask. Fu scowled in anger and sadness. Obito-cha. The others looked at him in surprise at Naruto knowing the masked man. A Yondame's student. Yujito's eyes bugged out. I already took out one of their own, it was Kakuzu of the Five Hearts was rather easy since I was faster than him despite him having equal experience to me. Naruto informed as he worked on Han's injuries as he grunted in irritation. A-team gave me up to the damn masked freak. Saying his brother was more important. Yujito hissed with Fu and Gaara giving her sympathetic looks. Try having your older brother put up a false facade of a loving brother just to keep you on a short leash to your village. Gaara muttered darkly as flashes of Kankuro's sneering face appeared in his mind, making him twitch only for Naruto to pat his head getting a sigh and a thankful nod. Vegito-san may I ask why you are leaking massive amounts of pheromones like Fu-san? Naruto asked as his tail twitched with Fu and Yujito blushing crimson red. Shukaku says Mitabi and Chimei are acting like horny nymphos again. Gaara said in a deadpan voice, making both Yujito and Fu blush in embarrassment as the others snickered at their misfortune. Inada suddenly sensed a huge amount of chakra signatures outside of Konoha. Naruto-kun, there's 500 Jounin level chakra signatures heading toward the north gate, and it's Odo. She shouted to everyone getting wide eyes from everyone except Naruto who suddenly smirks before cracking his neck a few times making 18 and Fasha shake their heads in pity. It seems I get to test my third transformation now. He mused before walking outside as he transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form and instantly appeared in front of the north gate with Sarutobi with a squadron of Jounin and Anbu awaiting his command. Gigi, don't stress your body this time let me handle this okay? Naruto asked his surrogate grandfather, softly making the man hesitate before nodding with a sigh. Show them not to mess with Konoha. Sarutobi smiled with Enma doing the same, which made Naruto smirk before walking toward the gate. Don't have to tell me twice, Gigi, he chuckled inwardly before his eyes hardened into a feral emerald teal color, preparing to show the world the might of a Saiyan. He sees the Odo army being led by a fish-like man named Itachi who had an arrogant grin on his face. You have two choices: stay here and fight, you die, or take your pieces of trash and leave. Naruto said coldly, flaring his kai, causing the wind to increase in intensity, only to bisect a cursed Mark Jounin in half, trying to backstab him. I warned you, now I get to show you my next level. He took a deep breath before increasing his power output, causing the earth to shake and sky to darken, lightning to strike randomly as he is surrounded by a golden glow. Ah. He yelled as black and white sparks arced off his body as his power was now roaring, causing everything to shake, making a few panic as his power seemed to surpass a Bijuu's, and watched in disbelief as his hair seemed to lengthen. Ah. This is to go even further beyond. He screamed and increased his power tenfold, causing everyone's eyes to widen in disbelief, even Matabi, Chimei, Sun, and Kakuo to have round eyes filled with shock, awe, and respect. Holy Rakuto, brother, are you seeing this boy's power? Kakuo talked to his sisters and brothers through their telepathy link, getting dumbfounded nods from everyone including Shukaku. If this is the third level of his transformations, how strong will he be when he reaches the fourth? Shukaku asked, getting shivers from the others at Naruto's power increasing beyond this. For Kami's sake, it's beyond that of the Juubis and is still rising. Naruto remembers all the hate and scorn he got over a lie, the love from his mates and family, and the despair at losing 18 to Cell, and felt a weight lifted off him as veins bulged in his arms, neck and head, and let out a bone-chilling roar. Haya. The golden aura blazed higher, piercing the heavens and blinded everyone as it was brighter than the sun. Hinata uncovered her eyes seeing the light die down and gained a massive blush on her face as she took in his new form. His hair grew to the length of Raditz's, his eyes glowing with power, and his eyebrows gone and a serious look etched on his face. It's been a while since I used this form, since I haven't been able to find such numbers to test it out on. He said in a powerful voice that held boredom, making Fu, Yujito, Tsunade, 18, Fasha, Shizune, Anko, Kurenai, Yugao, Hana, and Tsume feel their loins burn with lust and want seeing his new form and feels their love for him increase even higher. The FFT, it's just a fucking light show. One sneered before charging at Naruto with a sword in mid-swing at his midsection, only for Naruto to immediately disarm him and decapitate him using his own weapon all in 1 second. They all just stared wide-eyed at the timing, speed, and skill he used to kill him, even Sarutobi and Enma were surprised. My Kami, Naruto-kun, I've never seen such skill, not even with my senseis. He thought in shock before the Odo army roared in rage and all charged him, planning on killing him, only for a cruel smirk to spread on Naruto's face. Naruto instantly dashed into the oncoming horde, much to their shock and disbelief, till it morphed into awe as he began decimating their forces using only Jutsu and weapons alone, dodging, countering, slashing, stabbing, and severing, causing death all around. He makes Kurabi look like a amateur, even he needs his blades against higher numbers, she shouted in shock, awe, admiration, and respect at the skill displayed by Naruto, who is staying true to his Saiyan heritage, fighting using his fists and weapons. Show me your dances. Naruto roared in excitement and bloodlust as he punched a group of cursed soldiers through trees, killing them from the impact before launching a widespread Jutsuga, killing 2 more groups as Itachi continues to watch in shock and anger as his army is decimated by this man no god before him. Shoten. Crystal Dragon. A female voice shouted, causing Naruto to look to his right only for a pink crystal dragon to barrel into him, and much to everyone's shock, he grabbed it by the jaws as it pushed him back, slowly making him grunt in annoyance. So they have a Shoten user, huh? If I'm correct, she's Gurren. He thought before punching the dragon, causing it to explode into pieces, much to their sheer shock again. How powerful is Naruto? He is definitely mate material. Fu purred as her eyes turned green with a slit, showing her instincts fueled by her tailed beast are reacting to his power, with a grinning Yujito doing the same as her eyes glowed amber gold. Get to know him first, then you're good. Fasha shrugged with the girls nodding and watched him continue to battle the Odo army. You killed Orochimaru-sama. Gurren yelled angrily as she engaged him using dual kunes, showing her skills were clearly Anbo level, and was getting angrier at him, blocking her with no effort while killing her comrades around her brutally with efficiency. Orochimaru-san was the reason why the bloodline haters knew of your bloodline, Gurren-chan. He spoke, ducking under a kick and shot a Jaiken strike to the man's heart, killing him before slapping a Anbo level tag on Shi's body and kicked it into the others. Boom. Tsunade whistles in amazement. Madara would be proud at Naruto's way of fighting, and when I say proud I mean the way a father would be. She said, nodding, with Sarutobi nodding in agreement. Naruto is displaying tactics like a hardworking Nara would do. Durin looked conflicted, remembering her past, and remembered seeing the villagers looking at Orochimaru in fear and suspicion, until it finally clicked, making her cry out in tears as she realized she was just a toy to that snake. "Please kill me," she whispered pleadingly to Naruto, whose eyes softened. "If you want you can serve me, but unlike Hibitime I won't use you for my own gain," he said truthfully before chopping her in the neck as she smiled with tears in her eyes and picked her up and took her to Tsunade, who nodded and took her to the estate to heal. Naruto's eyes hardened once more before turning to Itachi and his army, or what's left of it, and saw the madman on top of what appears to be a giant water blob. "Say hello to Omibozu." He cackled insanely, only for everyone to freeze as Naruto's aura turned completely black and his eyes, the Iron no Mangekyou, glowing ominously as Tensa's Zangetsu became covered in black Jutsuga-like flames. "I will show you despair and the futileness of your actions to hurt my village," he said coldly as the aura seemed to intensify. "What is this? It's like I'm being crushed." Rashi thought in awe and shock, with the others struggling to even stand. "This is my newest Jutsuga," Naruto whispered, echoing in the wind, making their eyes widen in fear and alarm as he raised his blade toward the sky. "Feel Tensai's never-ending blade." He smirked, cruel enough to make Madara extremely proud of him. "Mugetsu, moonless sky," he whispered, slashing downward, causing the ground to fissure and depart as a massive black wave engulfed the entire army, covering their screams forever in its endless black energy. "My Kami," Kakashi whispered in shock, slight fear, and awe, seeing what could be described as a SSS rank Kenjutsu technique, and watched the light return, and what they saw made everyone, even Fasha, go wide-eyed. Every single one of the corpses were gone, not even a trace of them left, not even ashes. This was truly a testament of Naruto's power. Naruto returned to his normal state just as everyone began cheering his name, which made him smile. A red-haired woman wearing a kitsune mask grinned behind her mask, seeing the Kurosenku decimate a army with ease, unlike Minato team. "You've piqued my interest, Seru-kun," she whispered lustfully as her eyes glowed scarlet red behind her mask. "Who is this woman that is interested in Naruto?" End. Chapter 5. Kitsune and Monkey. Naruto, who was walking back toward the others, stopped, confusing everyone till they spotted him locking eyes with a female Anbu wearing a kitsune mask, and Sarutobi's eyes widened, knowing who that Anbu was. "Kushina," he whispered, and everyone who heard her name had wide eyes. Asha raised an eyebrow. "So this is the second Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, seems Naruto-kun's caught her interest." Sarutobi shook his head in dry amusement at Naruto, attracting the dangerous women, especially Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto continued to stare down the redhead, who was smirking at him in a vulpine fashion. "So you're the Jinchuriki who had Kurama sealed in as his second vessel?" He quirked an eyebrow, seeing her giggle. "Why yes, I am the vessel to that furball, and he's still sealed in my gut. The one Minato team sealed away was just the yang portion, though Kurama still managed to regain it years later, and to think you and that girl absorbed his chakra along with Madara's, that's been lingering in the Shinomori for years, and now you have his Kekkei Genkai and knowledge of jutsus." She gave him a look of lust as the vixen insider kept yelling to mate with the man before her. Naruto just chuckled, crossing his arms. "And just what has gotten you interested in me, Kushi-chan?" Kushina tilted her head in a cute way, pondering the question. "I want to know more about you. The way you dealt with your life's problems interested me. Most would have gone mad from having a bad childhood like you with no parents like me, but you just strived on and I feel a kindred spirit with you." Naruto looked into her eyes and saw the same thing he holds in his loneliness, bitterness, anger, sorrow and longing to know who his family is. His scouter suddenly clicked on, surprising him before narrowing his eyes when it pointed back toward the gate, only to see a group of shinobi wearing yuzu headbands. This surprised him, Kushina and many others before jumping toward the gates, landing a few feet away from the yuzu nins. "State your business in Konoha," Naruto said emotionlessly, but his eyes bored into all of them, daring to make a move. Rohi Uzumaki stepped forward and raised an eyebrow, seeing the fissure lining the ground behind Naruto. "We've come from Yuzushi's Agakur no Sato with proposal of an alliance." Naruto raised a golden eyebrow and looked over the scroll presented to him carefully and saw everything was in order before giving the scroll back. "Follow us, we'll escort you to Hokage-sama, and no funny business or you will get a close-up inspection of Tensa," he warned with a cold tone that shook even Kushina. Note to self, do not piss Naruto-kun off, she whistled and escorted them through the battlefield and soon reached the others, who looked surprised seeing the other red-headed women. "Naruto-kun, who are these kunoichi behind you and Kitsune?" Sarutobi asked, eyeing them carefully, and saw the yuzu signs on their headbands, getting a raised eyebrow. "It seems the Whirlpool village has been rebuilt secretly and the Yuzukage wishes to extend an alliance and rebuild the bridges that were burned because of our dear council's actions," Naruto said in a dark venomous tone, glaring daggers into the skulls of the still remaining civilian council, making several of them shake and pale, getting strange looks from the Yuzu shinobi and Kushina. "He just keeps surprising me every time," she smiled along with the Yuzu kunoichi secretly. Sarutobi rubbed his chin and thought. Fine, but who is your Kage by the way? Everyone turned toward them interested, especially Naruto. Mito Uzumaki. It seemed she had quite the amount of Kyuubi's chakra left in her system and used some invented seal by her to boost her already inhuman life force to the point where she can't age anymore. Miya Uzumaki breathed out in awe and admiration, getting stunned looks from everyone again at Mito Uzumaki being alive and being ageless of all things. Naruto crossed his arms. If take it there's something else. He spoke with curiosity, getting smirks. Very perceptive boy. Momoya Uzumaki said with a smirk, only getting a raised eyebrow. Same to you girly. He shot back with a smirk, getting a fuming look from Momoyo. The others just sweat dropped at the indignation on their Taijutsu specialist's face. Momo-chan piped down already. Miya scolded, getting a pout from Momoyo, who glared at Naruto, who just rolled his eyes. Let me guess, she's a handful isn't she? He asked, mirth in his voice, getting deadpan looks in return. Too true. Miya, Roha, Buru and Yum said in unison, making Momoyo fall to the ground whining like a little child. Meanies. She pointed out comically, only getting amused looks from everyone. Mito-sama wishes to meet you in person, especially after you freed her from the Ito Tensei. This made everyone's eyes fly open in shock and surprise, though Naruto sighed. So that's the effect of my white chakra, huh? He mumbled in thought. So your chakra seems to have healing properties along with revival ones. We might need to perform tests and see what more there is to your chakra. Tsunade smirked predatorily with perverted intentions and Shizune blushed. Kushina gave Tsunade a mock glare with some jealousy. Play nice, Tsunade-sensei. Karen scolded playfully, making several wonder what she meant by that, and shivered seeing the smirk on her face. Naruto simply grinned. Hope you have a strong enough bed, Tsunade-chan. He walked away waving over his shoulder, causing many to blush. Naruto-sama, wait for us. Yujito, Fu and an awake Gurren yelled, running after him, latching onto his arms, lovingly getting an exasperated sigh, leaving several jealous women and men behind. Naruto, get ready for a guarding mission to Yuki no Kuni in the morning, with Kakashi, Genma, teammate and Ten. Sarutobi yelled out, causing Naruto to come toward a screeching halt along with others. I have to spend a whole week with Yamanaka Ino. He grounded out, getting a slow nod before he let out a pissed off roar. Fuck. He ranted crazily, talking about threatening to blow something or someone up before stomping off toward his compound, hair flying up, showing his pissed off visage. Sarutobi slapped his face, knowing he just stepped on a landmine. Anko, Kitsune, Nico, Torugo with Naruto come tomorrow to guard the actress so he won't end up blowing an entire country to smithereens. Hi Sandame-sama. They replied and shunshined away to go talk with Naruto to get to know him better and see how good he is. Uzumaki Namika's compound. So you're going to have to bear a whole week with a fangirl of the annoying lady Chihaha. Gaara said dryly, getting a suffering look in return. That girl is going to literally drive me up the wall on this mission, wailing and moaning about her dead Sasuke-kun. I think I just mentally threw up at doing that. Naruto grimaced. Gaara smiled. At least you'll have Tamari Nichin and your other girls with you to make it more bearable. Naruto grinned at that and rubbed Gaara with a fond brotherly look. Thanks Itato, you really know how to cheer your Aniki up. Gaara smiled widely just as Tamari walked in with a smile, seeing the sight before her. May you rot in hell and get ass raped, Kankuro team. She mentally cheered, not knowing what she thought was actually happening, and many were laughing their asses off. Oh hey Mary-chan, everything alright in the village? He smiled when she began talking animatedly with stars in her eyes about how beautiful the sights were and the high-quality ninja tools. It made Gaara chuckle a bit. Tamari's expression then turned serious. Naru-kun, what will we do about the mission tomorrow? Yuki no Kuni is extremely cold, so we might need to pack warm cloths, but lightweight ones to still keep your mobility. I'd say check in with Dustin or Tenten's dad Akari at the Iron Shield, along with some extra equipment. Tamari nodded, writing that down on a list before she posed a question. Naruto-kun, could you teach me and Gaara-kun Taijutsu? I nearly got killed or captured one a B-rank mission one day years ago in Suna against a Taijutsu specialist that managed to disable my fan jutsu and wouldn't be alive if Gaara-kun didn't help. Gaara rubbed his head bashfully with a pink tinge on his face. One-san, you're embarrassing me. He mumbled, getting good-natured laughter from Fasha and the other girls who just walked. Fasha clapped him on the back. Oh, lighten up Itato-kun, it's natural to feel embarrassment. Naruto snorted. Says one who walks around the house butt-ass naked. He mumbled, getting a blushing glare from Fasha and just gave her a very innocent grin, making the others snicker at Fasha, getting teased, making her pout before everyone joined in on the laughter. So Naruto Taicho, we and the girls came over to find out more about you and stuff since you'll be leading us during our time in Yuki no Kuni. Yugao said professionally with half interest and curiosity, and Kushina looked forward to this as well. Naruto motioned them to the kitchen and got everyone some snacks, but when Naruto was about to eat some ramen and dango, he immediately slapped two hands reaching to his food, matching hungry glares with them. no one touches my Dango and Raymond. He forced out glaring as his hair instantly spiked up going into his SSJ3 form, matching their hungry glares with intense male pride protection. No one had the balls or guts to steal his favorite food away from him unless they want to face a pissed-off Saiyan in close combat, and you do not engage a Saiyan in hand-to-hand. Many heads had been planted into the ground, and more brutal ways of taijutsu have killed many Nukenin, ninja and bandits. Come on Monkey-kun, there's plenty to go around. Anko leered at the plate of dango in his hands, causing his eyes to tighten a lot, giving her a look that could scare the shit out of Manda. Touch my ramen and dango, I guarantee me, and you are going to have problems right here and now. He said coldly, and the temperature dropped severely as the three food lovers glared at each other, hackles raised dangerously, and Naruto saw Anko's finger twitch before unsheathing his blade tense in a quick draw motion as a viper and ninjato came toward him. Yeti sliced the reptile into pieces while deflecting the strike to his chest away and jumped up with a plate of dango and bowl of ramen in his arms with a smug smirk. Sorry, but the monkey always outsmarts the fox and snake. The toe girls fumed at him and jumped over the table at him only to miss as he jumped to the side, letting them crash headfirst into the wall, and nearly laughed his ass off when they struggled comically trying to get free, yelling out several threats, making it all the more funnier. He spent the rest of the night briefing them on his abilities, leaving even Kushina shocked into silence, and later went to bed with Guren, Fu, Fasha and Yujito joining him later, much to his slight surprise and uncaring thought. Yuki no Kuni movie theater. This is really boring, Naruto sighed, annoyed and irritated in his mind while going over the memories from his clones and noticed something was off about this mission. The manager Sandayu Asama was hiding something, especially when he spoke of Yuki no Kuni with faraway look in his eyes, and the way he spoke of the actress Yuki was like speaking of a princess, and it made him even more suspicious after Kakashi explained to the others about the last time he came here was how he rescued the late leader's daughter Yuki and had to put her in hiding from her arrogant Uncle Dodo who was responsible for the previous leader's death. He gained a twitch in his eye when he saw a group of douchebags aiming to steal his popcorn and pinned them with a sub-zero glare. Touch my popcorn and you get an up-close and personal view of Tensa. They glared silently and thus began talking loudly, aiming to annoy everyone. Kiba was irritated by this and coughed, getting their attention. Sir, whoever you are, could you and your buddies kindly shut the fuck up, we are watching the movie. He spoke in a tone that was low enough to be heard by everyone but not loud to interrupt the movie. His response was getting spit in his face, causing the others to narrow their eyes, while Ino laughed arrogantly with glee at seeing the dog boy shown his place, only to freeze seeing Naruto pin her with a glare. Shut up Gaki, let the real men talk. Hey Lavender girl, how about coming to have this fun with us? A chubby fat thug laughed with his friends, getting a disgusted look from Hinata, pissing several female jounin off along with Asuma, who were about to get up and beat the shit out of them. Slap. They froze as Naruto literally bitch slapped the fat man hard, leaving a handprint before wiping his hand on his vest. What was that, you little fat pedophile? I didn't hear you correctly. I know you weren't making a pass at my little sister, bitch. Naruto spat coldly, standing up, glaring deadly eye swords at the pack of pedophilic men beside him. Did you just slap me, you little bastard? The fat one shook his fist threateningly, spit flying everywhere. Where the fuck did you come from? Spit flying everywhere, somebody get some duct tape for this bitch mouth. Naruto pointed at the slobbering thug, getting uos from the other people watching the movie. Jedam. This bitch in here looking like Orochimaru gone straight. He pulled out an image of a straight Orochimaru, causing them to break down in laughter as he continued to roast the pedo man who looked like a gaping fish, unable to come back with a witty retort. Why you got them volleyball neepids on motherfucker? Kiba and the others were cracking up like crazy at the roasting session. Jedam. Kakashi, Asuma and Kiba shouted with grins. Burn. Somebody call Kyuubi. Somebody gotta finish this bitch motherfucker fast. He finished with a grin, causing loud ass laughter from everywhere. Even the security guards were holding their sides, laughing their asses off, and Kurama Insider was cracking up. Roasting session ended. At least I don't look like some animalistic shit flinging monkey Gaki. The fat pedophile looked proud with smug pride, not seeing the malicious grin on Naruto's face, but the others did, and it scared the shit out of them. Ooh, oh shit, somebody done fucked up now. A bitch better hit the stop button because Naruto is gonna choke a bitch. Naruto leaped onto the man with a rather crazed look in his eyes, and the man couldn't help but scream his head off as he was being choked by the crazed Saiyan, and everyone had to pry the godly alien off the pedophile, who turned tail and ran like a little bitch. Naruto-kun is badass. Hinata cheered only to eep when everyone focused eyes on her in shock while Naruto was lust and pride. Yay. I finally corrupted her. Anko cheered, getting a horrified scream from Kurenai at her little Hinata being corrupted by Anko of all people, and felt herself die a little inside. Everyone except Amad Ino was happy, but then a kanji for inner flashed on her neck in bubblegum pink before fading away, leaving an ominous air. And there's a juicy round of pedophiles getting roasted. I kinda borrowed some lines from Mortal Kombat parody off Yaochu, but that shit is funny as fuck and put in a few examples of my own words. For those who are wondering where the pink kanji came from, it will be shown in a few later chapters, trust me, and you are so gonna hate Waruno like I am, who would become like a female Orochimaru team just to stay alive to be a Chiha baby factory for the Duckus. I have read Kamen Rider so far and have seen some transformations and some fics in my earlier days as a fanfic beginner and got some good material, so if you guys have any ideas for a Naruto Kamen Rider transformation phrase, PM me or put it in the review. What if Godlike Naruto is immortal Dragon Ball Council bashing, and thanks for watching my video till the end. If you enjoy this content, then do consider subscribing to my channel and leave a like if you guys need the next part, comment down, and thanks for watching the video and see you guys next video.